through front window. Memories rise up and tweets where humor lies. Crying diagrams with his clumsy flair. Tripped upstairs, his mishaps rare. In stillness of night, stars softly weep. Background tweets now in silence, asleep. Cry beloved with so bright, your tweets are missing day and night. Oh, run, my dear, tweets I cannot see. Love from your words, from your humor fade. From afar, in my silent embrace, I miss your tweets, friends each one and trace.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, whatever you are. Jamie, you forgot to look up at the most important part. I said put in a picture just to make you break, but you didn't look up.
I did. Oh my God! Stop it.
That's me on 4.5 hours of sleep.
Well, I was like, "What is this about?" And then I seen black, and I was like, "Oh, it's about Grant."
Yeah, should have seen the part before that with the dancing clown.
I've seen the clown.
Yeah,
I
but
wasn't sure.
I had the picture with the crooked glasses as well.
My favorite picture.
Hey, reindeer, good morning. And Fundian, good morning to you. And Marissa, Julia from Scotland. And Iris from Texas. Zero Sum, you'll be in and out today. That's what she said. Hey, Danny T. And Mr. Federowski from Norway. That's how they speak in Norway.
Aww.
Hey, before I go, she's from Ireland or Wales. Lefty. He's from the Isle of Lesbos. Hey, Old Line Red. You are out all weekend taking vacation and bikini pics with people I hardly know. Funny, I did the same. I was in a jacuzzi. It got kind of weird when I put my arm on another dude, but I said, we're acquaintances. Hey, Wolfie Fox, how are you this morning? And Dory K. I hope today will be the day we'll figure out, was it snowing? I really need to know if it was snowing.
Mm-hmm.
Don't think about it. I just don't sleep enough. Yeah, Doink the Clown inspired me. Good morning, genitals. Hey, Janine. And Nima, god morgen. God eftermiddag til dig.
Hey, Nima.
And Sue. Beth. Good afternoon from Helsinki. To Judy awards Denmark these points. That's a Eurovision joke. Hey, Jessica. Hey, Christine. And Whiskey. Vanilla.
Oh. Morning, sister. I told her to come today. You said her name. I forgot she was here.
I have to figure out who's your sister.
Jessica. Good morning. That's Jessica.
There's so many Jessicas. I will figure out a name for her. Don't you worry. Do we know when Proctor and McCabe testify? Proctor in the middle of it is what we know. So, at least according to Lally, but him and the truth is like me and a diet. We don't see each other too often. Hey, KKB. And how we say deux points. 12. That's 12. Gallagher and Lank today. Yeah, it's going to be interesting with Lank. talk about when because he was the only one going into the house on that day, and he
Lancaster
did a
Bay?
lot. If we go by the order, it's going to be interesting. Paddy B. Lang will testify today, and he got into a fight with some brother defending the Alberts was sued and the city paid out. Yeah, I know the case were kind of dismissed because the city got sued over it, but was it 2001? So how much? And with Auntie Bev, I'm afraid that she will fight it all the way.
Yeah.
Buenos dias, Betsy.
Hey,
And the
Betsy.
Virgins. Ireland. Yeah, Ireland. The House of Pain, Jump Around, Irish Clovers. I got it. Do you think the snow amount is affected by the coastal location? I have absolutely no idea.
Dave.
Is it at the coast, Boston?
Do you need to pull up a map to see where it's at?
No. I'll figure it out. Yeah, apparently there's there is pictures of them together in 2021 at a baby shower.
You know?
In the middle was what he asked, because he was asked, will you be calling Proctor? And he said, yes, probably towards the middle. Yeah, Lopalito Bros will be the ones he got into a fight with. How effective will it be? I don't know. We'll have to see what they can use, because again, Bev will probably fight it all the way.
Mm-hmm.
John O'Keefe would have had to be buried in the snow to miss him, even if he was. You would still wonder what the big pile of snow was on the flat lawn. No, because I saw Kathy Daffer. She did that video. It wasn't trespassing, but because she was reenacting. So she took the pictures to see what could you see out of the front door. And then she ran down the walkway, not because she figured out there was a ring cam, but because she wanted to figure out what can you see when you ran to your car in a snowstorm.
Mm.
And I asked her, did you also try to check what you could see from your car with the lights on shining directly at the body? She never replies to me. Maybe because I call her Kathy Daffy. I don't know. Do you think, since Judge denied the pics as Rule 14 not shown Lally in advance, that's not why she denied it, will the defense be able to offer with another witness? Rule 14 was because it lacked sufficient they need someone who can testify when those pictures was taken. She said, I don't know where it's from. I don't know where it's from, what it has to do with anything. That's why and again, the Rule 14 motion, kind of iffy in my opinion. But if you get Caitlin up there and say, hey, Caitlin, we just scrolled through your Facebook. When was this picture taken? Then you can bring it in. She will fight it again. Just remember, everything that should be going on won't be going on because we have on to bed. Boston is on the coast. We threw the tea in the harbor. Yeah, maybe you're in an inlet. Hey, One Blessed. No, I don't care about tea in the harbor. What? It's a waste of good tea. I drink tea when I have a sore throat. We know they will be calling Lank if they go by the schedule from everyone at the scene. Hello, Peter A. Power just came back on. Thought I was going to miss it this morning. Did it snow in Massachusetts? That's why the power's out. Yeah, with the Pink Panther. Yeah, that's good. No one runs to their car in a snowstorm. Well, if you go on Twitter and read her description of what she was doing. That's what she was doing.
Yeah.
She's an idiot.
She just
Hey, Tracy. Jamie is too young to know that Pink Panther music. Yeah, she's no, she probably know the ones with Steve Martin.
Steve Martin.
She agreed with Lally as Rule 14 violation, and then Jackson came back and argued on the record and as impeachment material. She still denied. Yeah, I know, but that's because they lacked foundation. That's the word I have to see, because the lady said, I don't know these pictures. They have to bring someone on and say, these pictures was taken at we went on a 2-day trip to Maine, and these pictures are from this trip. Then they can call her back and say, hey, sister, I call her sister because she's a holy woman. We now know this is from a trip to Maine in 2017, and then they can use it as impeachment. Hi, Dinosaur. Hey, Adelaide Lass. Hopefully not another day of useless repetitive first responders. Well, Lank should be interesting. He's the guy who took over at the scene. So yeah. Oh, that's is that? I can't remember it now. Hey, Nanya.
That was it.
Yeah. Yeah. Third Boy will probably find someone who took the photos. Yeah. He must be the Solo Cup guy, and I think the guy with the leaf blower will be on today too. I just want to know how to do low grade CPR.
A low grade CPR.
Can't they get the metadata from the picture? They probably. I just know that they lack the foundation to bring it in, because she said, I don't know these pictures.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what it is.
So they have to have someone said, yeah, that's our trip to Cancun. And then they can call her back and say, oh, you forgot you went to Cancun with them. With your, I would call them friends acquaintances. It's so hard to work because I don't want to miss the good stuff. Let's be honest. The first week had very, very few good moments. The opening statements were great. Finding out none of the police report really matched was great. Seeing Mother Teresa understand was okay. Other than that, it's been a bit boring. We've been talking a whole lot about snow. And as a Scandinavian person, I know snow. I know it's rare that it ever snows in Massachusetts, being on the Gulf of Mexico and all that, but still, it's been a little much. You can work through direct questions, break at cross-examination. Yeah, but you still have to, if you want to bring in pictures, you have to lay foundation for them. I'm sure she wouldn't be able to recall a trip to Avon. I don't know what is this. Oh, Cancun. Hey, Erin.
Hey, Erin.
Yeah, it's supposed to go for 6 to 8 weeks. So I can, this week, next week, I'll be in Tennessee, and then I'll come back for the last week, maybe the second last week of defense or of the state, and then we'll be in June when we start on defense. And they believe they will be going for 2 weeks. It's going to be a long trial, Jamie. And we're late again today.
If they're going to doing it, she is dragging this out.
Yeah. This case with the evidence and stuff like that, it should be a 3-week case.
Mhm.
You don't need 45 EMTs saying, "Yeah, I cleared snow."
Exactly. You need the main ones, and that's it.
Yeah, you need the 3 people who said, "Yeah, I heard she said I hit him." You don't need all the other people to kind of discredit your own witnesses by saying, "We didn't hear that." Why bring those 5 people up there and only have 3 people backing up your claim? That's stupid. Just put up the 3 there, and then the defense can put up people saying, "I never heard that." It would work really well if you just put up those 3 people and said, "Well, we didn't call the rest of them because these were the people who were working close with him." Just get McLaughlin up there, so you don't have 3 different explanations at what times he said, "I hit him." Kind of like that would work better too. But Lally is doing what they always do when they have no case. We'll just stack people on the stand so everyone believes that there's a case there.
Yeah.
I thought you said your dog didn't bite. In the middle. That's all we know. Hey, Hospice Jess.
Hey, Jess.
Murdoch was 7 weeks of state testimony, and I believe 3 weeks of 2 or 3 weeks of defense, because they put in 6 weeks of financial crimes in a 2-week murder trial. Yeah, I believe it was it only 6 weeks? No, 6, because there was 6 weeks of financial crimes. Not if they keep to the schedule. Remember, we only do court 4 days of a week, because we have 2 half days. Oh, sound in court.
Finally.
Court is open, you may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I, counsel, identify?
Adam Riley for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
And good morning, David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Tinetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, counsel wanted to see me?
I did, Your Honor. Judge, as I indicated in an email that I sent to your clerk last night and
All
copied
right.
to Commonwealth.
I have not seen the email.
Okay, well, I'll explain what was in it. Essentially, I was alerting the court that I would like to be heard prior to the start of testimony today, because since Katie McLaughlin testified on Thursday and Friday, we received a deluge of photographs that put her
You know he did.
with Caitlin Albert
Yeah, I'm not going
on many different occasions after they graduated high school. We received information from their high school yearbook that they were more than just acquaintances in high school. They were teammates on the track team. And even after I sent that email with the photographs that I attached to it, late last night, we received another photo where Katie McLaughlin and Caitlin Albert are standing next to each other in a photo at a baby shower in June of 2021, about 8 months before
She's not gonna
John
let it in.
O'Keefe's death. It's very clear to us that Katie McLaughlin perjured herself. And I wanted to discuss the issue of the admissibility of not only the photographs that we're now providing that we just received over the weekend, but I also want to resurrect the admissibility of H, I, J, and K for identification. And I think a discussion of this, Your Honor, needs to start with what court orders are currently in place. The leading case with regard to the provision of reciprocal discovery when the defense is
Oh,
offering.
so you want to get back to Rule 14, the Rule 14 issue?
It is a Rule 14 issue.
Okay.
That's
So
supplemented by.
hold on one second. So on top of that, we can discuss this later. I'd like to get the trial started.
No, you can't,
That's-
you
that's fine,
stupid.
Your Honor, my belief, my strong belief is that we need to determine this today. And the reason is that Caitlin Albert is coming up as a witness for the Commonwealth. She faces the same areas of cross-examination that Katie McLaughlin faced, and these photos are relevant to her cross-examination.
Okay. All right. So aside from the Rule 14 issue,
Oh,
I also think this is cumulative. I don't have the email. I do have the photos, but we can address this. When do you expect the Albert? I'm sorry. What's her name?
Caitlin Albert.
Caitlin
Oh
Albert.
my God, I couldn't don't remember.
I'd say midweek, probably. It depends on how far we
All
get
right.
today.
So we'll address this either today or tomorrow.
Thank you.
Scheduling purposes. So Sergeant Lenk, is he testifying today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so we need a voir dire of him. I expect that might take a while. Is he testifying this morning, or can we use the lunch break for that? I need to know if it's around 11 o'clock, we'll have a voir dire. I'll just order coffee. I just need to know about that.
So I anticipate 2 witnesses prior to him. So I can't predict necessarily how long.
How long will you be with those 2 witnesses?
With those 2 witnesses, probably half hour, maybe a little more with each.
Okay, any idea how long the cross will be with those witnesses?
Probably, I will
Depends on what
handle
they say.
one of those witnesses, Mr. Giannetti will handle the other, and I would say at least a half an hour on cross-examination, maybe a little bit more.
Okay, would it be up to an hour on each? I'm just, again, scheduling. I'm not limiting you at all. I'm just curious.
Thank you. I don't think we would exceed an hour. I would say safely, I know it's a big range, but between a half an hour and an hour, I think, for each of them.
I
Okay,
think that's probably accurate.
all right. What can I say for a second?
this is such BS that now she needs to figure out how to keep this out. But yeah, you can't
All
do
right.
anything. She rules.
Thank
She's the
you.
judge.
So we will,
Yeah.
all set to bring the jurors in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
She is such a big B word.
Jim?
How is this allowed to go on? Hey, fast food. No, that's She don't want the facts in there.
Nope.
A voir dire of
We also have
Sergeant Lang.
exhibit 8.
8.
Thank you.
That's where they ask about what he's going to testify about. Yeah, but she'll rule. Doesn't matter.
I feel like at this point, she can't deny it anymore, though. I mean, come on.
Of course she can. She's the judge.
I know she
She's
can,
the king of
but
the castle. I am live. What the heck is going on?
I don't know.
Remember to push the button so they can't hear you. According to Rita, who has been in the courtroom most days, they don't feed the microphones into the courtroom so they can't hear her sighing. So they don't hear her.
It's just on TV.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Well, it's good so the jury doesn't hear it.
Yeah, but still. Why do
Yeah.
we have to?
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable
Freaking
Federal
hate that.
County Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in and for the County of Norfolk.
Oh, Marissa, Hospice, yes, that's a good thing to, because I don't get half my notifications either, even from, sometimes I'm on MG show and I can't find
Good
it on
morning
YouTube.
again, Council. Good morning again.
And I know this is a
Good
YouTube
morning
thing to
to
do. Please hit the like
I
button
have to ask you
to
the same 3 questions. and
tickle the
appreciate your
algorithm.
patience. We had to work out a few things this morning. So, was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone?
Yes.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you if you were able to refrain from
Is she drunk?
seeing or reading or hearing anything about this case. since
She
She
we
needs a
seems
got
out
coffee.
of it.
So with that, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar and,
Why couldn't you do that before you called the jury? You just had them in there. Why don't do the sidebar? And the jury has to be in the room. I don't care.
Uh,
Yeah,
and, uh,
maybe those pictures really was a problem. Oh, Grant,
where? I missed him.
he was jumping in and getting to his laptop. I bet you if you go on Twitter right now, there will be Aiden Photoshop pictures to try and ruin it, but Bear fought against it, and Karen Reed will be found guilty. Hey, Crumb Thief.
Oh my god.
I haven't gotten a notification for Valhalla. I got my own. So far, what I have seen, I don't have that impression. Yeah, maybe we're going back to watch the fan. Hey, Shizzy Raiders. Yeah, why was she so confused? Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, it's, and again, she takes half days. It's like she never want to be done with this case. Like she's being paid by the hour. Yeah, you can clearly feel that she doesn't like Jackson. Janetti kind of knows how to handle her, but Jackson, she really can't stand him. But the way she always interrupt the defense, I think is that's weird. That's grand. Thank you, Fubar. It helps me with the YouTube algorithm.
Are you gonna yell, there's Grant, every time you see him? There's Grant.
Yeah. Hey, Deborah. Thank you for the raid. I woke up last night, as we men do when we reach a certain age. And I turned on Shizzy and was just Shizzy breaking down. He was just crying with laughter. I should have woken a minute before so I knew why he was laughing. Hey, Renee Ward. Welcome, welcome.
Did you ever find out?
No, Mr. Wallstrom.
Hi, Bolster.
Can't remember who it is, but somebody on the X has a running tally on how many times she interrupts, how many objections were ruled. I saw a video on that just before I started this one, and I know the lovely Brandy Church will have a what if anything counter for Lely. Hey, Renee. Yeah, Brandy has the lily tally, but someone visualized to see if she had a bias of how many objections she sustained and stuff like that.
There's Grant. Look at him furiously typing
Yeah,
his Grant thoughts.
I want to have my X open here so I can laugh at him.
What is beeping?
It's not me. But I can hear it too.
Be mindful to step up.
Morning.
Morning.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Paul Gallagher, last name Gallagher.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Canton?
Total of 32 years, 2 years as a permanent intermittent officer, 30 years full-time.
And you indicated that you are a lieutenant, is that correct?
That is correct.
And how long have you held the rank of lieutenant?
I was promoted to lieutenant August 1st of 2021.
What did you do with Canton Police prior to becoming lieutenant?
I was the detective sergeant from 2018 until I was promoted in 2021.
And what is it?
Oh, jury is
starting
in the
with that,
room.
What is it that a detective sergeant does?
So when a patrolman takes an initial report, anything that needs follow-up, the detective sergeant makes sure it's assigned to a detective, usually the next detective working, and make sure that all the steps are taken to manage the cases to bring it to fruition, if possible.
And what is it, sort of, what are your general duties and responsibilities as a lieutenant with Canton?
Currently, I am in charge of internal affairs, background checks, patrol, and I oversee detectives.
You say currently, what was it prior?
I was promoted in 2021. At that time, Lieutenant Kelleher was the lieutenant in charge of detectives. We have since had a change of police and our assignments have changed.
Now, were you working with Canton Police on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
I was.
And at some point, did you receive a phone call?
I did.
And about what time was that and who called?
That was shortly after 6 a.m. It was Sergeant Sean Good.
And he's a member of your department as well?
He is. He's the 12 to 8 supervisor, which our shifts actually run 11:45 p.m. to 7:45 a.m., but we call it the 12 to 8 shift.
And what, if anything, was indicated to you in this call from Sergeant Good?
Sergeant Good told me he was responding to a scene where a party was found unconscious, possibly not breathing in the snow. He stated his name was John O'Keefe. He was a Boston police officer who resided on Meadows Ave. He further told me that he had gotten a call earlier about John O'Keefe not returning home that night. His friends had called the hospitals, then they called the police, then they went out and looked for him and they found him unconscious and not breathing in the snow.
And based on that information, what, if anything, did you?
I told him I would respond.
Where were you initially responding to?
I was initially responding to Meadows Ave. I misinterpreted when he said he was a Boston police officer on Meadows Ave. I thought they discovered him on Meadows Ave.
And subsequently, did you learn a different location in response to that location?
I did.
What was that location that you subsequently determined was where you were going?
When I called the dispatch to find out the exact address, I was told it was 32 Fairview Road.
Don't jinx it.
And that was from the dispatch, is that correct?
That's correct. It was Officer Dever who answered the phone.
That would be Officer Kelly Dever, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, did you go straight from home to the scene, or did you go stop somewhere else prior to?
I stopped at Canton Police Department prior to that.
And what was the purpose of stopping at Canton Police Department prior to going to Fairview?
I was picking up some winter gear, and I advised Sergeant Good via the radio that all midnight personnel was to be held till further notice.
And you say winter gear, as far as you're responding to a scene, what, if any, other sort of equipment did you procure when you went to Canton Police?
It was clothing. I needed a winter jacket, hat, things of that nature. I was responding in my personal vehicle.
And if you know, about what time was it that you arrived on Fairview Road that morning?
I arrived shortly after 7 a.m.
And when you arrived, what, if anything, was it that you observed upon your arrival?
There were some vehicles pulling away, but parked by this where the scene was were 3 Canton police vehicles and 1 black Toyota pickup truck that is assigned to our detectives.
And who, if anyone else, from your department was there at that time?
When I arrived, the 3 marked units were occupied by Officer Mullaney, Officer Saraf, Sergeant Good, and the Toyota pickup was driven there by Detective Sergeant Lank.
And as far as by the time you arrived, Mr. O'Keefe is no longer on scene, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what, if any, vehicles or apparatus or any personnel from the fire department were on scene by the time that you arrived?
None.
Now, when you first arrived, who, if anyone, did you first sort of speak with on scene?
I first encountered Sergeant Good.
And you had a conversation with him, is that correct?
That is correct.
And who, if anyone else, did you talk to?
Detective Sergeant Lank joined us as well.
And following these initial conversations with Sergeant Good and Detective Sergeant Lank, what did you do with that?
Once they updated me on the case, we decided that we had to process where Mr. O'Keefe was found. It was snowing heavily. Sometimes the wind was blowing north, sometimes it was south. It was changing directions. And we discussed how to process where Mr. O'Keefe was found, because at the time we had no idea how he came to be where he was.
And with respect to that, first, as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was, who, if anyone, directed you to where Mr. O'Keefe had been prior to your arrival?
When I arrived and I spoke with Sergeant Good and Detective Sergeant Lank, they updated me on the case. They had told me that Mr. O'Keefe was transported to the hospital, that they were doing CPR on him at that time. They told me that he was bleeding from the mouth and nose, and that he may have had swelling above one of his eyes. They told me that they transported his girlfriend as well, and they told me the circumstances surrounding that incident. They told me that at some point after the phone call to the police station, friends, the woman's name was Kerry
Sergeant
Roberts,
Lank,
picked up
does
Mr. McCabe
contact
and John O'Keefe's girlfriend, Karen Reed, and they drove around and they discovered Mr. O'Keefe on the left side of the property. I would call it the east side of the property, unconscious and not breathing in the snow.
Now, this area that Sergeant Good directed you to, where he indicated Mr. O'Keefe was, you mentioned that it was snowing heavily at this time, is that correct?
It is correct, yes.
And about how much snow was on the ground in this area at the time that you initially went over?
I would say at least 4 inches of snow.
Now, with reference to, as far as you mentioned, sort of processing, what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with regard to that scene as far as that was concerned?
So it was a unique scene because of the weather. Sergeant Lank had notified Norfolk County CPAC. He had advised them that
Sustained.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question, please?
Yeah, that was hearsay. You knew that.
So Sergeant Lank had reached out to Norfolk County CPAC, correct?
That is correct.
And what is CPAC?
It's the State Police Investigative Unit of the District Attorney's Office, Crime Prevention and Control.
And what, if any, as far as that notification is concerned, what is sort of a protocol when you have an unintended death?
So when we have an unintended death, the Norfolk County CPAC unit responds and takes jurisdiction. In this particular case, Mr. O'Keefe was still alive. So they declined to respond at that time.
There may be a term that's pretty well understood, but when you say unattended death, what do you mean by that?
An unexplained death, a person who was alone at the time of their death.
And so at this point, no one from the state police had responded or was responding to the scene at that point.
That is correct.
And so what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with regard to the scene where Mr. O'Keefe had been located in the snow?
So we decided on how we were going to process the area. Our concern was there were some light pink spots in the snow, and we thought it may be blood. So we were discussing how to get to that, uncover the blood safely. We decided we were going to process the scene with a leaf blower. I figured we could direct the snow off the area in a controlled fashion. At that time, Sergeant Good volunteered to go get a snow
A leaf
blower.
blower is not a control.
But what I told him in the meantime, I
item.
wanted to photograph the area. I wanted all the cruises away from the house. There was one cruise.
That is the dumbest thing I ever heard.
Yeah, and to people who are saying he wasn't dead, that's because they can't pronounce him dead before they have heated him up and made sure he's dead. So he was dead, but they're just not legally allowed to declare him dead before they have raised his body temperature and said, nope, he's dead.
I believe occupied Officer Sarah directly in front of where Mr. O'Keefe was. I wanted him backed up. And there was crime scene tape set up, and it was blowing wildly in the wind. It was serving no purpose at that time. There were no civilians or witnesses about. And I knew we had two officers who could protect the scene while we processed it. So Sergeant Good, before he left to get the leaf blower, he directed the officers to move their cruisers. I told Sergeant
Have
Lang,
you ever
the most
heard
important
anything
thing
like
he
that
could
in your
do at
life?
this time would
We processed the scene with a relief
The
blower.
objection sustained. Move on to your next question, Mr. Lally.
I'm sorry.
Now, you mentioned that there was some crime scene tape that was set up around. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And how was that accomplished?
Sergeant Good and my Detective Sergeant
I know,
Lang.
exactly.
The crime scene
Legendary.
tape.
Do you know what, if anything, they were able to use to attach it to in order to set it up around where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I believe they used a fire hydrant, a tree, a flagpole, and I'm not sure what else. I don't recall specifically what it was attached to.
Is that a snowblower, Jamie?
And with regard, you mentioned there were photographs that were taken prior to the implementation of a leaf blower. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I could just ask a little bit about that. As far as the leaf blower was concerned, why was that a decision as far as that being an implement to?
Because a leaf blower is stronger than the
It was a
storm.
unique
So we
scene. There was snow.
keep
I
the snow away.
had never processed a scene in the snow.
This is so stupid. They are
Why are you justifying it? Like it's
because
No,
at
not
one
you,
point,
Graham. him.
yeah, but they're saying the wind is so strong it's a blizzard. But we can just walk around in the blizzard with a snowblower and keep the snow away from the scene.
How are you
Yeah.
supposed to preserve evidence if you're just wildly running a leaf blower around everywhere?
Because
Like-
even in a blizzard, again, remember they don't have blizzards anytime at the year in
They've
Massachusetts.
never had snow. This is the first time, so they're
Yeah,
not
first time
aware.
any of them saw snow. So he thought, I'll just fix the good old wind with this leaf blower. This is so
Like-
stupid.
I have a battery operated leaf blower and it is strong. Like
Yeah, but it's not a
you
blizzard
turn it,
storm.
no, but like you turn it on one time and it just like shit like across the road. Like, could you imagine if you're trying to process a scene with evidence? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
And then he said
seen
the
a leaf
crime
blower
scene
used
tape, they
in the
couldn't put it
snow,
up
right?
because it was just blowing too hard.
Yeah.
Or they put it up and it just blew away. Like, give me a break. You can figure things out. This isn't your first rodeo.
They never had a blizzard in Massachusetts before, Jamie. Remember, this is unique conditions.
Quite effective at being controlled. So that's why it was readily accessible. The scene was
I will say I've never tried to use mine in the
debilitating
snow though.
as we were on scene with the weather. Snow was piling up, and I thought that was the best method at that time.
And prior to the arrival of Sergeant Good back to the scene with the leaf blower, what, if anything else, was done to sort of document the scene?
In addition to photographs, what we did was, I wasn't sure how the roadway ended. I wasn't sure if there was a sidewalk, a curb, a berm, or whether it was just grass, excuse me. So Sergeant Lank and I dug out what I believe is called a 6-inch Cape Cod asphalt berm, exposed it so we could get a better perspective of how far Mr. O'Keefe might have been off the roadway.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
This is so stupid, Jimmy.
They're trying to justify the sleep blower thing. They don't want it to look so stupid. So whatever,
Yeah,
let them try.
and we dug out the curb. So you were
Mhm.
tampering with the crime scene. Yeah, but it's
Record
still not
attention
as
was
strong as a
marked
blizzard.
as, Exhibit 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21.
Yeah,
22,
that's because he's from Massachusetts. It never snows in Massachusetts.
Yeah,
Review those. Look up them.
we've never dealt with this before in our lives.
Yeah. That's why everyone was so surprised. Snow? What's that? Well, they're not really saying anything, so that's why we're talking. Normally we'll stop it if anything happens, but right now he's looking at pictures. But we could sit still, I could stop it and then say, nothing's happening. Then we could go back.
Your Honor, may we approach this briefly?
Sure.
So now we're going to get the pictures from the crime scene, where that head wound blood will be everywhere. I noted light pink spots in the snow. That's what he stated there was. Not a big pool of blood from an open head wound. Light pink spots in the snow. Jamie, why didn't anyone notice that head wound and where's all the blood from it?
I don't know.
I've been thinking, because I'm a conspiracy theorist and I only slept 4.5 hours last night. Didn't they notice the head wound because they didn't want to be questioned about how much blood normally comes from a head wound like that?
I don't know. I mean, it's possible.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
I was just thinking that at the gym this morning. That could be the reason no one saw it.
Mr. Lally, hold on for a second.
Yeah, I'll see counsel again at sidebar on this issue.
They... What?
She can't figure it
No. Well, we can speed it up because we're a little
out.
behind.
Just saying, go ahead.
Boom, chicka, boom, chicka, boom. One of the firefighters said, pool of blood, maybe puffy jacket guy. No one has said it, and we've seen no such evidence yet. Yeah, he said a small pool of blood. But there's a lot of blood coming out of a head hole like that.
I thought the witnesses were doing that.
Yes.
Leaf blowers are known for never ruining a crime scene. They only blow away stuff that isn't evidence. Thank you so much, Nick, for that super chat. And you're right.
Jurors, I had told you before how important it is that our record is clear, and that's why I'm sort of making this take longer than it would otherwise. So. Mr. Lally, can you simply hand her a note telling her what numbers?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm just writing the numbers.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, she looks a little brighter, but she was watching videos all weekend because
Thank you.
she wanted to see the evidence. Hey, Stalin.
Hey, Sophia.
Where did this?
So I would ask for the next 13 exhibits to be marked. The next 13 photographs in the book are marked as the next 13 exhibits.
Okay.
Oh, it was over on Valhalla's. Then you don't go on the wall. Still, thank you so much on behalf of Valhalla. That's because Valhalla is a legendary grifter.
Thank you.
Yes. He doesn't even have to be here.
They all testified the other day, 6 inches of snow, now it's 4 inches. It's melting in the blizzard condition. No, they had everything from a light dusting till 6 inches. And he was placed anywhere from 5 to 20 feet off the curb.
Yeah.
And he was wearing a puffy jacket or a thin nylon sweatshirt. It's really, really not
You've
that
heard it all.
impressive. It's crime scene photos. There's no problem in that. They would be brought in no matter what. It's just crime scenes. It has no. They can't fight it. They pre-marked everything, and we're still doing this by hand because they messed up. Well, we can catch up then. Yeah, that's the biggest problem is we are 44 minutes into trial time today, and other than knowing there's absolutely no blood and they used the leaf blower, we haven't heard anything. And Lally said he would only use 30 minutes.
Yeah. Can they like turn their mics off if they're gonna like rustle papers? So people.
Yeah, she's the only one working in this courtroom because they pre-marked every piece of evidence before trial started, and then they effed up.
Thank you. All right, you can publish them, Mr. Lally?
Thank you. May I return them to the witness as well?
Yes.
Yeah, wet snow with a leaf blower. It works. Don't think about it. It just hurt your brain.
Madam Court, for the next Thank you.
Oh, it's
Gentlemen,
like
if I could
Larissa
have,
is back.
The first of those photographs up on the screen.
Where?
Oh, one Vels.
Oh, that's why I don't.
Keep it in mind that this is- And Lieutenant, I don't believe that's the first photograph for you, but if you could locate that within the.
Sure.
I'm sorry to say it,
I
message.
believe that's exhibit 30.
This isn't a blizzard-like
If you could
conditions.
describe to ensure what, if anything, we're looking at in this.
So
Oh,
that
look
is
at
in
the
front
snow.
of 34 Fairview Road in Canton. It's looking westerly or the direction towards Chapman Street, and it's documenting the conditions at the time.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Lieutenant, at any points, if asked. Right. This is our
Yes.
Yeah, she's the one who got all the evidence screwed up. Yeah.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph, please.
CPD driveway video. Oh, that's going to be interesting.
That is simply documenting that the number 34 is on the mailbox. That is 34 Fairview Road.
Do you have a number on that in front of you?
Yes, I do. It's Exhibit 22.
Thank you.
There are two of these, I believe, or similar. I just want to make sure I have the correct one. 22. That would be 22, yes.
What's
where do you
depicted in that
see it
photograph, or is that a fair and accurate trail of sort of the scene and roadway when you arrived that morning?
It is. It's the mailbox with the number 34 on it, and it shows two vehicles in the driveway of 34 Fairview Road.
And Ms. Gilman, the next photograph?
If that's
Maybe
the
when
amount of
you locate
snow,
this, indicate which exhibit we're looking at in this one.
That's Exhibit 28. It's a different angle of the driveway showing the third car in the driveway. I wanted to document what was in the driveway at that time.
Thank you, sir.
the third car.
Next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
What's McCarthy's surveillance?
It's Exhibit 29, and basically it documents the same thing. The entirety of the house from a, I guess it would be a westerly view, and the three cars that were in the driveway at the time I arrived.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
Canton Library surveillance. That's
Oh.
going to be interesting.
I believe that's Exhibit 31, and it's a close-up
No,
of where Mr. O'Keefe was
same
found.
side.
And you can see the very light pink spotting that we thought may be blood. And there was an object in the center as well,
Where's the
which we didn't
phone?
know what it was at that time.
Is that the
Yeah,
phone?
where was this?
Subsequent, did you learn what that object was?
Yes,
What did you learn?
it was a broken clear cocktail glass. And the pink spot was frozen or coagulated blood.
Is that all the blood
Next
at the scene?
photograph, Ms. Gilman.
It's like barely anything.
That's Exhibit 23. And it's basically showing that the scene was trampled by rescue workers, witnesses, et cetera, but you could still see, the pink spotting in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was.
As far as footprints within the snow that you observed, you indicated that the scene was trampled or walked over by first responders, correct?
Correct.
And the footprints that you observed, what footprints have you, so what areas around where Mr. O'Keefe's, where it was indicated to you that Mr. O'Keefe's body was, were those footprints?
If the snow had fallen on snow and that snow melted because the blood was hot or was underneath the body, yeah, it would be watered down. So it's not because it's not oxidated.
Footprints located?
They were located between the street and where
About
Mr.
2
O'Keefe was
meters, I
found.
believe.
And as far as between where Mr. O'Keefe was found and the house or the residence at 34
Could be
what,
a
if any,
strawberry
footprints did you
daiquiri
observe in
if
that
they
area?
didn't test
I
it as
didn't
blood.
observe any footprints at that time.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for the next photograph, please.
That is Exhibit 24. And it's showing a westerly shot of the scene. So it's found in this area here, and it depicts the wind blowing in that direction at the time.
And probably pretty self-evident, but depicts the wind blowing in that direction based on what?
The flag flying.
The next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
That is Exhibit 20. That is the I believe it's called a 6-inch Cape Cod asphalt berm that separated the roadway from
I've
the
seen this
property of
picture, and I
34
thought that's
Fairview.
where
And
he
this
was
is the long
lying
look,
because they said there was
to where
grass
Mr.
under him.
O'Keefe was discovered.
The next
What
photograph,
is
Ms.
that?
Gilman.
It's the sidewalks, the road curb thingy. They
Yeah.
dug it out so they could find out how far away from the road. I've seen this picture and thought, oh, it shows
I
that
thought it too.
because we have heard that there was grass underneath him. There wasn't any grass underneath him. This is a picture of the sidewalk or
Hmm.
the curb.
I thought they made a big stink about him having grass underneath him. So yeah.
Yeah. Stupid. Hey, Mo Raiders. Welcome, welcome. We are seeing pictures from the crime scene. We don't talk about that, Locke. That would imply that they went in and looked for anything in the house.
Yeah, exactly.
Sidewalk. Stupid Americans. It's quid pro quo.
Again, that's a close-up.
No, that's when they dug out the curb, so people could find out how far from the curb he was found.
Mhm.
It's a bit weird.
Of one of the exhibits we saw earlier. Again, you can see the spotting and the glass here. This is,
Thank you so much, Danny.
I believe this is exhibit 26.
Thank you, Danny.
So, next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
And I do it with pleasure. Don't have to pay me.
This is exhibit 27, and it's some, what we believed was frozen or coagulated blood spotting.
Next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
And that's a different view, close-up of the scene, and that's exhibit 32.
And next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
That's when we first uncovered the berm, the 6-inch berm. And it's just a smaller picture close-up of that berm. It's exhibit 25.
Reference to the sort of uncovering of the berm as you've described it, what, if anything, did you use to uncover the berm?
I believe we just used our foot to uncover that.
And what I believe is the last photograph.
This is the location from the berm to where Mr. O'Keefe was found. It's just a long view, and it's exhibit 21.
May I approach you and just?
Yes, yes, Tori.
Now, as far as the cruisers with the Canton Police Department, what, if any, sort of recording equipment are they equipped with?
They're with dash cameras, watch guard cameras.
And what, if anything, have you done to review some of that dash camera footage from the cruisers, from that?
I've reviewed all of it.
And specifically, have you reviewed dash camera footage from the 683 cruiser, Officer Sarah's cruiser?
Yes, I did.
And Your Honor, if I may, I would ask that it's already been marked as Exhibit 12. I would ask that a portion of that be played for the jury at this time.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could fast forward this to approximately 57 minutes or so into the. Kind of gal, did you recognize what's up on the screen in Exhibit 12? And what do you recognize?
That's the video I referred of Canton Cruiser 683 on, it's dated January 29th, 2022 at 7, if the time is correct, 7:02:54.
And around this time, within this video from Officer Sarah's cruiser, what if anything did you observe occurring within that cruise camera?
I believe it's at approximately 57:17. You'll see Sergeant Good begin to mark out the scene with a yellow crime scene tape. You'll see him in front of the cruiser at first. Him, Officer Mullaney, and Sergeant Lank walk off, and then you'll see Sergeant Good stretching out the crime scene tape.
And if you could, sir, as the video is playing, using the laser pointer that you have before you, just draw the jury's attention to who, if anyone, you observe or recognize within that video.
Yes.
It's going to be good.
The yellow tape it is. There's 2 officers with yellow crime scene tape. I believe this is
You let
Officer
it blow
Mullaney,
away.
but I'm not sure. I know this is Sergeant Good.
Does he just want to like prove that like we had it, guys, but we didn't use it?
That's Detective Sergeant Lank in the lighter coat. Sergeant Good and Lank, they walk off camera.
To battle the blizzard. Blow away
Battle-
snow.
Blow away snow, yeah. That was what they wanted.
They went to the front door later. No ring cam was installed. He said this would take 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Now we're watching a windshield
You'll
wiper.
see Sergeant Good come into the picture,
And then
You
needs
can't
another one.
see anything.
stretching out the crime scene tape. You can see it flapping in the wind there. You can see it raise way up because of the wind. This is the crime scene tape here.
Not
Three
really.
Stooges. It's the Three Stooges.
And I'm
Yeah,
not sure
but
what
you
they affixed
didn't-
it to, whether it was the cruiser at that point or not.
You didn't put it up.
But you can
You
see the crime scene
didn't
tape
put it
going
up,
across
though.
the scene that way.
He really needs a new pair of wipers.
Right there for a moment. So Lieutenant Gallagher, in addition to sort of the crime scene tape that you observed in this video,
It doesn't
what anything
matter.
else did you get from the station to attempt to sort of secure the scene or place at the scene?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Did you get a tent at the station?
Excuse me?
A tent at the station?
No, I didn't.
You didn't.
No,
And why not?
I had a tent with me from home. It was a personal 8x8 tent at that time.
My apologies. And so at any point in time on the scene, were you able to set up that tent that you retrieved from your home?
Due to the weather conditions, we did not set it up because it would have required officers holding it down, and we didn't think the top would stay on.
And again, maybe pretty self-evident, but when you say due to the weather conditions, what if anything about the weather conditions prevented you from setting that
Oh
tent
my
up?
God.
There was high winds, shifting directions, a large amount of snow falling.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask, if you could just pull forward in that video, it's about the 1 hour, 7 minute mark.
Do they think they're the only state that's ever had snow that they've had a murder in? Like, come on.
Jamie, they don't have snow in
Yeah,
Massachusetts.
just like that.
This is their first snowfall.
Yeah. It was so
Lieutenant,
white
what
out,
thing
we
are we
couldn't
looking at
see
in this?
anything.
If you look closely, it's the crime scene tape that's flowing around.
Because you did a shoddy job of putting it up.
Right now, you can't see it,
You can see the crime scene. You can't see it, but you can see it.
or I cannot see it from here.
Oh, I can't see it from here.
Is this
but
around the
it's
point where the
blowing,
decision was made
guys.
to take that down? Is that correct?
It was later on, I observed the same thing, and I told the officers it wasn't doing any good at that time. And there were nobody to keep out of the scene at that point. It was only police personnel on scene.
Thank you.
Well, then figure
I'm coming
something
in.
out.
Stop and take
So you can do a proper investigation. But you didn't.
Now, with reference to the implementation of the leaf blower, was that memorialized in any way as well?
Yes, I had Sergeant Good take a video since we were improvising using something I wasn't familiar with being used before, in case there were any questions on how it was deployed.
A video?
I had Sergeant Good take a short video.
And
I
there's
see it.
sort of several different short video clips of that process. Is that fair
So
to
now
say?
we're going to see a video of an
There's
idiot.
at least one that I know of.
Amanda?
Yes.
We're going to watch a video of them trying to blow snow, wet snow, as we can see on the camera, with a leaf blower.
I know,
Why?
Peter. I don't know.
What, if any, color was the snow? Yeah. Was there yellow snow at the scene?
So yellows.
So showing you there, so you recognize that.
Valley, you told us
I
it
don't
was a half
recognize
hour.
it. I haven't seen this before.
You haven't seen this
I mean,
before. If he hasn't seen it, you can't bring it in. Rule 14, remember, Beverly Bev? Yeah, so now we're going to see an idiot running around with a leaf blower.
They took a video of it. That's what they take a video of. They didn't take any crime scene photos that are relevant, but they got some idiot with a leaf blower.
Well, we had a
Few.
few spots of pink blood, and that pool of blood that one of the EMTs testified was under him must have vanished before the police arrived at the scene, because it wasn't in the pictures. And that grass that was underneath his body must have vanished as well, because no pictures of that. The only picture with anything looking like grass is where they, with their feet, removed snow from the curb. I don't know if she seems concerned. I think she is wondering why the F am I here, because we found out that one of the state's witnesses lied on the stand, perjured herself. But as I've told many people on the X, perjury charges are brought by the state, and they won't bring any.
Nope.
So no, Jamie, this is absolutely infuriating. That we won't be getting to that what at lunch. Hey, Celestial. Oop.
Your Honor, Commonwealth, please introduce the
Okay.
220s.
Thank you.
My deepest apologies, Your Honor. May we approach this briefly?
Okay. Judge, feel free to stay.
Go F yourself, Lally, you idiot. As I said before, yes, one person went to the house. Sergeant Lang, we will hear him later.
But it wasn't like at that moment. He went in later.
Yeah, he went in
Yeah.
later.
And he just
Yeah.
went in. Like, that's his buddy. Not...
He knew the Alberts because he inserted himself in a fight they were in 20 years ago. Doesn't matter. Doesn't mean anything. Bev will keep it out. I really don't know what's happening. I thought Lally just had a bad case. I think he's really incompetent. Because he doesn't have his evidence in order. He asked a witness who said, "I never seen this before." How can you do that? Especially with a police officer. You should know what the police officers know. Yeah, objection. This video is going to make the cops look stupid. We should do a sidebar shuffle. But again, we have now wasted an hour of nothing. Yeah, it probably is just dumb. I really feel sorry for her with the brother staring her down. Yeah, I feel sorry for her wasting all the money she has wasted on this trial. And she can't sue them after, so.
No.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court permission, may I publish what's now been marked as 30.
28.
The last exhibit is this. If I can publish that.
Yes.
Anyway, this is 1 through.
We don't know.
Sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it right there.
We don't, but I wouldn't.
What the f
And
is
Lieutenant
he
Gallagher,
doing?
you recognize what's up on screen?
I do.
And what do you
What
recognize?
is that supposed to
It's
do?
me operating the leaf blower and at the scene where John O'Keefe was discovered.
And who is operating the leaf blower in these videos?
I am.
He
And
said
who, if
me.
anyone else in your department is sort of present while this process is going?
Detective Sergeant Lank is documenting, and Sergeant Good is also assisting.
And Ms. Gilman, thank
It
you very
doesn't
much.
move the snow.
What does it even do? What is he doing? What's he even doing? You're just
See, it removes the snow. I was removing the snow layer by layer. And right here.
layer by
you can see it
layer.
exposing the cocktail glass.
Give me
You're going
a
to see
break.
red spots appear as I remove it layer by layer.
You're just
Blowing
blowing
evidence
shit all
away
over.
from
These pink spots start to
Blowing
turn to be
evidence
dark
away.
red spots. As you see, we can control it.
No, you
We were
can't.
concerned with whatever other.
Oh, hold on and wait for a question.
Contaminating the
As you
crime
can
scene.
see, it just takes it layer by layer.
Hold on for a second. Mr. Lally, Ms. Gilman, can you pause it? So if you have a question for the lieutenant, all right, you're asking him to narrate the whole thing. We're not going to do it that way. And you can pause and then question. It's great you're keeping your voice up over the sound of the leaf blower, but it's a little distracting.
nice.
I understand, yeah.
So do you have a question, Mr. Lally?
Just briefly at this point, so Lieutenant Gallagher, with respect to as you're conducting this sort of process, what if anything do you?
Well, they claimed the glasses from the waterfall bar that he brought it with him. And according to Lally, it's supposedly that glass that cut his arm without cutting his shirt.
Yeah, I mean, he must have stuffed it up his sleeve.
Yeah.
So how did he stuff it up his sleeve and it break in his and cut all his arm and end up underneath him, but it also ended up on the bumper of the car? Make it make sense. How much?
Amy, they are using a leaf blower to blow away evidence from the crime scene. Do you want me to make it make sense, or would you just let me smile and wave, boys? Smile and wave. This is so stupid.
How
Concerned
big
about
was
as
this
far as,
glass? That's a lot of glass to be all over the place.
throughout this process of trying to locate evidence.
Where's the phone?
Were we concerned with the weather destroying biological evidence at that time?
So you blew warm.
And so what, if anything, were you
Yeah,
doing
on it.
with regard?
We were trying to take the snow that had fallen over the blood, and we were trying to remove it to expose the blood.
And fair to say, as far as during this sort of removal process, how much of the snow were you able to sort of sift layer by layer with the leaf blower that you had?
We could control how much I wanted to sift. I did it I started out as gently as possible, and if it needed, more snow needed to be removed, I got a little more aggressive.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could Good play.
This is a crack team of investigators. And
And the next video, man.
Oh. I want to see the phone.
you're just blowing stuff. You just, I was. It's so stupid.
This is like watching a monkey F a football. This is where the grass underneath him came from. They blew away the snow from the grass.
I have never in my life.
Third video, please.
Don't worry, everyone. It's controlled. They're controlling it. They're just hitting the button just enough.
Did you just stick your finger in the blood? Where's the evidence marker, you idiot?
Oh, they're blowing chunks everywhere. Where are we going?
A guy just put his finger into a blood. Oh my freaking God.
So they are so smart. I hope I get this team of detectives if I'm ever unalived.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play the last video, please.
What if there's evidence there? You wouldn't know because you blew it across the yard.
Doesn't matter.
What if some of his DNA is there? Let's walk all over the crime scene also. That's great.
Yeah. Let's stick our fingers.
Let's stick our fingers where the blood is. Boop.
And Mr.
Mark it.
Thanks.
I've stolen a glass.
Lieutenant, with reference to that process, how far deep into the snow were you able to go with?
That would be me. I'd mark it
using
with
that
an
info
X.
in that manner?
We get almost to the ground, bare ground.
As far as sort of a surface area, like how much of that area where Mr. O'Keefe was found were you able to use the leaf blower on?
It was approximately a 6x6, 7x7 type area.
And
Where'd
from
all
that
the
area,
taillight
what if
go?
anything, in addition to the cocktail glass pieces that you already testified to and the red spots on the ground, what if anything else did you observe?
We didn't observe anything at that point. Anything else, just the blood.
You didn't see
And that's
any
it.
taillight? 45 pieces of taillight? Red taillight? Anywhere? No?
I'm more interested in what didn't he mention, Jamie? The phone underneath his body.
Oh, yeah, they didn't say the phone. I've been waiting for the phone.
Blood in the glass.
Now, Lieutenant, during the time that you were on scene, with reference to the neighborhood in general, how many people did you observe sort of come out of their house at any point in time that you were?
I didn't observe anybody ever come out of their house.
And that includes the residents that you were in front of, as well as any other residences along that street, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, at some point, about how long a period of time, if you know, were you on scene that particular morning?
Approximately 50 minutes, 45 to 50 minutes.
And following that, where did you go?
We brought the exhibits back to Canton Police Headquarters.
And by that, you mean the glass and what you had collected of the blood?
Yep, we took 6 blood samples, yes.
And how were you able
What
to
did you
sort of
put 'em
collect
in?
the blood samples on scene?
Well, the blood samples, because they were frozen, we debated on how to collect it. We didn't think swabbing was going to be easy to do if it was frozen. So we decided on finding some type of temporary plastic evidence container. We were able to find large cups, and we took 6 samples We bagged the 6
What kind of
samples
cups?
and Sergeant
And
Lang
where?
transported them back to Canton Police Headquarters.
And with respect to those samples and piece of glass that you located, eventually, what, if anything, was done with those? Well, first and foremost, when you came back to Canton Police Station, what, if anything, did you do with them?
Chief Berkowitz was at headquarters, and we had a meeting in the detective sergeant's office.
Jackson.
What I'm asking, sir, is with reference to those items that you took back from Fairview, when you got back to the station, what, if anything, did you do?
Sergeant Lang placed them into evidence.
And then
Yeah, 'cause those
subsequent to
solo cups
Sergeant Lang
weren't
placing them in
Contaminated,
evidence at some
I'm
point,
sure.
Where did they go?
They were turned over on February 1st to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And was that something where they were driven to the crime lab, or did the crime lab come to the station?
The crime lab was already at the station.
Now, you go back to the police station, you have some conversation with your chief, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what was your chief's name?
Chief Berkowitz, Kenneth Berkowitz.
And following that conversation, at some point, did you return to Fairview Road that morning?
I did.
And who, if anyone, did you go there with?
I accompanied Detective Sergeant Lang.
And when you arrived, where did you go with reference to residents?
We went into a side door, and there were people in the kitchen at that time. I believe it was the kitchen area.
And did you know any of the people that were in the kitchen? Who, if anyone, did you know?
Who I remember specifically was Jen McCabe, who I don't know personally, but I know because that's who Sergeant Lang arrived to talk to, and I knew Brian Albert
Why
in a
was he at the
professional
house?
sense.
And so Brian Albert is also a police officer, is that correct?
He was Boston police officer, yes.
Now, as far as any other people, who, if anyone else, were you introduced to when you came into the kitchen area?
I wasn't introduced to anybody. All I know is there were 5 or 6 people there.
Same day.
And are you familiar with a gentleman by the name of Brian Higgins?
I am.
How are you familiar with him?
He is an ATF agent who I've worked with when I was assigned to DEA, and he later had a satellite office at our PD, and I have since come to know him personally.
And in reference to your work with the DEA, how long did you work with the DEA?
13 years.
And so, Mr. Higgins, was he present in the home on Fairview when you arrived there that morning?
I don't recall him. When I arrived originally, definitely not. I don't recall if he was there when we arrived about 9 a.m.
So you don't recall him being there at all?
I don't recall specifically. I never had any conversation with him.
Now,
When he knows Brian Albert, wouldn't he know it
You
was
had
his
made some
house? Wouldn't he have
mention
gone out to
of,
check it was okay when there's a dead cop? on his
February
front lawn?
1st, a few days later, at your department, there were members from the crime lab that came, correct?
That is correct.
And what, if anything, did they come there to do?
They were assisting the state police in executing a search warrant on a motor vehicle.
And where was that motor vehicle in relation to your department?
It was in our Sally Port.
If you could just describe to the jury, sort of what is it, Sally Port, specifically the Canton Police, like where is it located, what does it look like?
Sure, it's on the rear portion of our police department. They are large overhead doors that are numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4. We only have 2 bays. So the Sally Port that the vehicle was in, typically we enter through door 4 and you would exit through door 3. Those doors, overhead doors, can only be controlled by a computer in the dispatch center. And it's where we bring in our prisoners. Once the Sally Port goes up, you enter, close the door, the area is secure. The rest of the PD is only accessible by access card, key access card.
As you mentioned, sort of the overhead garage doors are accessible only by the dispatch area, is that correct?
That is correct, a computer in the dispatch area.
And then as far as entrance from the department, how if at all is that controlled?
There is a, to the right of Sally Port 4, there is a key card access door.
Now, with
Dude,
reference,
you said a
to
half
that
hour,
Sally
what
Port
the
area,
heck?
what, if any, cameras are located in that area?
I know there's cameras in the area. I don't specifically know where they are.
Roughly
I
1 hour.
typically don't look for them. I know it is under surveillance, as most of our department is.
And have you reviewed at least portion or the entirety of the Sally Court video from that particular day, February 1st?
I've seen a small portion, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Bev, tell Lally to chip, chop, chip.
And it's so slow. He has nothing prepared. He's going to find her every
You
freaking
recognize
time.
what's depicted on that particular flash drive?
Yes,
Okay, what is depicted on that, sir?
CPD Sally Port videos.
You know, call the proceed to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, Jackson's gonna cross him. Is this the Sally Port video when they took her car?
Your Honor, if I may, at this time, I seek to publish a portion of exhibit 34 for the jury.
Okay.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
That lady though, she is like talking and jotting things down. She's a boss. It would be hard for me to.
So, Ms. Gilman, if I could have a portion that's February 1st, that covers 12 a.m. to 12 noon.
That has been my biggest concern with all of this, that no one felt the need. And now we know this guy knew Brian Albert, so he must have known his house. Why didn't he feel like, oh, I better go check out my brother in blue? And why is Dan McCabe back in their kitchen in the morning to meet with Sergeant Lang?
Yeah.
Why isn't she at home?
You remember 2-1 bottom.
That's weird. Why would you go back to a crime scene to cry with your sister? Why wouldn't you stay at home?
Well, they should have kept their buddies separate
That's another thing.
to question them.
Yeah. I don't know, Vince.
Oh my goodness.
No. It's just for comfort. They didn't lie. Remember that. It would take way too many people to be accomplices in this.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just.
Yeah, that
backwards
agency
after
didn't want to
9/11.
join them because he wasn't pronounced dead yet. But he would be pronounced dead real soon. So them fooling around with a leaf blower seems weird. Don't bring it up. You know I'm
You
gonna.
should be excited, Marissa. You should be excited to see what his deep
She
thoughts
sent
are
me.
gonna be.
She sent me one of his tweets. He was watching water evaporate.
You could just pause.
He's so like so sweet.
It's a cross between a brain dead 45-year-old and a 16-year-old weedhead.
Why don't we take our morning recess?
Oh my
effing
God.
God.
15-minute
Oh
recess.
my god.
You can't even put a video on this. That's man, Jamie, that's man.
All right, hurry up.
Look how cute he is.
He's got his sleeves rolled up again.
Yeah, because he thinks he's
Or-
Don Johnson from Miami Vice. You're too young to remember that show.
I don't know what that. Yeah.
Nancy.
All I can see is that one character now when I see Grant.
All right, so we're still in session. So in presenting the exhibits to be marked, please take them out of the plastic and out of the envelopes because the actual item itself gets a sticker on it. That'll just save a little time. We're having all sorts of difficulties. FTR is not working. I'm not sure that we're getting any internet in here. Are we all set with this? Is this something, do you want to use the flash drive that you put in? Does that help? Or are you?
No, I think the initial issue, I think, is sort of the size of the video. So bringing it up can be a little, my issue was that as I was standing over there, I couldn't really see anything as far as the screen. It's
dark.
That dark when you put it on.
I couldn't open any of this weekend on my home computer, on my work computer.
Oh,
So, all right, why don't we take a 10-minute recess?
All right, to the court, please.
This was supposed to be a half an hour
yeah.
witness.
And now we're on fan duty again. Would ticks? Well, we do have ticks. Our dog used to have a lot of them. Can juries bring in?
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watchers. You know what a lot of.
You know how to shut up. Can juries in Denmark bring in notes into the jury room? Why do you think it's not allowed in the U.S.? Actually, I do my my note writing, and we can take all the notes we want, and we can take none of the notes if we want, and we can bring it in. And when you have multiple day trials, they are actually encouraging us to make sure that we note down stuff. If we come back, we will get a transcript from the court from the last hearing. But if you had a 6-hour court meeting, it's a lot of things to read through, all the testimony. But I always keep my notes, and I just, like I do in this trial, just write down what I find interesting. So we are allowed to do it, and we use it a lot to say, did they say I went to the right or the left when I left the bar, and stuff like that, because we are 3 people there to judge the case, and you could get it the wrong way around. So notes are I think mostly everyone I've been a layman with take notes. Ja. For satan i helvede. Just use that. Yeah, good things you blocked the IT guy. The IT guy is the one sitting behind Janetti. And he can work his IT. Yeah, now they got the wrong size video, so they can't play it. And she hadn't been able to watch it over the weekend. It was so important that she watched it. Why didn't she bring that up this morning and say, hey, Lally, honey bun, you know all that evidence I told you to give me so I could watch it over the weekend? I couldn't see that, so that video isn't coming in.
Yeah, I was just thinking that just now too, and I'm like, okay, so if she couldn't even open it over the weekend, why didn't she let them know right off the bat?
Yeah, I'll be doing this all weekend. The DA's office is always working. If a judge wants them to work, they are working.
Yeah.
No matter if, well, it's a Saturday. Nope. You're saying, yes, Your Honor. I can be there in 20 minutes.
So now here we are, you're trying to open it, and she says, well, I couldn't get it to work either. Well, what, you waited until just now?
Well, how many of you took notes in school so you could remember the classes when you came home? It's not like the first time in your life you'll be taking a note. It's so stupid. But talking about stupid, Jamie. You know, I feel a certain way for a certain someone.
Yes.
I have obtained snacks for the day. I don't make the best choices, but the bagel place in Dedham Center doesn't open for 6 more minutes, so these were my options. And look, I bought Prime because Grant drinks Prime. It tastes like crap. 3 media spots left, Jamie.
3.
This is my favorite journalist.
He's
He
got
had
his primes, his
he
monster, and some mozzarella sticks.
he has
Good for him.
mozzarella sticks, a yogurt, a monster, and 2 primes, and I can't see what the other thing is.
Yeah, I don't know.
But just after 7 a.m. now, I'm watching the morning dew evaporate on the courthouse portico. One single media spot left. Remember, Grant begs for money almost daily because he has no money, but he buys Monster and Prime because that's cheap. Breaking news. Canton Police Lieutenant Gallagher confirmed today there were no footprints of any kind between the body of John O'Keefe and the home outside which John was discovered. The only footprints were from the street to John's body from EMTs and Karen Reed. Wow. That's not what he said.
Oh
He said
my
there was
God.
no footprints across the lawn. Yeah, he has followers. He goes on Yellow Cottage Tail a lot.
Grant, get it together.
Even more John O'Keefe's blood now showing through. There's a heavy, heavy atmosphere in the courtroom right now. Jurors are all right on the verge of keeping it together. This is so sad.
Oh, Grant. I hope you see this. Unblock Baker.
I'm the only one promoting him.
Yeah.
One more sidebar. Jurors are told they can stretch. I'll think I'll join them. They
What would we do without him giving us
they're
all
using a
of
media
the-
spot for this. Just
Yeah.
so everyone
This
knows.
idiot gets a media spot to write those stupid tweets, guys.
Yeah. Anything exciting? Yeah, you missed the police using a leaf blower to fight to blow away snow and evidence, but mostly snow. And then a guy went over and poked.
It was controlled, Baker.
Sorry,
It was
he
a
never tried it.
controlled
He never
snowblow.
tried it before. It was controlled snow blowing.
They just went wee, wee, wee. Like, very controlled.
Juries can take notes, but can't bring them to the jury room. Why not? That's my question. Because America? Because it's their memories that they have to rely on. Yeah, but you're jotting down. They're going to be there for 8 weeks. They can't remember what happened today. Yeah, I forgot he was doing it layer by layer. And
Yeah,
Oprah's.
layer by layer, he said. Yeah, peeling it back like an onion.
Would any of you want to make a $10 bid about if Karen Reed has been out there and saying, "Oh, I'll use the snowblower to try and blow the snow off of him," would she have been hit with a tampering of evidence charge as well?
Yeah.
It's okay when we do
Trying
it, but
to
not when you do it.
destroy evidence. Yeah.
That's so amazing. That was so
And then they're
amazing.
just so like, we couldn't find anything to put the blood in, so we got these party
Cup.
dirty solo cups, I'm sure.
Why not put
So
up a heated tent over the area? Are cops all morons? Because they would have to have people holding it down, and they didn't feel like that was appropriate. He said that's why they didn't put a tarp or a tent up. So, and we saw the pictures. Remember, this was the worst blizzard they ever had in Massachusetts. The only time in Massachusetts history there's ever been snow. It wasn't snowing that hard when he went around with the snowblower. Actually, it wasn't snowing at all.
It didn't look that windy at all either, because you couldn't.
No.
You just
He
heard the
could blow-
snowblower. I would feel like you would hear wind like whipping
Yeah.
with the camera.
So it's almost like it's a big part of BS.
Well, and then they couldn't put up crime scene tape because they couldn't. The Three Stooges couldn't figure out how to lock it down somewhere. It was just blowing everywhere. Like, come on, this is
Yeah.
just like a bunch of crap.
Well, the half-hour interview that Lally said he would be doing have taken 90 minutes so far. So,
He said, "Oh, about a half an hour each witness." And
yeah.
we're already on break, and he's not done yet.
Yeah, they should have at least the two sergeants should have evidence kits. And why can't you just use one of those evidence bags and put snow in that?
Yeah.
No,
And
no,
then
we
the guy
put it
that
in
went, "Let's
stroller
mark
cups.
it, mark it." Boop.
And again, what did the idiot do? Went over, put his finger into one of the spots where they believed there was blood. He didn't put an evidence marker. So you can't tell on the crime scene where everything was. It's so stupid. Back to what crime? No, we're about to talk about snow. Yeah, still direct. Nothing have happened. He couldn't open his own video file now. Could they have used a rope? Now you're asking questions you shouldn't ask, because that would make sense. And again, they could just have used the tape. It's not like there's never been a crime scene. And again, we saw him walking around the snowboard. It wasn't that windy. Oh,
But they couldn't get the crime scene tape to, lock it down. Like, come on, guys.
yeah. Yeah,
And if they had to take time out of their day to get a tent and all this other stuff to investigate a crime, I mean, they didn't have time for that. Nobody's got time
Nope.
for that.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
That's what came to my mind.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Exactly.
Well, we don't know that because no one looked for it. Yeah, we are having our morning break. With all the pictures of the house, the vehicles in the driveway, and a broken cocktail glass, how are they going to justify not going into the house? Because they didn't feel like it. How will they justify knowing the owner of the house? One of the questions, I believe, from Alan Jackson will be, did you know who lived at that house? Did you know that was the Brian Albert's residence? With a dead cop in his front lawn, weren't you concerned something could have happened to him? Why didn't you immediately go up to the house? Why didn't Sergeant Lang went up there till later?
Yeah.
I can't wait to hear what Jen McCabe, why she returned to the scene and hung out with her sister and her brother-in-law. That was a little tidbit I didn't know. Maybe I knew it, but I haven't really chopped on to before. Why would you go back to the scene of the crime and sit in the kitchen to talk to? Well, it's just so it's easy, so we could talk to the officer at the same time.
Yeah.
I bet you that'll be the answer. Auntie Bev will make up an excuse for the reason they did not enter the house and take photos. Yep, again, she's the queen of the castle. She decides what comes in. Hey, mom of 10. Or la mère de 10. That's the mother of 10 in French.
Good job.
Merci. That's thank you in French.
Merci.
Even if they cleaned it, you will have find something. Yeah, but now they put in an entirely new floor and sold the house, so don't worry about it. There's no reason to look inside the house. He was never inside the house. We know that for several witnesses, and that's how police often works. If they come upon a house and someone is saying, "We were told weed was sold at this address," we don't sell weed. Oh, pardonnez-moi. Sorry, sir. We got that information. We won't. You have a weird odor of pine and brown cakes, but it's probably nothing. Sorry, sir.
Yeah. Sorry, sir.
Arrivederci. That's
Yeah,
how
okay.
police normally works. No, she didn't mention she stopped. So I think, but again, normally she takes her lunch break from 1 to 2, so she could. Last week she came back late after lunch as well, so she could just, if it's just continuations, she could do them. Have they explained the weather conditions yet? Yes. It was very windy. He had to go pick up more clothes because it was very windy, but it's not more windy than too windy to put up a crime scene tape, but not so windy he couldn't blow snow away with a leaf blower. Of course, she's been home, but I think she's one of those type A personality who will just take down even more if someone says, "What's she doing?"
Mhm.
That's the judge. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Well, yeah. It was blowing from the north and the south, but they still blew away all the snow in this blizzard with a leaf blower because it's totally cromulent to blow a leaf blower at evidence. There's no way. Jamie, I know you take very good care of your gardening tools.
Yes.
How much dust are there collected inside the engine of a leaf blower that will blow right out onto all
Mine's
the
pretty,
evidence?
mine's pretty gross. Because I keep in the garage, so spiders get in there and everything.
Yeah, such a stupid. I knew this case was weird, but I didn't imagine it was. And nothing happens. We've been going at it. This is the third day because we have 2 half days. Nothing has happened so far, other than opening statement was the bomb, and McLaughlin probably lied, and Bev said, "Nah, don't matter."
Oh, they,
That's
they,
stupid. We just have to
so,
sit here and backpedal the entire time because nothing happens.
this is
It's
just too funny.
yeah.
I really didn't think that they were gonna draw attention to the fact they used the leaf blower and the solo cups. I didn't think we were gonna see a video of it.
No.
That was even stupider on video. Here we
Yeah.
are controlling our leaf blowing, just peeling back the layers of the
Layer by
snow.
layer, layer by layer, layer by layer.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, it's not like you down in Holland ever has wind blowing because you're straight up to the ocean. It's never like it blows down there. So how would we know anything about blizzards or wind? So far, all the prosecution has is a bunch of witnesses that don't want to be there and one snowblower. Yes. Gonna try on Valhalla's channel. You just keep freezing. If Valhalla's channel freezes, then I'm done for today. Have you tried, instead of just refreshing YouTube, closing your browser and coming back? Sometimes it works. And I can't. YouTube is a hole. Is it normal for the judge to go over evidence at home? I don't know. When I'm a juror, the judge will have read the case before we arrive because we do the sentencing at the same day, so he would have looked at precedents for those kind of crimes, so he kind of know what the ruling guidelines should be, and then so he would have looked at the evidence. He would have looked at like if there's a mental declaration, mental examination and stuff like that. So yeah, they do it in Denmark. But Grant says about the plastic cup. Oh, let's explain that. I don't. What, you haven't shared that one with me. Uh, 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 uh. The magic blower should be in evidence, I believe. Maybe one of them took it home. Oh, he deleted it. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Aw.
Bev is on her chair. Nothing is. I do have it up. I am kind of a professional. Bum, 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 bum.
I'm telling you. We just
Maybe
get
it got sent to the
frustrated.
farm with the dog. Yeah. But it's, again, blowing wind and air going up, because it'll have to be struck in through the motor to be blown out. So it'll be heated up. It's melting the evidence. It's so stupid. Oh, audio in court.
Well, I want to see this stupid video, damn it. Sorry. Getting feisty. Yes, Ariel. Yes, very much so.
Ariel, you are correct.
Mm-hmm. This is a crack team of investigators. Well, turn on the sound, you idiots. What are you showing? I don't, what is,
I'm kind of indignant this because I can't see anything.
I don't know, Danny, there's no sound.
Oh, it's the tail light.
But where is this? Because I can't hear what, are they, do you have sound?
Oh.
Or is it just us?
Sorry. Did the sound go out? I'm just going to
Yeah.
refresh
Oh,
and try to
okay.
put it back.
Yeah, there was no sound the whole time.
Sometimes StreamYard loses the. Let's go back and see what he said. Sorry. Tell me if the sound is back, because I can hear it.
That laser point direct the jury's attention
Yes,
to what
it's back.
movement to observe in this particular.
No, just show the video.
This is our Sally Port. You would come in Sally Port 4, exit Sally Port 3, like I said earlier.
You can see the
This
tail
is
light
the
is gone
vehicle they
down
were
here.
executing a search warrant on, and this is the crime scene tape.
And as far as
Ariel.
personnel from the state police that were present there, who, if anyone, was present there that you knew or were aware of?
I knew Trooper Proctor was there, and I knew the criminologist was there, and a photographer. I don't know them by name.
So
Is this inside already?
Criminalist, is that correct?
This is after it's been
Correct.
towed and
As well as,
deposited at
Proctor.
That's correct.
Did you know
at the
Trooper
Sally
Proctor?
Port.
I knew of him. I don't believe I ever met him prior to this. He has worked some cases with our detectives. I knew he was assigned to the DA's office, but I Not sure if I ever met him prior to this case.
Now, with reference to the vehicle, what, if anything, was placed around the vehicle, or did you observe around the vehicle?
There's crime scene tape, as you can see the yellow tape right there.
Just to be clear, the sort
Who
of
gives the crap?
part of the vehicle is sort of in the lower foreground of this vehicle.
This is the passenger side rear of the vehicle.
Now, at some point over the course of the time that you were there on February 1st, what, if any, other sort of specialized units within the state police were also present?
Eventually, I think they call it the CARS team. It's what I would call their, I guess, accident reconstruction team responded.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward within that video to approximately 9:44 p.m.
I believe he is, yes.
That's fine. A little bit now. Right there. If you could do this one. Now, Lieutenant, during this part of the video, in addition to the people that you've already referenced, who, if anyone else, was in the crowd at that time?
It's hard for me to say. I believe this is the criminalist. I believe if this is Trooper Proctor, this is me with the gray shirt, dress shirt walking in. That's me right there. And that's Trooper Proctor. I believe the photographer or another criminologist is here. I don't know what their title is.
Now, at some point during the execution of this search warrant, what, if any, issues did you become aware of with regard to the criminals?
They were having trouble. They were trying to remove the housing to the tail light, passenger side tail light, and they were having difficulty removing it.
And what, if any, assistance did you offer with regard to that?
I told them that we had an officer working who was in charge of our fleet maintenance and our mobile operations unit, who probably had the tools to do it. And he also had vast, extensive experience in auto body.
Who was that, sir?
That's Officer Brian Wanless.
And what, if anything, did you do with reference to Officer Wanless in regard to that area of the car?
I asked dispatch to ask him to return at approximately, I think it was 9:50.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to, not already there, move it up to 9:51 a.m. If you could just pause it for one moment, Ms. Gilman. So with reference to this particular portion of the video, Lieutenant, if you could direct the jury's attention to when you see Officer Wanless and when you see him come over towards that area of the vehicle. And Ms. Gilman, for your purposes, what I would ask is run this from essentially 9:51 a.m. through to about 9:58 and 30 seconds.
This is Officer Wanless right here. He examines it and he leaves momentarily. He dons a pair of gloves. And he exits, and he's going to come back with some tools. Here he comes. Places his toolkit on the tailgate.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, pause and ask a question.
And from your review of this video, what, if anything, do you observe Officer Wanda's do with reference to that rear passenger side taillight?
He re-enters the sally port and with some tools, and he places his toolkit down on the tailgate of the Lexus.
And what, if anything, do you observe him do after that?
He begins to work on the housing of the taillight.
Just come in if you could.
I want to see if it's this guy who makes the dent in the top of the housing. It looks like they are having a crowbar in it now.
Yeah,
This doesn't look
probably the
really
ones that-
professional.
not at all.
Yeah, he's narrating it. Well,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You can take it.
when we saw it first, it was
Lieutenant, with
broken.
respect to the items that you and the other officers recovered from 34 Fairview on the 29th, the criminalist that was depicted in that video, is that who you gave those items to?
I believe so, yes.
You gave those items to her directly, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that particular, I believe you testified earlier that you were looking to preserve biological matter, is that correct?
Yes.
And fair to say that your search of that area was confined to sort of where it was described to you, Mr. O'Keefe, has been found, correct?
That is correct.
Now, turning back again just to February 1st, and sorry to jump around, but back to February 1st, at some point you mentioned there was a crash reconstructionist from the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what, if anything, did you aid or assist or facilitate with reference to crash reconstructionist around the police station?
When they wanted to test the vehicle, I secured the parking lot. I advised no cruisers to return to the station, and I blocked the entryway with my marked cruiser and remained in my cruiser.
And later on that day, February 1st, where, if anywhere, did you go with respect to the crash reconstruction?
We went to 34 Fairview.
In addition to yourself and the trooper from the crash reconstruction, who, if anyone else, went with you?
Trooper Proctor was present.
And why did you go along with the troopers to that location?
Just so there was a Canton officer present. If any residents came out, I could communicate with them.
And to your knowledge, had Trooper Proctor been to Fairview prior to that date?
I have no knowledge if he had been there or not.
Oh,
What, if anything, did
Yeah,
you
that's-
direct either Trooper Proctor or the crash reconstructionist to once you were on scene?
I brought him to the area of where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
You showed them where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to, well, one on scene that day with Trooper Proctor and the crash reconstructionist, what, if anything, did you observe them to be doing?
I believe they were discussing, they were trying to place a drone up in the air, I believe, to map out the area.
Objection.
Did you see that? Or do you want me to strike
You said,
the, I believe they were trying to?
That'd be our preference.
All right, so that will be stricken, but your observation will remain.
Now, with reference, if I could draw your attention to February 4th of 2022, were you working that day?
I wasn't.
And at some point, did you receive a call in regard to
was
in regard to
shortly
this
after.
case, this investigation?
I did.
And who, if anyone, called?
Chief Berkowitz.
And what, if anything, did Chief Berkowitz indicate?
He asked me if I was working. When I told him no, he asked who was.
And who, if anyone, did you indicate to him was working?
I told him Detective Sergeant Lank was working.
And as far as what, if anything, was that call in reference to?
He stated he was driving in the area of 34 Fairview because of the warm weather and the warm rain in the last couple of days.
And what, if
Oh,
anything,
God,
did you
here we go.
indicate
He
you saw?
He believes.
Sustain, I'm going to see it sidebar, please.
Now they're gonna say he found
Here's his.
till. I was just driving by the scene because it's been raining and it's getting hotter.
It's just
So
warm day.
I just
and I'm
drove
just
down there.
Just cruising around.
Yeah. Yeah, and with my Coke bottle, thick glasses, I spotted a piece of tail light.
I can't see. I
This is
can't
so-
see anything, but that leaf blower
Look at
couldn't
that.
get those pieces. I mean, they were just. Oh, he looks so professional.
Imagine
with
being
his
that
sticker
poor lady
computer.
next to him. The amount of distance she had to grant, I bet you he smells like weed and patchouli. That's what I do whenever it's sun out. I think, oh, we used to have a crime scene here. Let me go see if I find something. Well, congratulations. It's the same day Valhalla has a birthday.
But they didn't see any of it while they were leaf blowing.
No,
around.
because the snow washed away by the rain left plastic.
Because the
on
snow piled up so
lawn.
high
So
that
just to
it
be clear,
covered all
Lieutenant, you
those
did not
red
go
taillight
Fairview Road on
pieces.
February 4th, 2020, correct?
I did not.
It's the press.
I have nothing further for this one.
All right,
God,
cross-examination.
thank God.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ugh.
Are you always lying when you lie?
Are you guys always idiots when you investigate a crime scene?
How many leaf blowers have you used in your 20 years as a cop? On a scale from 1 to grand, how stupid is it to use a leaf blower on an evidence? Yeah, 2 hours for a 30-minute witness.
She needs to yell at him.
Good morning.
When was the first time you were ever interviewed about your conduct on this case, your involvement in this case?
I don't recall.
It was about a month ago, wasn't it? April 3rd, 2024?
When I was interviewed by, I don't know who you're referring to.
Formal interview by any law enforcement agency.
Oh, I was never, until about a month ago, trial prep, I was not
Oh my
interviewed.
God,
correct.
really?
And that interview
Well,
was conducted by whom?
I met at the DA's office with the prosecutor, Adam Lowry.
And there was also a state trooper there,
There was,
Lieutenant Tully?
correct.
Okay. So Michael Proctor never formally interviewed you about your involvement in the case?
No, sir.
Never interviewed you about your involvement on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
No, sir.
Never interviewed you about your recovery of any physical evidence at the scene,
No, sir.
which would include
Wow.
the bloodstains as well as the piece of drinking glass?
That's correct.
Never interviewed you about where that evidence ultimately went and how it made its way back to Canton Police Department?
He never interviewed me, no.
And his partner, Yuri Butnik, also, I won't go through the litany of things, never interviewed you as well.
Correct.
And until
That's crazy.
April 3rd, 2024, nobody from the DA's office had interviewed you either.
That's correct.
Did you write a report about your involvement in the case?
Not on that particular day.
Did you write a report after that?
Yes,
When did you write that report?
possibly January 2023. I believe it was the request for the metadata, the acquisition of the photos report.
A year
Okay.
later?
You
Fair
wrote a
enough.
report a year later?
Did you ever, I'll narrow my question. Did you ever write a report about your involvement on the day at the scene?
No, I did not.
So that's not documented, at least by you, that's not documented anywhere.
That's correct.
Did you take notes when you were at the scene?
No,
Did you go back to the station and memorialize your findings and your conduct at the scene by taking notes back at the station?
no, I did not.
So you have no notes and no report about anything that happened at Fairview on the 29th.
Not myself, no.
Were you ever instructed by any superior? You're pretty high up in the ranks. You reported to whom?
At that time, I reported to the chief of deputy chief of police.
Right, either the deputy chief or the chief.
Correct.
Did either the deputy chief or the chief instruct you, Lieutenant, don't worry about writing a report in this case?
No, they never said anything like that.
You would agree that it's one thing to respond to a scene, it's another thing to actually gather evidence at a scene,
That's correct.
especially a scene where it's a potential, at that time, a potential homicide of a police officer.
That's correct.
Part of the reason for annotating, memorializing exactly what evidence is recovered is so you can relay that to other officers, correct?
Correct.
So for instance, in your direct examination just a few minutes ago, you said that you went back to the scene at one point. What was the date where the drone was considered?
February 1st.
You go back to the scene on February 1st. That's 3 full days after the event, correct?
That is correct.
After the incident. And you said, I directed them to where John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Yeah, sure. Yes,
But in fact, you never saw John O'Keefe's body, did you?
that's correct.
Okay, so you were giving them information that you had about which you had no personal knowledge, correct?
I had knowledge from other officers. I did not see John O'Keefe at the scene. He was transported to the hospital. That
No
is correct.
personal.
Yes.
So you couldn't determine exactly how he was positioned, right?
Not precisely.
From head to toe, right?
Not precisely.
Where his arms or his hands were.
That is correct. Yes.
He's a 6'2" man, correct?
I don't know.
You don't even know that?
I don't know his size now.
If I told you that he's over 6 feet tall, would you have any quarrel with that?
Hey, Val.
If Mr. Lally told me, I would take it as fact.
Fair enough. For purposes of my question, you don't want to take my word for it, but for purposes of this question, assuming that he's over 6 feet tall, there's a better than 6 foot margin for where he would be situated in the snow, correct? From toe to head.
Correct.
And the details matter in a case like this. In the investigation, the details matter.
Surely.
Accuracy is vital in a homicide investigation, correct?
Correct.
You did find some blood droplets. We saw it on the screen, correct?
Correct.
You also found part of the drinking glass, correct?
That is correct.
Did you did you endeavor to make a diagram of exactly where those items were found?
No.
You're aware, as you were the former chief of detectives?
I was a detective sergeant.
Detective sergeant. You were supervisor over detectives.
Correct.
You're aware of what cross coordinates are in measuring a crime scene, correct?
Yes.
You take a stable item like a flagpole, for instance, that might be one that doesn't move. You measure exactly from a compass position, exactly north or exactly west, a number of inches, maybe even down to meters and millimeters if you use that instead of inches, using meters, right?
Yeah, we don't employ that process.
So you don't employ a process where you could measure something from a known item north, south, east, or west, and then measure it from another known item and have an exact cross point of where that's
We don't typically exercise in that in our investigation.
Why?
You knew how to do that, though.
Yes.
I mean, you've been trained on how to do that,
Yes.
but you didn't employ that technique here.
No.
So the glass, where the glass was found, it's sort of an estimate.
Sure. Yes.
Okay. And where the blood was found, that's kind of an estimate also.
Yeah, we would guess that would be where his body was. Yes.
Okay. You just used the word guess.
Yes.
Right? But if you had actually documented it using cross coordinates, you wouldn't have to guess. You'd know exactly where the tip of his head was, where the tip of his toes were, correct?
No,
Why not?
Why?
because he wasn't there when we got there.
Fair enough. When I say you, I meant other officers. If someone had employed that before he was moved, they could have figured out exactly how he was situated, where he was in that yard, correct?
It would never happen. Life-saving measures come first. The officers are not going to start measuring while first responders are conducting life-saving measures. It doesn't happen.
Good point.
That's exactly right. But once the body was moved, for instance, Officer Saraf, who's literally standing there, could have said, okay, I just saw the tip of his head right here. He's now on the gurney. And he could have measured that, right?
He could have, yes.
And then he could have said the tip of his toes were right here, and he could have measured that.
Yes.
And certainly, when there's no life-saving measures at play, you could have done the same thing with the drinking glass and the blood spots.
That's correct.
And in terms of recovering those blood spots, I'll get back to that in a second, but in terms of recovering those blood spots, you indicated that you used temporary evidence containers, correct?
Plastic cups, I said, yes.
Before responding to 34 Fairview, and you indicated that you were told to respond to 32 Fairview, right?
That is correct.
That was a mistake on either dispatch's part or something.
Correct.
You figured out where to go once you got there.
You can tell by the emergency lights.
It was Sergeant Good who contacted you, correct?
That is correct.
And you were at home at the time,
That is correct.
which is why you needed to respond to Canton PD to get some foul weather here, correct?
Correct.
You also contacted Brian Albert's neighbor, a gentleman by the name of Tom Keller, correct?
That is correct.
And you wanted to let him know that you were responding over to the scene.
Yes, he was the lieutenant in charge of detectives at the time.
Lieutenant in charge of detectives and also the man who lived directly across the street from Brian Albert, correct?
I would say There's two property lines he's directly across from, 32 and 34.
Okay,
But yes, that vicinity.
okay. Is there a reason that you didn't contact Chief Berkowitz on that day to let him know where you were responding? Why did you pick Deputy Chief Kelleher?
Because that would be my next call. Like I said, he is the lieutenant in charge of detectives at the time. We were responding to a possible crime scene, a possible unattended death. He would be my call.
The normal chain of command.
Correct.
He didn't say
That you knew
Albert
at the
did
time
there.
that Chief Berkowitz was actually out on leave, having been injured on duty in some similar way.
I don't recall that. Chief Berkowitz is always present.
Not only did you respond to the scene, but either you were tasked by one of your superiors, or you, as the ranking officer on the. I guess I should ask this first. Forgive me. Were you the ranking officer on scene when you arrived?
Yes, sir, I was.
So either having been tasked by one of your superiors, or because you were the ranking officer on scene, did you take over the coordination of the preservation of that crime scene?
Yes, I did.
So others were sort of answering to you.
Correct.
You indicated that you had never preserved a crime scene in the snow before.
That's correct.
30 years plus, and your policing experiences here in the Boston area?
Correct.
Snow's a lot.
Sure.
In 30 plus years, you've never processed a crime scene in the snow?
No, I have not.
Lucky you.
Well, we don't typically process our own crime scenes. Sometimes we use the state police. Sometimes we use Plymouth County detectives.
So why didn't
So
you?
save the state police, or setting them aside because they were not tasked on this call yet.
Correct.
You were then in charge of preserving this crime scene, right?
That's correct.
What exactly did you do, if you can name the categories? What exactly did you do to actually preserve the entire crime scene?
Sure. I can tell you that I had Sergeant Good move all the cars so I could photograph the scene, documented by photo evidence. I told Detective Sergeant Lake, make sure he has initial statements from everybody present.
Document the crime scene. But what we saw was just some random wide shots and then some close-ups. Wouldn't you have, again, like he said, there's the fire hydrant, there's the flagpole, there's the electric box. Wouldn't you make sure that you took, so you could always reenact or go back to the scene and look for stuff there? Because when you don't have a place where the body was, all the evidence that shows up anywhere on the lawn must be connected to this. It doesn't make sense, Jamie. I'm sorry to say. I know you like this guy and you believe Karen Reed is guilty, but
And that's basically what we did prior to searching the scene itself.
With regard to Sergeant Lang, you told him to make sure that we had statements, your words, we had statements from all the witnesses that were at the scene.
Initial statements, yes.
Does that mean the people inside the house?
Yes.
Maybe people across the street, if there were people across the street?
No, it didn't include them at the time. It included people that were
Why
involved
wouldn't you, though?
from the prior night's incident.
Knock on the door and say, did you see anything last night?
I would call it.
At
yeah,
the
please
time
check
that
your ring
you
camera.
Tasked Sergeant Lang with this responsibility. Did you know personally that you were standing on the property of Brian Albert?
I did.
Did you also know that Sergeant Lang had an ongoing and a long time relationship with the Albert family?
Objection.
Did you know that?
I know he knew them. I think you're mischaracterizing the relationship.
Did you see a problem with having somebody who knew the parties taking the initial statements from those parties?
Not at all. Sergeant Lake, no issue at all.
Not in your mind?
Not in my mind.
Were you aware that before you got to the location, that Sergeant Lang had taken it upon himself to already make contact with the individuals in the house?
Objection.
It was
I'm
a
gonna see
question,
what
you
sidebar,
idiot.
please.
Why isn't he allowed to ask that? Oh, because Sergeant Lang may say he didn't do it. Well, if he knows it, then he can impeach him with that knowledge.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's complete conflict of interest. Come on now.
Yeah, but they conflicted out later, Jamie. Doesn't matter. And he never wrote a report because who needs reports? It's just paperwork.
Mm.
This is about the worst investigation we've ever seen. And we saw the Travis Rudolph one where, did you look for a gun? No, no one told me I was supposed to. But you're the lead detective. Yeah, but no one told me there was a gun.
No, if no one tells me about evidence, then I'm not going to find any evidence. That's what she said too.
Yeah. This is just stupid.
Yeah, and if
Yeah,
he's not,
we know he inserted himself in a case, but it's a 20-year-old case. How much evidence there's in it, I don't know.
yeah.
It's because it never snows in Massachusetts.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I?
Victim's family.
Lieutenant, just before we went to sidebar, I'd asked a quick question. Were you aware at the time that you tasked Sergeant Lang to go talk to the folks inside the house that he had already gone into the house to talk to them?
Yes, I did.
You indicated that one of the reasons, I'd like to move back, I'm bouncing around a little bit, I apologize.
I understand.
One of the things that you talked about was the preservation of the crime scene and the lack thereof because of the inclement conditions.
Correct.
There was wind blowing from all directions.
Yes.
There was snow falling.
Yes.
It was icy cold out.
Yes.
There was already snow accumulated on the ground, about 4 inches, you said.
At least it was different spots because of the wind drifts.
Wouldn't that be even more of a reason in a potential homicide investigation to adequately preserve the scene as best you possibly could?
Of course.
Wouldn't you want to, for instance, protect the area? You mentioned the tent.
Yes.
Wouldn't you want to make sure that anybody from the civilian side and or officers don't just start traipsing through the middle of the crime scene?
That was all done.
As a matter of fact, the first responders the EMTs had already done what they needed to do in the scene. And Mr. O'Keefe had been transported to the hospital, correct?
That is correct.
So that was not a concern.
No.
So nobody needed to be inside that scene that wasn't authorized to be there,
That's correct.
civilian or officers.
That's correct.
What is happening?
Who was it that told you specifically where John O'Keefe's body was?
I don't recall specifically. I had a collaborative meeting with Sergeant Lang and Sergeant Good.
Were you aware at the time that you had the meeting with Sergeant Lang that Sergeant Lang did not ever see John O'Keefe's body in the position?
Yes, I did. I don't believe Sergeant Good did, to my knowledge. I believe John O'Keefe may have been in the ambulance at that time.
John O'Keefe, I'm sorry, I got a little confused. John O'Keefe may have been in the ambulance at which time?
When some of the officers arrived.
Okay. So if that were the case, then they wouldn't have any personal knowledge of where John O'Keefe's body was either.
Exactly.
Not to your process.
You mentioned the tent.
Welcome, Raiders.
And you said that you, in an answer to a question by Mr. Lally, you did not go back to Canton PD to get the tent. You had a tent in your trunk or something?
That's correct.
Okay. When you interviewed with Lieutenant Tully, did he specifically ask you, this is about a month ago, did he ask you about the tent?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to review just a small snippet of your report, of his report?
Yes.
About your interview?
Yes.
May I approach you?
Yes.
We probably didn't have a tent.
At that and direct your attention to paragraph 4. Tell me if you recognize that document.
I don't recognize the documents. First time I've seen it.
Fair enough. Does it read the highlighted portion and tell me whether that refreshes your recollection about a conversation you had with Lieutenant Tully about the tent?
Okay, I didn't have.
Read it to yourself.
Yes, okay.
You've read that?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Do you recall telling Lieutenant Tully,
You can ask him what if that refreshes his recollection.
does that refresh your recollection at this point?
It doesn't change my recollection.
You said you didn't recollect exactly what you told Lieutenant Tully about the tent. And I'm asking, does that refresh your recollection about what you told Lieutenant Tully about the tent?
And that's not what I said about the tent.
Okay,
That was
so
exactly
you didn't
what he
say, I drove to Canton PD headquarters to retrieve a tent to protect the area where O'Keefe was found from falling snow, but never used the tent due to high winds.
We didn't have a tent at that time.
That wasn't my question. I'm being very specific. Did you say that to Lieutenant Tully?
No, that was misinterpreted.
Okay, so if he got that, if that's in his report, that's incorrect.
It's not accurate, correct?
Okay. Is there anything else that you read in that report that's not accurate?
You asked me to read the highlighted version. That's what I read. I didn't see, I didn't read any other part of the document.
He's good. He gets the defense dementia, but it's not too obvious.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I mean, he's not terrible. It's just a lot of stupid decisions they made.
Yeah.
You indicated, still staying on at the crime scene on January 29th, you indicated on direct examination
It's probably a mistake.
that the area adjacent to the blood stains that you saw and the drinking glass that you found, that area was somewhat trampled by, you presume, the first responders, the EMTs.
That's correct.
You also indicated that you didn't see any other signs of shoe prints going from the street to the house, correct?
From the scene to the house, correct?
From the scene to the house.
Correct.
Meaning, what do you mean when you say that, from the scene to the house?
So the house, you have the house, and the scene was to the far left, actually on the property line with number 32. So I didn't see any footprints. The only other footprints I saw was where the officers walked around and put up the crime scene tape.
Meaning walking through the yard
Correct.
and putting up crime scene tape.
Correct.
All right, and if somebody had, how many of those sets of prints did you see?
I don't recall.
Did you photograph or seek to have anybody else photograph the area from the scene?
She walked on the road. She
Just
didn't
those
walk
long shots
on the lawn.
that you saw in the exhibits.
Okay. And the snow was actively falling at the time, correct?
Yes,
So if there had been a print a couple of hours earlier, you very well might not see it.
that is correct.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about the collection of the blood. You found what you thought was blood initially, right?
That's correct.
Pink in color, reddish in color,
Correct.
and you began the process of removing layers of snow, in other words, dusting the area with a leaf blower.
That's correct.
Had you ever used a leaf blower in a crime scene preservation effort?
First time.
First time? And you indicated your testimony was temporary evidence containers to collect that blood, correct?
Yep, we utilized cups, plastic cups.
Those were red Solo cups, right?
That's correct.
The same kind of red Solo cup you drink beer out of at a barbecue?
Yeah, sure, you could.
Objection, Your Honor. Strike.
Why?
I'll allow it.
Why?
There's
That's
nothing
what it
special
is.
about the red Solo cup?
Other than their plastic, nothing special.
And where did you get those red Solo cups?
We got them from Lieutenant Kelleher.
So in other words, you got the, to use your words, the evidence containers from a neighbor.
Correct.
He had some Solo cups in his house.
We asked him if he had any plastic containers, any type of plastic container that we could utilize.
How far were you from Canton PD? From 34 Fairview to Canton PD? Give me an idea.
Mile and a half.
So even in really bad
Couldn't
weather,
drive a mile and a half.
4 minutes, 5 minutes?
There was no
All right,
civilians
drive.
out there, but they
Sure.
were in and out at all the civilians' houses.
You didn't go back to Canton PD to get actual evidence containers, correct?
We wouldn't have temporary plastic containers that what we were looking for. We're looking to take samples of snow. We wouldn't have had, I know for a fact we did not have those. If we needed bags, needle containers, things of that nature, we're all set. But as far as plastic containers that we wanted to utilize, we didn't have them.
So
Any
get a
glass
dirty Solo
containers?
cup from the neighbor.
So Canton PD does not have or utilize evidence collection containers that are plastic?
We have needle containers that are plastic. We have blood swabs that are in plastic containers. But for what we wanted to take a sample, we did not have. So we improvised.
My next question is, certainly Canton PD employs and owns sterile swabs.
Correct.
Sterile swab is in a container that's long, and usually the swab is connected to the lid, pop it
Correct.
out, and then it's sealed
That's correct.
and forensically stable, correct?
Yes.
And the reason that it's sealed and forensically stable is so nothing can contaminate the sample, correct?
Sure.
But
Yes.
just as importantly, the blood sample can't contaminate anything else.
Correct.
Did you
This is
go
amateur hour.
to Canton PD a mile away and get sterile swabs for the blood collection?
Blood was frozen. We didn't think it would be viable.
You didn't think it would be viable?
Correct.
If you touched the swab to cold blood, you think you might get some blood on that swab?
I wasn't sure it would be efficient for testing.
So what you did instead was you gathered red Solo cups from a neighbor, unsterilized, and scooped up the snow with what you thought the blood was, and just carried them back to the truck?
Nope. We took 6 samples, individual samples. Our philosophy was we'll let the crime lab extract it the way they best see fit. Those 6 samples were bagged and then transported back to Canton Police Headquarters and placed into evidence.
Were they covered?
No, not that I recall.
They weren't sealed in any way?
No.
So if somebody sneezed over the top of one of those cups?
They were sealed in a bag, brown evidence bag. At that time, nobody was going to sneeze over the cup.
Do you have a rough estimate of how many people handled those red Solo cups before they were used to collect blood evidence in this homicide case?
You want me to estimate?
Give me an idea.
Sure. Sergeant Lang.
No, I'm sorry. My question was a bad one. Before you took possession of the red Solo cups, do you have any idea how many people before you had handled those Solo cups?
I took them out of a package, so probably none.
How about before they were packaged?
I assume Solo doesn't sell contaminated cups. I would say none.
So they're certainly
okay.
not forensically stable, not sterile.
By your, I don't know what definition you're looking for, but I would
Yeah, they
agree.
sterilize those Solo cups before they put them in the bag for
I
us to
think
buy.
it's
Okay.
standard practice for a police department to borrow red Solo cups from a neighbor to gather evidence.
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that,
Of
Lieutenant.
course not. Nothing about the scene was standard.
Right.
Well, it should have been.
The glass shard. I'll touch on the Solo cups in just a second, but I want to talk about the glass shard of the drinking glass. Were you the one that found the drinking glass?
I was operating the leaf blower and uncovered the glass, yes.
So you were the first one. Well, I guess you couldn't tell me if you're the first one, but you noticed it pretty quick.
I wouldn't say it was quick, but we uncovered it.
Okay. And then there is you mentioned a CARS report in your direct examination. There was a report done of where some of these items were found, correct?
You'll have to clarify. I'm not
Sure.
sure what you mean.
Did you mention a CARS report, which is a report of the crime scene, where things were located, mapping of those things?
You objected. It was sustained. I never got to answer that question.
Touche. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I
You
show you a
said
trick
touche.
maybe I learned as a young apprentice?
Recognize that.
You can take a bag and then you can do this.
I don't recognize it. I could tell you what it is.
A lot
That's
of
okay.
dog
If you don't
owners
recognize
probably
it,
know this trick.
That's all I need.
Then you
Go
grab
ahead.
the evidence
Thank you.
and you do this, and you don't
Are you
contaminate anything.
familiar generally?
Yeah.
I don't
you-
necessarily need to talk
then you
about this
seal it
one,
so
but
no
are
one
you
can
familiar
sneeze on it.
generally with CARS reports?
Not at all.
Not at all. It's not sort of in your
It's better
framework.
than a
Not in
red
my
Solo
realm.
cup.
Okay. Are you aware that there is a process by which items of evidence are mapped, or they attempt to be mapped for a crime scene?
I don't do homicide investigations. I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
I don't do homicide
Again,
investigations. You
with
shouldn't be
regard to
doing
where
one.
the blood drops were found, let me go back to one other question I had. You said you took 6 samples, correct?
That's correct.
Did you precisely indicate in any report or note or diagram exactly which blood drops were in which
Freaking-
solo cup?
I did not.
Scammer over on Rumble.
As you were using that snowblower and you uncovered the glass cup and more of the blood samples, at any point, did you see a size 12 men's shoe black in color?
No.
At any point, did you see a man's baseball hat black in color?
No.
You actually dug out a portion of you didn't dig it out, you moved it with your foot, or somebody did, portion of the berm or the curb that separates the street from the yard, correct?
That is correct.
At any point along that curb line, did you see a men's shoe?
Along the exposed curb line, no.
Did you see it anywhere else?
No.
And you didn't see a hat anywhere else?
No,
You didn't see any bright red taillight material anywhere else?
I did not.
You did not see any clear taillight material?
I
plastic
did.
material?
I did not.
You did not see any black plastic material? No. You certainly didn't see 45 pieces of plastic material?
I did not.
If you had found a broken glass, if you find a broken glass on somebody's yard in a situation like this, did that seem out of place to you?
They were coming from a bar. It didn't seem totally out of place, no.
At the time that you found the broken glass, would you rationally think, well, maybe the rest of this glass is inside the residence?
No.
You did not think that?
No, there was a reason that I didn't think that.
Did you think that, well, let me ask you this. Did you ever go inside the house to search for the other part of the glass?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Why?
Because you made up your mind initially where that glass came from.
Objection.
You can answer that, sir.
Oh, Lally.
No,
Did you search the house
Why?
for any other matching glasses?
no.
Matter of fact, you didn't search the house for any physical items, did you?
Of course not.
Is that
Why?
because that house belonged to a
Why?
Boston police officer?
No, it's because it requires probable cause, as you know, which we did not have.
Or at least you didn't think you had at that time.
We knew we didn't have it.
Did you seek it from a judge?
I'm familiar with what probable cause is.
Did you seek a probable cause warrant from a judge?
No, I did not.
Right.
Well, you didn't seek anything out.
No, because
Did
I
you
knew
ask for consent to search the house?
We wouldn't do consent, and that's in a death investigation.
Yeah, that wasn't my question. My question
No,
was,
I did not.
okay. Is that because you were at the house of a Boston police officer?
No, it's because we wouldn't do it. Because if consent is denied, we still don't have probable cause, and we still couldn't search the house.
There's
But you never
a
asked,
guy
did you?
on the
Never
guy's
asked.
lawn.
Yeah.
How would you not
Why
have
isn't there probable cause?
I don't
Again,
understand
you
that.
did have problem. If you talk to Karen Reed, she said I dropped him off. He went to the house. Then you have probable cause to go look inside the house.
Well, yeah. And he's on the lawn. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Why didn't you say, "Hey, buddy, we found a glass out there. Do you have any cocktail glasses? Can we see them?" You're a PD, just to check the bases and make
Why don't
sure
you just
that.
ask? And if he says no, go get your warrant.
Yeah. And again, she
According to your interview with Lieutenant Tully, after going to the scene the first time, you then returned back to Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes,
At that point, you remember having a conversation with Chief Berkowitz, correct?
that is correct.
And you indicated that having that conversation with Chief Berkowitz, that was about Canton Police Department recusing themselves.
Not doing any further investigative interviews, yes.
And you indicated actually in that conversation that you agreed with Chief Berkowitz that Canton should be recused, correct?
He agreed with me.
Was your assessment that the recusal should take place?
Yes, it was.
And he agreed?
That is correct.
Okay. And the reason for that recusal was because of the relationship between the Albert family and the Canton Police Department?
No,
What was the reason for the recusal?
The reason was we had a Boston police officer on another Boston police officer's lawn or property, and that property owner was the brother of somebody in our investigative unit.
That's one way to put it. Another way to put it would be because of the Albert family having a relationship with the Canton Police Department.
It has to do with Detective Albert having a relationship with his family.
Right. Or the other side of that is his family having a relationship with Canton Police Department.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Go ahead. Move on, please.
What time was that conversation with Chief Berkowitz?
It was after 8 a.m. when we got back to the police department.
You then traveled back to 34 Fairview to interview the homeowners with Sergeant Lang?
Sergeant Lake was doing the interviews, yes, but I accompanied him.
Okay. Approximately what time did you arrive back at 34 Fairview to engage these interviews?
Approximately 9 o'clock.
They both went in after
Were
they
you and
conflicted out.
Sergeant Lang well, let me ask you this. At that time, did you know whether Sergeant Lang had already gone into the home?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you knew that you were not the first person to go in and make contact with the individuals inside the home. That was Sergeant Lang.
Sergeant Lake and Sergeant Good, correct.
Before you ever got there?
Correct.
Okay. Did they show you any documentation, notes or anything of that initial interview?
No.
Do you know whether or not they took notes of that initial interview?
I don't.
Do you know whether they recorded that initial interview?
I know they did not.
You indicated that you personally knew Brian Albert. Is that right?
I knew him since I became a police officer, yes.
And so you indicated that you had a professional relationship with him, but not necessarily a personal relationship with him.
Correct.
Did you know that he was in the house before you walked in the house?
No, I did not.
What was your personal your professional interaction with Brian Albert before you walked into that house that day?
Previously?
Correct. In general.
So in general, as a detective, he was with the fugitive unit at one point. He was helpful when we had a fugitive we needed to apprehend in Boston, things of that nature, job-related things.
Had you ever, for lack of a better phrase, hung out with Brian Albert?
Not a day.
Never socialized with him?
No, not intentionally. It's possible if I went to a retirement party, could he have been present? Possibly, but not that I'm aware.
But you had no social relationship with him?
Zero.
You indicated that there were 5 or 6 people inside the house, including Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe.
Yes, that is correct.
So you clearly knew those 2 people.
I didn't know Jen McCabe. I know that Sergeant Lake was going to speak with her, but I didn't know her personally. I never had a conversation with her.
What was it about Jen McCabe that you recalled as opposed to the other 4 or 5 people that were in the house?
Sergeant Lake was talking to her.
You just remember that name?
That's who he went to talk to.
Got it. So he went back specifically with the intent of talking to Jennifer McCabe.
That's correct.
That's when you accompanied.
That is correct.
Was that interview recorded?
No,
Did you take any notes about that interview?
I did not.
Did you write a report about that interview?
I did not.
You said that there were, other than Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe, there were 3 or 4 other people in the house.
Yes.
Were those 3 or 4 other people in the house at the time that John O'Keefe was found dead or dying on the lawn?
I don't have the answer to that.
Did you think that might have been an important thing to find out?
Again, I didn't think of that at that time, and I didn't think it was important at that time. I knew that Sergeant Lank had already interviewed people in the house.
You had what you knew at that time, Lieutenant, was you had an officer, a Boston police officer, who was either dead or dying on the front lawn of a house with a bunch of occupants, and you didn't think that it was necessary to investigate or interview those occupants yourself?
No, I did not. At that time, I wanted to not participate in investigative interviews.
You did tell Lieutenant Tully in your interview with him, you volunteered that Brian Higgins was not present when you went back to the house, correct?
I didn't believe he was.
What, you didn't believe he was?
No, I don't recall Brian Higgins being there. I don't recall who the other people were at that time.
But Brian Higgins was not one of them.
I don't know the answer to that. He could have been. I can't say with certainty.
You know Brian Higgins.
I do.
Obviously, you know him well.
I do.
Matter of fact, you occupy sort of the same space at Canton PD, correct?
That is correct.
You might see him most days out of the week.
No, but I know him.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you've got a social relationship with Brian Higgins as well.
I have been social with Brian Higgins, yes.
So you know him professionally and socially. You can't tell the jurors whether or not he was in that home when you went back over there to interview individuals about a Boston police officer who had fallen and was either dead or dying on the front lawn.
Objection.
Go ahead and answer that, sir.
I can't answer that question. I had no conversation with Brian Higgins, so I don't recall.
You do know that on January 29th, well, let me ask you this. Foundationally, did you go back after that series of unrecorded interviews? Did you go back to Canton Police Department and work the rest of the day?
Yes.
Brian Higgins was also at the station for nearly the entire day.
Again, I don't recall that.
You're aware that Brian Higgins had been granted a key card for the station?
Yes.
I'm guessing that is a relatively rare thing if you're not a Canton police officer to have a key card and full access to the station.
There were a couple of ATF agents that had that access, yes.
Okay, but he was one of them.
Was one of them, yes.
Is that access restricted, Lieutenant? In other words, does his key card work the same as your key card?
I don't know the answer to that.
He would have, to your knowledge, he roamed throughout the station at will, correct?
I don't know how he roamed. He's a very private person. You very rarely see him. His habits were he'd go up a front stairwell right to his office.
But his access, I guess I'm struggling with the question. His access was not limited to your knowledge.
I don't know the answer to that. I can't answer that to my knowledge.
He could go into any door he wanted to.
I would doubt it.
You would doubt that it would be limited.
I would doubt he'd have unlimited access.
Was it Albert or
The
Higgins
patrolmen
who had
don't
the
have
key
full
card?
access. It all depends by your grade. Where he's an outside agency, I'm sure he had limited access.
Who has access to the Sally Point?
The doors, only whoever's in the dispatch area, the overhead doors. There is one.
Jamie, was it Higgins or Alberts with the key card?
Higgins.
Pedestrian door that everybody would have access to.
So he would have access to that as well.
Yes.
Where is Chief Berkowitz's office in relation to the rest of Canton PD, the physical building?
The best way to describe it, I don't know if the jury is familiar with the building, but if you were looking from Washington Street dead on, it's the top floor, far left office.
And is that, I don't know this, I'm not being, it's not rhetorical. Is it 3 floors or 2 floors?
So it's really 3 floors, but it's numbered 1, 1A, and 2.
So he would be on 2, 3 physical floors up.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you. When you had the meeting that you earlier described with Chief Berkowitz, where you indicated Canton PD needed to recuse itself, was that in his office or someplace else?
I was in the office of the detective sergeant.
Which is where?
It's on floor 1A.
All right, we're going to take a 5-10 minute break.
Why?
Why?
Why don't we take lunch in 15 minutes? Why are we taking a break
I can't
right
stand
now,
this lady.
Bev? So she had to clean up
Anyways.
something? Yeah, Ariel, I know they take lunch at 1, but if you're gonna take a break now, why not just take lunch? And again, he was in the ropes. Grant, give me the update, Grant.
Oh, Grant, please give us
Monday,
your
Wednesday,
thoughts.
Wednesday, Friday, full days. Yeah, because the defense is asking good questions. So now we know that Higgins had free roam at the police station. We know that no one thought that it could be interesting to talk to anyone in the house and ask them, hey, do you have any cocktail glasses that looks like this? Because they had no probable cause.
Well, I
On a scale
mean,
from
yeah, the guy could have said no, but then you go get your warrant. You know
yeah,
what I mean? Like, come on. That's just clear to me that they obviously treated him differently, you know? I mean, that's just what it's showing to
yeah,
me.
and again, no one of the neighbors came out. I didn't see any civilians, but you went into the deputy chief of police's house to get solo cups. You called him before you arrived at the scene.
Yeah.
I would love to hear if his phone records might show a call to Brian Albert.
Mhm.
Grant says this witness is dominating an idiot. Yeah, but Grant is a certified idiot.
No, he's not. I mean, he's just bringing out all the nonsense.
I can make a certificate saying he's an idiot.
I know. You should.
Yeah, I bet she would not do this to the prosecution. Exactly. Yeah, and her dad is working for the CIA and is connected to the mafia. I want to smoke what Grant smokes because it's really funny stuff he thinks of.
Oh yeah.
They won't get that. Everything will be deleted by now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's because then Meat Hook doesn't have to yell at me when I try to ask Jamie 3 times who had the key card, and she's just sitting there looking at the screen like.
Oh, because you keep cutting out, so I couldn't really tell what you were saying. So I was just like, it's important. He'll pause.
I can also guarantee Grant hasn't taken the class in law school on this topic yet because it's not allowed for 1L. No, and he's not a law student anymore. He just went to law school for fun, like most people do.
Yeah, that's what. Come on.
That's a good kid.
And you couldn't, yeah. If you don't have the tools to investigate this crime scene properly, then maybe you need to contact people that do.
Yeah.
Talking about like, oh, we don't have that stuff at the office. Okay, well then find somebody who does.
As someone said, how many drug tests do they do?
Oh, I'm sure they got the sterilized cups. Yeah.
Yeah, they are in a sterilized plastic bag. You just use that container because it's sterilized.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying they botched this on purpose, but imagine, and I won't put any faith in the jury, but at least one person in the jury must be sitting there thinking like we do. Swing by when I'm in the US. Well, I don't know where you live, but I might.
Well, that's the whole thing is like it's not necessary that everybody was just out there, you know, being corrupt, right? These guys just didn't do their job.
Yeah.
And then they kind of just like lackadaisy, just whatever about Brian Albert. It's his house. We didn't really, I mean, don't give us this crap about probable cause when I really don't think you're gonna sit there. You're not thinking this man did anything. That's what it is. Just be honest.
They never ever had that conversation saying, "Hey, Lang, should we search the house?" No,
Yeah.
they said, "Oh, it's Brian." Amazing first baseman
Brian,
on
why
there.
would we? I mean,
Yeah.
the guy was found on his lawn, but he didn't do anything. They're not connected to any of this. No way. No way. I mean, that's really what it is.
Dooner, 1950. This trial is a comedy of lies. Well, it's something. I don't know if it's a comedy, but I would say it's a farce because this is the best the police could offer. This was the guy who was head of or sergeant, detective, whatever he called it. This is absolutely crazy that it has gotten this far.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. They would have said, "Oh, we just found a dead police officer on another police officer's lawn. Should we go in and take a look?"
Yeah, can we get a warrant to search the guy's house?
Yeah, and again, so it was because of the Albert's connection to the Canton Police Department. No, it was because of Brian Albert was a Boston cop and his brother was a Canton police officer. Yeah, that's what I said.
Exactly, old Einred, like exactly. Now you're
He's the
gonna just
supervisor.
do your own thing, because
Yeah. Crime tape, they were inside the house. They filmed all the evidence collection. Garage, the movie wasn't missing. A bit of success, though. Crime tape, yeah, that blew away. They were inside the house, yeah, but they didn't search the house. They filmed all the evidence collection. They haven't shown us that yet, other than a guy poking his finger in a blood pool. And they used contaminated containers to gather all the evidence. And they never found the phone, the shoe, 45 pieces of taillight. And I know, Nima, you're very, very against Karen Reed, and that's fine. I love you. You're Swedish.
what else did they say though? They said something else. The hat.
No hat, no shoe, no taillight, no other clear glass. And where's the mobile phone found underneath his body?
I haven't talked about that yet. That's
funny. Haven't really gotten to that. So a few wins? No, a lot of wins. And could you explain why Jen McCabe is at the house? Why call a witness to another witness house to interview them? Is that normal police procedure? Je ne sais pas, but I don't think so. But I love your optimism that you believe Lally, with his 7 objections, where Bev said, nope, is having a field day. The man is so incompetent he couldn't show a video. But that's just doesn't matter. Go and look for something in a house. No, we don't do that. Isn't there footage of John and Karen at the waterfall? Where's that video? That'll be brought in later.
Yeah. Will probably be brought in with all those witnesses, right? I'm sure. With Albert.
Oh, have you been blocked by Grant too? Should we make an offer of $25 a piece if you'll unblock us? I should do an evening show. Yeah, well, I should get some sleep sometimes, maybe. But those days were the half days. I should just go through Grant's Twitter. That could be amazing content. I could call it Space
the trial,
Hour.
and then we'll read it what he's tweeting about and see if it,
Oh, that could be amazing. Could I set up a bot that got? I have another account on X. Could follow him and then steal all of it. Maybe if I told him how proud I am of him, he would send it to me.
You're gonna have to set up a fake account just to follow Grant.
It's not a fake account. It's my real name account. So that's why I don't use it.
Don't do that. No, get a phony one.
Yeah, Grant is in court. He's dancing all the time. Yeah. 1 Happy Meal per 1 unblock. Yeah, but I love that he was begging for money a week ago because he had $17 negative on his account. And what does he spend his money on? This shitty water. It was all the hype in Denmark a year ago. Now it's now they're giving it away for 75 cents. So that's why I bought it, just to taste it. Monster drink, that's like $3 in Denmark. I don't know what it costs where you live. Some chips, because why not get a good breakfast with you?
Yeah.
He's not just an idiot on Twitter, he's also an idiot with his money. Yeah, the phone was found later. That's the problem, Nima. All that evidence, you just heard him testify.
Heard about it yet, though.
No. he testified, we didn't find any of it. He was the guy running around with the snowblower. They found none of the evidence that magically appeared 11 hours later. And I know I'm an idiot because I'm a blonde, but tell me how things like that happen. How evidence is easier to find when more snow has fallen. I know a lot of the Karen Reed must be guilty because I don't like Turtle Boy crowd, and I know you're not one of those. Don't care about the facts in the case, but the facts in the case are not one single piece of evidence connected to the tail light was found at the scene in the initial search of the scene. It didn't show up until 11 hours later. That's just not physically possible. And even the staunchest hater of Karen Reed should be able to say, I have reasonable doubt, because how did that arrive at the scene? Because they ran around with snow blowers. Why didn't they find one speck?
And it's red
Of
and
glass.
white. Very distinctive.
How much
contrast
time
of
between
colors.
death and Sallyport video? I believe that was on the 2nd, so roughly he died on the 29th, and I think that was the 2nd of February. Thank you, Vince. And Lynn Dalton became a member again. She's been a member before.
I think Karen Reed has every right. Because she said, I don't like the circus that Karen Reed has created. Well, she's being charged with a crime that she...
What the F? So if I accuse you of, let's just say I was in Sweden last weekend and Nima sexually assaulted me, and you said, absolutely not. I can prove you weren't in Sweden. I would say, why make such a circus? You should just take it lying down. Go to the police and admit, come on now. And the phone wasn't found immediately, but John was found. If it was, who did it?
Yeah.
How did it get to the possession of the lead investigator? No one can tell you that either. I love this. And thank you so much, Legendary Racing, for 5 gifted membership to Mimi, Janine, Wolfram, Matzi Abianati, and Chapped Ass. There's always one in there.
Here is.
And we're back. Judge, could you please help me?
We don't know that, Nima. She's being
Thank you.
accused.
Goes back in session, maybe, Susan.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. You had started to tell us who at the scene, who handled those solo cups. Can you describe that for us, please?
I handled them to the scene. Sergeant Lang collected the samples.
Under your supervision?
Yes.
Did anybody other than Sergeant Lang handle those solo cups?
No.
So once they were in his possession, they remained in his possession until they were booked into evidence?
They were bagged, placed in Sergeant Lang's vehicle. He transported them to Camp Police Headquarters, transported it into the office, and logged them in as evidence, yes.
Did you watch all that happen?
I did not.
You did not. So you're presuming those next steps after he was out of your view?
I know that because he told me so.
Well, that's hearsay. Move to strike, Your Honor.
All right, I'll strike the end of that.
Thank you. Not what he told you, what you observed.
I did not observe him place it in evidence, yes.
At what point did you lose sight of those solo cups?
When I got in my vehicle to leave the scene.
So once the solo cups were in you saw them go in the brown paper bag,
That's correct.
the evidence bag. Then you saw them go in the truck.
That's correct.
And at that point, you don't have any personal information about what happened with solo cups. Personal observations.
Until I remove them from temporary evidence, I have no recollection. Correct.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about once you were inside the home. You've already indicated that you did not seek a search warrant. You did not seek consent to search the home, correct?
That's correct.
Did you look around the house for any sign of a struggle or a fight?
No.
Did you go to the basement at all?
No.
Had you ever been in the house before that morning at 9 a.m.?
Never.
Sorry?
Never.
Okay. Did you go to the backyard?
No.
Did you personally observe whether or not that house has a bulkhead door that services the basement?
I have no idea.
Did you photograph any portion of the house?
The front of the house.
Sorry, bad question. Good point. Inside the house, did you photograph any part of the house?
No.
Did you have a cell phone with you?
Yes.
Has a camera on it?
Yes.
You could have photographed it, you chose not to.
I would have needed permission or a warrant.
And you got neither.
That's correct.
You sought neither.
That's correct.
Did you photograph any of the individuals in the home for instance, for injuries or anything like that?
No.
Did you or Sergeant Lank separate the witnesses before they were interviewed?
There was only one witness he was interviewing,
Who was that?
Jen McCabe.
Where was everybody else in the house?
I believe they were all in the same area, the kitchen. I believe it was the kitchen.
Those individuals were not taken to a different part of the house.
Not that I'm aware, no.
They were allowed to communicate with and among one another.
Sure, yes.
And I think you already answered this, but I'm going to ask it just to make sure I'm clear. None of that interview of Jen McCabe was not recorded in any way. Audio or video recorded.
Correct.
How long were you inside the house for that interview?
10 minutes, maybe.
Other than Jim McCabe being interviewed, were any of the other witnesses inside that house asked any questions by Sergeant Lank or by you?
No, not that I believe so. Not that I recall.
Were you the person on February 1st who gave access to the Massachusetts State Police to the Sally Port?
I was probably one of them. The Sally Port doors can only be opened by dispatch.
Did you approve or authorize those doors to be opened for purposes of MSP coming in, Massachusetts State Police coming in and processing that vehicle?
I don't know if I specifically did it at that point, but I certainly would, yes.
You knew that the vehicle had been in that Sally Port since January 29th in the afternoon, correct?
I don't believe what point I knew it was in the Sally Port, but I did know it was there for days before, yes.
Okay. And if it had been there from January 29th to February 1st, that's 3 full days.
That's correct.
From the time that SUV arrived and was situated in the Sally Port, how many people had access to that truck, that SUV?
How many people had access to the Sally Port, or is that one? Are you asking one
I'm
of
the same.
I would say the entire department.
Dozens?
Yes, correct.
Hundreds?
No, we're very small.
I don't know that.
So we're probably 45.
45. And just about every one of those 45 people would have access to that Sally Port and that SUV had they wanted to.
Had they wanted to, yes.
And that 45 doesn't include Brian Higgins.
It probably does, but he would have access as well.
Thank you. Those same individuals that would have access to the SUV inside the Sally Port, very obviously, would also have access to anything else that had been placed in the Sally Port along with the SUV, correct?
That is correct.
Did you photograph or cause to be photographed that SUV immediately upon its arrival into the Sally Port on January 29th?
I wasn't working, no.
Did anybody, to your knowledge, seek to photograph the condition of that vehicle immediately when it arrived at the Sally Port?
I wasn't there, I can't say.
You've certainly never seen any photographs from January 29th immediately when that SUV was brought into the Sally Port, right?
Other than our evidence, I haven't seen any evidence in this case.
You indicated that Massachusetts State Police was having some difficulty removing the light. We saw a short snippet of the video, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Who made the decision to even remove the taillight? Was that Canton PD or was it Massachusetts State Police?
That would have been somebody within the state police.
Okay. And then you contacted Officer Wanless to actually facilitate the removal of that light, right?
I contacted dispatch to ask Officer Wanless to return.
And you knew at the time that Officer Wanless was a sworn Canton police officer.
That's correct.
But Lieutenant Gallagher, you told us just a few minutes ago that you and the chief, actually you and the chief agreed that the Canton Police Department was completely recused from this case and the investigation based on a conflict of interest, correct?
No, you're spinning it. What I said was from participating in investigative interviews.
So they could take part, Canton Police Department could take part in any other part of the investigation, according to you, with the exception of investigative interviews?
We can open doors, we can facilitate things, yes.
Remove taillights?
It is nothing, no, yeah, if it's an assist, round peg, round hole, absolutely, yes.
Okay, so in other words, Canton Police Department, notwithstanding the conflict of interest, was still allowed to participate in the investigation of the Karen Reed matter.
There was no conflict of interest. I said appearance of conflict of interest, so we have to be careful. I didn't believe that there was a conflict. I honestly believe we could have investigated this case,
Well,
but it wasn't the appearance of such a conflict.
You also didn't believe that there was probable cause to search the house either.
I know
That answer will step. It's stricken and so's the question.
Yeah.
So Canton Police Department was in fact, at your authority, given permission to manipulate that light in terms of pulling it out of the SUV, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why?
Canton Police Department was allowed to facilitate the removal of that light.
Yes,
And during the course of the removal of that light, that taillight was broken, correct?
that's correct.
And shattered.
Yes.
Parts of it that were falling onto the ground.
I don't think there was anything falling on the ground at that point.
So now we do have evidence that that taillight, in some way, shape, form, or fashion, was broken or broken more once it was inside the Sally Port in Canton PD's custody.
You're gonna have to rephrase that. I don't understand the broken more part.
During the removal process, that light was broken even more.
No.
You just said so. No, this is the third cop on the stand.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Everyone is. I'm not
Just take a look at that photograph and tell me if you
a
recognize
lawyer
it.
like her, but even
I don't
can see
recognize
this
the
is
photograph.
stupid.
First time I've seen it.
Do you recognize what's depicted in the photograph?
It's a broken taillight.
Does that appear to be the taillight that was removed during the process that we saw in the video just a few minutes ago under direct examination?
I can only assume it is. I've never examined the light.
So you can't assume. So can you answer the question, Lieutenant?
No,
You don't recognize it?
no.
Okay, and were you, I didn't see you on the video, but it was a very dark video. Were you there?
Yes, I'm in the gray shirt.
Okay, were you there as Officer Wanless was actually removing the taillight from the vehicle?
Not sure. I'd have to watch the video again.
Okay.
You were
Do you
there.
recall if pieces and parts were being broken off and shattered while he was removing it?
Not at all.
May I approach?
Yes.
Let's watch the video again. Hey, little D, hope you're feeling better.
Were you
That's
the
her face.
person who actually recovered? I think you did answer this. You were not the person who knelt down and actually recovered the blood droplets.
Correct.
That was Sergeant Lyon.
That's correct.
When you gave the, sorry, let me rephrase that. Was it you or Sergeant Lank that put the solo cups into the evidence bag?
Sergeant Lank.
Was that in your presence? Yes. Okay. How long before, after he put the solo cups in the evidence bag, did he put the evidence bag in his truck?
Seconds, less than a minute.
And then how long did the truck sit there until he left or you left and you were no longer able to observe it?
He left immediately.
You were at the location the location of the Sally Port on February 3rd. You've already testified to that, correct?
No, I testified February 1st.
I'm sorry, my mistake, February 1st. You also indicated that at your direction that Sergeant Lang booked the solo cups into the evidence locker.
That's procedure, yes.
Right. I understand it's procedure. I'm asking if he actually did it.
Yes.
Okay. Did you see a log of that?
Excuse me?
Did you see a log of that?
I saw the police report,
Which police report?
the original call.
Okay. And in that police report, he indicates that he took the solo cups back to Canton Police Department and booked them into evidence, right?
It was given a property number and assigned to temporary evidence.
And when something is given a property number, is there an officer working that property area to assign the property numbers?
No, the officer placing the property into evidence assigns the property number himself.
I see. So that officer would assign a property number and physically place that into temporary, what's it called again?
Temporary evidence until the evidence officer takes custody of it.
Okay. Did an evidence officer actually take custody of these items?
No, because it was being transferred to the state police, so it wasn't going into our permanent evidence locker.
So where did those cups sit for the 3 days between January 29th and February 1st?
In a refrigeration unit in temporary evidence.
And is there a log to sign in and sign out to make sure that the chain of custody of items like this are maintained?
The evidence officer keeps that log, yes.
Is there any log, Lieutenant Gallagher, of these items being booked into the temporary evidence locker?
There should be, but I don't know for a fact, but there should be, yes.
I agree there should be. I'm asking you if there is.
I don't know the answer to that.
The fact of the matter is, there is no log or document or report ever showing that these items were ever booked into the temporary evidence locker at Canton PD. Isn't that right?
I don't believe that's accurate.
Do you have that evidence log?
I don't have access to the evidence log.
Did you get access to the evidence log?
No.
You're a supervisor at Canton PD. Why would you not have access to the evidence log?
I think only 2 or 3 people have access to evidence.
Who would they be?
The evidence officer,
Which is who?
No.
Paul DiGiapietro, Sergeant.
Can you
That would
spell
be
that for us,
Proctor.
please?
DIGIAMPIETRO.
Who else?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm assuming the chief of police,
Chief Berkowitz, I would assume.
most likely,
Deputy Chief.
but I don't know. Possibly, yes.
Head of detectives?
No,
Any other lieutenants or supervisors?
I don't believe so. I know I don't have access as a lieutenant.
If there's no evidence log of an item being booked into evidence, that's a pretty good indicator that it actually never made it into the evidence log, evidence locker, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
We do know that wherever it went, the blood items went back to, and the glass went back to Canton PD, correct?
That's correct.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah. And now he got a name of a guy he can bring in there and say, hey, why didn't you write a log of it the 3 days that I was sitting in your refrigerator? It was your responsibility. And he says, I didn't do it. Why is Grant sitting with his head like that? Is your neck hurting, buddy?
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's not his job.
I'm going to ask you kindly to take a look at those 4 photographs, and then once you've had a chance to review them, just look up at me. And I'll ask you a couple.
Did you see them?
I don't know what was just handed to the witness.
Why don't you go take them from the witness? Take a look.
There you go. There's copies right here as well.
This is a
Thank you.
this is a farce.
approach briefly?
Yes.
This
Sure.
this is the most
Okay.
shoddy investigation.
Take your time.
I'm all set.
Do you recognize those photos, or what's depicted in those photos?
Yes.
Do you recognize the time frame those photos would have been taken
Yes.
based on context?
Yes.
February 1st, correct?
I have no idea if it was February 1st, but it would be between the 29th of January and February 1st.
Fair enough. Your Honor, may I publish?
Okay. Do they have they been introduced?
They have not yet been introduced, Your Honor. I'm sorry, protocol-wise, I missed that step. I need to ask that these be marked as next in order.
Okay.
For
Is there
photographs.
any objection?
No, Your Honor.
I might be able to use this. Yes. Thank you. Taking a look at what's been.
Hold on. They're still being marked, and the court reporter has to record everything you say.
That doesn't look like the picture
Okay.
you've seen, does it?
And with the court's permission, Lieutenant, I'm going to try to go in the same order, so you might want to glance at this photograph. It may be better visual for you. I'd like to ask you if you recognize what's depicted in this photograph, especially the area right down here on the right, bottom right. You see that white rag?
I do.
Lieutenant, if you take a close look at that rag, I'm going to ask you to identify it on the photograph. Do you see a couple of little dark marks on what appear to be that?
I see it on that screen.
Better visual up there. Okay, fair enough. What's the position of that rag as it relates to the vehicle in the photograph?
It's the rear passenger side.
Right rear quarter panel, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And is that, in fact, the SUV in question?
I believe it is.
Okay. The SUV that belonged to Miss Reed.
I believe it is.
Okay. Let's take a look at excuse me. It's 37.
37.
Okay. Is this 37? Thanks. Your Honor, for the record, we were just speaking about item 37.
Okay.
Let's move to. Yes. Looking at 38, does that appear to be the same rag in the photograph?
It does, yes.
Okay. You see a shadow sort of looming over the top of the photograph?
I do.
Given what you just said about evidence item 37, does that appear to be the shadow of the right rear quarter panel of the truck?
I would guess it's the tailgate.
So you can't guess.
I would say it was the tailgate. The tailgate's up, maybe the tailgate's up at this point.
You see a bag in the middle of the photograph.
Yes,
Can you read what's on that bag?
Stop and Shop.
Okay, that does not look like an evidence bag, does it, sir?
No,
Matter of fact, it looks like a grocery bag.
correct.
All right?
Yes,
So not a forensically stable item, correct?
correct.
Certainly not sterile,
Correct,
right?
correct.
You know where that bag came from?
I do not.
Was that a bag that you supplied to
What
Sergeant Lang?
the F is going on,
I do not
Jamie?
know. Do not recall.
Lang got the Stop and Shop bag.
I do not know.
Next photograph, please. 39.
Well,
Taking a look at what's been marked as evidence item 39, you recognize what's in the middle of the photograph?
Yes,
You
What is
got to
that?
be
Those are the
effing
plastic cups with the
kidding
coagulated
me.
blood.
You see on the top of the photograph, same rag
I do.
with the same markings.
Yes.
That appear that those unsealed cups with liquid blood in them are situated right near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV. In this photograph.
They are to the rear of the vehicle. Yes.
And next item, please. And this appears to
Your
be
secure
evidence
evidence.
item 41, I'm sorry, 40. You see the same white rag
Yes.
and you see the same evidence bag, I'm sorry, Stop and Shop bag, correct?
Correct.
And it's filled with 6 solo cups
Correct.
with what appears to be liquid blood.
Correct.
Does that photograph appear to be taken at or about the same place near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV?
It's actually, I would say that the mat is the mat to the entrance to the booking area. So that is probably a couple of feet behind the vehicle.
Okay, let's go back to evidence item number 37, which would be the first photograph. You see the rag in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Let's go to the next item. Now you see the mat, and it's, I'm sorry, I should note this for the record, that we're now looking at 38. You see the mat and the rag in this photograph,
I do.
and you see a tire on that mat.
Yes.
That's a golf cart of some sort that belongs to the Canton Police Department.
It's a Kubota. Yes.
A Kubota, thank you. Looks like the rag is in the same spot.
Yes.
All right, so the blood inside the Stop and Shop bag is sitting right next to the right rear quarter panel of that truck, correct?
You can see the rear tire. It's probably at least 3 feet from the rear. If you look at the top, I can use the marker here. This appears to me to be the rear tire, which would put this a couple of feet behind the vehicle.
Understood.
So if anyone wanted to splash a little blood on the rear quarter panel,
Lights.
they had it handy.
Easy, easy.
Would you agree that having unsealed
Right rear
and
quarter panel.
unsecured
I'm David.
blood next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination?
You want me to speak to, if I could speak to this incident alone?
That's a yes or no question. Do you think
Okay,
that's
it's not yes or no, but for your purposes, I would say yes.
and in fact, could even be worse, for instance, not just inadvertent cross-contamination. If somebody wanted to touch something on that bag, on those cups, and then touch the vehicle, they could easily do that with that juxtaposition of the open blood next to the back of the rear of the car.
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah, the jury heard that one.
Lieutenant, if somebody was so inclined, that situation could provide an opportunity for evidence tampering, couldn't it?
Objection.
What difference does it make that you had the officer's blood next to the supposed murder weapon?
Yep.
Instead of having it secured in your evidence locker. If you need a little blood inside that tailhouse lighting, could you get it in there? Very
Very
easy.
easily. Very easily.
Why did they photograph it in a garage instead of doing it in the evidence locker? It's one of those things where you just think, nah, it'll be fine.
Also, even if it
Sustained.
wasn't like intentional, how
Yeah,
easy
well,
it could be
Yes.
just to like transfer all that stuff. Come on.
Yeah.
I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Lally?
It's just briefly, Your Honor.
Briefly. Yeah, we know what that
How
means.
many times have you just craft all over a crime scene?
And try to fix this, buddy. Let's do it.
Lieutenant, if I could ask you, phrase that was posed to you a couple times during cross-examination as far as refusal of your department. How would you define that term in this specific sense?
In this specific case,
Yes.
we did not want to go on any investigative interviews because one of our best investigators, name is Kevin Albert. He's the property owner's brother.
Our best investigator.
And we didn't think it would be appropriate if we were on those interviews questioning his family members.
Why?
Now, with regard to death investigations, specifically unattended death investigations, what, if any, role does your department typically have when it comes to those? What, if any, jurisdiction does your department have versus the state police?
The state police takes jurisdiction. They run the investigation. We assist them in any way we can. We try to help out.
Now, sir, you were asked some questions in regard to
Then figure something out if you don't want to do it.
well, you indicated that in regard to the drinking glass that you located in the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, that it didn't come from the house. Why is that?
I think I said, I believe we didn't think it came from the house at that time because they were out at the Waterfall Bar and Grill the night before.
Yeah,
And
but
the
people don't
initial
normally take
statements
glasses from the bars.
Detectives Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Good obtained, nobody put John O'Keefe anywhere but where he was found, and that included his girlfriend.
Now, if I could take a step back just to the state police jurisdiction over unattended deaths, what, if any, assets does the state police have as far as investigative assets that your department doesn't?
They have far superior tools to live.
That's a really good question. Why is the blood in the garage 10 hours later?
Investigate. They have direct access to the crime lab. They have a CARS team that can do accident reconstruction.
Now, with regard to the criminalist and turning your attention to February 1st of 2022, when you're in the Sally Port, you mentioned that Officer Wanless came in with a toolkit to assist in removing a tail, correct?
That's correct.
And is it your understanding, essentially, he just removed a clip from the back of the tail light in order to take it out of the vehicle?
I believe you can see on video, it just pops into the criminalist's hands.
And as far as your review of that video or your observations that day, there was nothing about the tail light that was broken during that removal process, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as cross-contamination, you were asked about, you indicated it was not a yes or no answer. What if anything else, would you have to add?
What counsel was depicting was the transfer of custody over to the state police. So the criminologist was handling it at that time. The photographer was photoing it. The criminologist was transferring the blood into their plastic containers.
So
And
is
that's
it
why
sanitary to sit it on
I'm
a
sure
garage floor?
it was
Do
being
that?
handled by.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
absolutely normal.
okay.
Yeah, because you wouldn't, you would just, the state police would just keep it in that contaminated Stop and Shop bag.
Yeah, after it's been sitting on the dirty floor.
Yeah, and he did already say, yeah, we broke it further.
A criminologist, there wasn't going to be any cross-contamination. I wasn't concerned about cross-contamination.
So that was a scenario that you were describing earlier in your direct examination, as far as you're turning those items physically over to the criminalist on February 1st in Southport.
And they are converting them to their plastic containers, yes.
In a garage.
Nothing further.
In a garage.
Okay.
Very briefly, you said that
In
no
a
one
garage, a dirty
put
garage.
John O'Keefe, none of the witnesses put John O'Keefe anywhere but where he was found. That's what you just said, correct?
That's correct.
So your investigative technique is just to ask a witness, how'd that dead body get there? And if they say, I have no idea, your job's just done, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Exactly.
If a witness says, we found him here, you just take the witness at their word?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that, sir.
Yeah, you could.
No, of course not.
You might want to investigate a little further, right?
Absolutely.
And ask them questions.
That's correct.
Get search warrants.
That's
Look
when
in the
there's probable
house.
cause, we do. Absolutely.
None of that was done here, though.
No problem, cause.
Thanks, that's all I have.
You are all set, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Okay.
No probable cause. He just likes throwing that word around like.
Who
it
is your
matters.
next witness, Mr. Lau?
You can get.
Your Honor, the
Your
call,
warrants
call
back.
Sergeant Sean Good to the stand.
Okay, and while the sergeant's coming in, I'll see counsel about scheduling.
If you really want to.
You have to hurry up because I have a meeting in 29 minutes.
You said it was only gonna take a half hour each witness.
We've been going for 3 hours, Jamie.
I know. Lally time is Baker time also, by the way. You guys are very similar.
I don't know what you imply.
When you say this is gonna be just a short stream.
Yeah. Yeah, I love all these people who are saying, oh, I'm going to do if I get 4,000 subscribers, I'm going to do a 4-hour stream. It's like you're not even trying.
Yeah. That's chunk change for Baker.
Yeah. That is an example of not needing a vast conspiracy, just enough for us, folks trusting people like Brian Albert. Exactly. And that's what I'm saying the entire time. You need Brian Albert, you need Michael Proctor, and you need Brian Higgins.
You don't need anybody else. You're right. Like it just
Yeah.
needs to be a few people.
Generally, you can pressure.
Yeah. And you got all these cops that are just like, oh, they're cops. It's fine. Nothing to see here, you know. And it's not even.
You got his chin. I believe he's a sergeant. He's the guy who was called down when she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
It's Sean Good, Goode,
And how are you employed, sir?
at the Canton Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton?
17 years.
And what rank or assignment do you currently have with the Canton?
Midnight sergeant and 2 days patrol traffic.
Now, how long have you held the rank of sergeant with the Canton Police?
Coming up on 3 years.
Now, with reference to your rank and assignment as a sergeant with sort of the overnight shift, when does that shift run from?
So it's midnight to 8. The oncoming sergeant usually comes in around 11 o'clock at night.
And in general terms, if you could describe to the jury, what sort of are your duties and responsibilities as a sergeant on the overnight shift?
So I'm in charge of the patrolmen that are on, that work under me. There's 4 of us on the midnight, plus myself, so 5 total. 4 on the road, 1 inside.
Turning your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of January 29th, 2022. You working on that occasion?
Yes, I was.
Similar capacity as you just described?
Yes.
And so the time as far as when you arrived at the Canton Police Station would be similar to what you just described?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived, if you recall, who was sort of working with you or under you on that particular shift?
So that evening's midnight shift, it was myself, Officer Pasquarelli, Officer Mullaney, Officer Saraf, and Officer Dever.
And as far, in addition to, let me ask you this way. So when you're performing those duties in the Canton Police Station, where are you sort of physically situated within the Canton?
We're inside the dispatch room. That's where you handle all the calls, 911 calls, business lines, stuff like that. So anybody walks in the lobby, you're right there.
And so would that also be sort of part of your duties and responsibilities in regard to being the supervising sergeant for the shift?
That evening, yes, I was inside.
Now, with reference to 911 calls and dispatch, what, if any, training have you received in regard to those?
Everybody in the Canton Police Department, we do not have civilian dispatchers like other larger departments. So every officer that works patrol has to be certified on the PSAP station, which is the 911 dispatch console. And then once you're certified, you're able to answer all 911 calls.
And what, generally speaking, does that certification process entail?
It's learning the software, learning how to know the difference between a cell phone and a landline, able to look up when if a 911 call comes in on a cell phone. We have 3 different monitors, and you'll see that one of the monitors will be a map, and it'll just ping, and you'll see that cell phone. And a lot of the time, because of the location of the town of Canton, we do get state police 911 calls that are on the highway. So you have to be able to differentiate which call it is. It is actually us, or is it state police? Is it Randolph? Stuff like that. So you have to be able to read a map. It's not very hard, but it's that.
Now, beyond that, now, when people are calling into 911, they're typically calling in regard to an emergency, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, training do you receive in that certification process in regard to sort of demeanor or how to handle people on the line?
Obviously, if someone's calling in an emergency, they're probably going to be
nervous. You want to just try to stay as calm as possible, try to relate to them, not make them any more upset than they already are, and try to get the first thing out of is location. Where are they?
Now, with respect to calls that come into 911, what, if any, difference as far as directing the call is there between something that's sort of a medical call versus a law enforcement police type call?
So any call that comes in through 911, we determine if it's police, fire, medical. If it's police, obviously we would handle it. But if it's fire, medical, we send it to Holbrook, which is the regional dispatch for Canton Fire. So it's literally just click the button, it says fire right on the screen. That call automatically gets connected to a regional dispatcher in Holbrook, who then determines what they need, whether it be ambulance, fire, stuff like that.
Now, reference to this particular shift on this particular day, January 28th and 29th. At some point during your shift, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the weather outside?
When we came in, it was just very light flurries. There was nothing sticking to the ground, anything like that. We were all pretty prepared that we knew that there was a storm coming at some point during the night.
And through your work with the Canton Police Department, you familiar with an individual by the name of Brian Higgins?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship does he have with, what, if anything, does he do for work?
He works for the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. It's a federal agency.
And what, if any, relationship does he have with your department at the Canton Police?
He has a satellite office in our department. He has his own scan card. You know, he doesn't have to check in with myself or anybody. But he works out of our station.
And is he the only agent, federal agent with the ATF that has space or anything at your police station?
No, I believe there's actually could be U.S. Customs, two of them, other agents that are at work at the station as well.
Do they have sort of similar relationships as far as?
Yes, yeah, they have access to the police department.
Many of them,
if
at the house.
Brian, Agent Higgins has worked on certain calls helped us out, whether it be a firearm case, stuff like that.
Now, on that evening of the 28th, and specifically the early morning of January 29th, what, if anything, do you recall as far as seeing Brian Higgins around the Canton Police Station?
I remember at one point during the evening, he came in. I don't remember if he came into the dispatch or if I just saw him on one of the numerous monitors we have in dispatch. I can't leave that room because I'm the only one in the building on midnight. So, but we never talked or anything like that. Didn't think anything of it. It's not uncommon.
And do you recall around what time that occurred?
I believe it was probably 1:30. Again, I wasn't looking at a clock to see. But
now, with respect to the parking lot area of the Canton Police Station, when it comes to any sort of substantial amount of snow, what, if anything, do you do with regard to the vehicles in the parking lot in reference to that kind of weather?
We try to move all the cars that we're not using. So that would be on a midnight shift. It's any of our unmarked detectives cars, any of the patrol vehicles that aren't being used. We try to help out the DPW, which is the Department of Public Works, as best as possible when they try to plow our station. Because if not, all it ends up being is just one trail through the parking lot, and it's.
Everyone, I'm jumping off. I have to go to a meeting, but Marissa will be here running the show from the back end, so you don't have to miss anything. Sadly, there won't be any word crack in the lunch break, but Marissa and Jamie will take good care of you all.
Kind of a nightmare. So with the help of the other patrolmen, if we can get all the keys, sometimes they're not easily located, we try to move the cars to the outer edge of the parking lot so that TPW can make a good pass, and then we'll move them back over.
With regard to the vehicles in the parking lot, beyond sort of the personal vehicles and the marked units belonging to Canton Police, with regard to some of those other agents like Mr. Higgins that you talked about, what, if any, vehicles would they have within that parking area?
He had federal cars there that he used on cases, and I believe he had two. They'd be, I guess, his cruisers. They were Dodge pickups.
And then with regard to those vehicles in regard to snow removal, what, if anything, was typically done with regard to that?
They were parked to the outer edge, so we don't have access to them. At least I didn't have access to them.
Now, working that sort of 911 dispatch area desk, at some point, just before 5 a.m., what if any calls did you receive around that time?
I received a phone call from a woman, generally asking if we had locked up or transported a male potty that evening. It's not uncommon that people call and say, "Hey, did you lock up so-and-so, or did you stop anybody?" She said some version of he was out with friends, he didn't come home tonight, and his girlfriend's worried about him.
At the time that you received that call, did you know who that person was on the other end?
No.
And fair to say at some point later, you had responded to Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes,
And the person who would call just before 5 a.m., did you have occasion to speak with them when you were on scene on Fifth?
I did.
Who did you identify that first call to come in from?
First call was Miss Roberts.
That would be Carrie Roberts, is that
Yes.
correct? Mayor Pope?
Yes.
So I'm showing you this. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That would be the 911 call from our station.
And that would be specifically from Ms. Roberts, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to introduce the minutes.
No objection.
Your Honor, with court's permission, I would ask to publish that call to the jury at this point.
Okay. Hold on 1 second, please. What number? Okay. Okay. All right, thank you. I thought that's what you said. All right. Go ahead.
Thank
Hi, my name is Karen. I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. We were at waterfall. And now she is calling me hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't take anybody up by the name of John O'Keefe, did you? John O'Keefe. Yeah, he's about to cop and he'll be on foot, but. No. I think he probably not arrived and tapped at his own house. I don't know, but.
Yeah, no, we didn't lock anybody up or anything like that. And where does he live?
He lives on Meadow, down the Meadow.
He lives on Meadow, off Pleasant. Okay, and where is the wife home? You said his girlfriend?
His girlfriend, yeah, they were out having drinks, and then she left, and expected him to come home at some point, and he never did.
Yeah.
And so, I said to her, my husband had been out with her earlier in life, but then he obviously came home, and he kept custody with me to nephew from this year, that's her.
Okay.
And so she knew we were to have to go there, open up to be home, and so she was nervous because she never knew about it.
Yeah.
So she was like, I feel like something happened, and I said, okay. Well, so the top area hospital, you know, we got to, I personally think he probably picked him up in the back, I don't know.
Yeah, where did he drive last night?
No.
No. Okay. I think, again, it's more, it would be driven by you. She would have to, call in a couple of stations and talk to us, but I mean, that's right now, it's more, he did get home last night, this conference, sometimes we'll have a little.
No, that's why. That's what she didn't tell me. That's kind of why she's more freaking out. So I figured, I called the hospital, I said, call Canton police to make sure, they take them on a different, not complete stuff with anyone, but people, if anybody could take them out.
Yeah.
We take it off.
Okay.
Apparently, I'm having one good time,
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, I wasn't there, I was stuck here. But we haven't get any calls, anything like that. Nobody was arrested or anything like that. All right.
All right, well, thank you.
All right, no problem. Good luck.
Okay, thank you, bye-bye.
Now, Sergeant Good, what was played in there, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the 911 call that you had with Carrie Roberts around
Yes.
5 a.m.? Now, turning your attention to about an hour forward, approximately 6 a.m. on the 29th, what, if any, other phone calls did you receive, bless you, in regard to the same sort of parties?
At 6:04 a.m. on the 911 dispatch console, I received a call from a woman at 34 Fairview.
Now, in those intervening sort of hours, as you were stating on the 911 call, no one sort of physically came into the Canton police station and reported anything in regard to this, correct?
No.
And again, the party that you spoke to on the phone at approximately 6:04 a.m., did you know that person at that time?
No.
And again, you responded later on or shortly thereafter to Fairview and spoke with a number of different, correct?
Correct.
From those conversations on scene, you now know who placed that 911 call at approximately 6:04.
Yes.
And who is that person?
That'd be Miss McCabe.
And that would be Jennifer McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, you talked about the weather when you first arrived to your shift. Around 6 a.m., what if anything had changed between the weather when you arrived and around 6 a.m.?
It was snowing heavily.
Oh my God, who cares?
Now, Madam Mayor, approach again.
Yes.
So, I don't even know this. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
That'd be the 911 call from Mrs. McCabe.
Oh boy,
I'll seek to introduce
I can't wait to hear it for real.
No objection.
Okay.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish Exhibit 36 to the jury now as well.
Okay.
Let's hear it.
No purchase for a lot, whatever.
Yes, I need someone from the third floor to, third floor here in the building, can't that, there's gonna be a tap out in the snow.
You can't pull up, because you can't push, so you can't get to know, okay?
Yeah, no, I did that.
It's just an house, that's it, fine.
I could keep them, like, something like that, everything, so she.
All right, okay, that's fine, that's what it is.
Okay. I'm going. Where's the market? I don't think I can carry.
911, emergency.
I'm immediately concerned about the new road, can't do that.
What's going on?
There's a guy on the top of in the snow.
In the snow, 30 walk it out.
Yes, third floor, the Alpha residence, yes, I just pulled up the mountain.
Okay, 30 walk it.
It's okay, you can't have it, yes.
911, I'm going to work emergency. Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry, can you come to 34, in a new road in Canton?
34 Fairview?
Yes, it is, I mean, I'm responsive in the snow.
Okay, well,
He's present here, okay?
okay, what's going on? Is he based down?
We just took him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that some girl?
This is, girlfriend, yeah, so,
Okay, how old is he?
John is, 46 years old.
46, how long has he been outside?
I don't know, I don't know, he got out of the car and I could get out of the hour. Is he carrying, I don't know if he's breathing. There's two different times. It could be he's in there. That's all.
Okay, can you just try asking? I know it's tough, but we have to try to go and they just get it.
Is he breathing, you guys? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to test it?
Yes, he's got CPR. No, I guess he's gone.
Oh, okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
I think he's halfway.
Okay. All right, we have to talk to Connor and the police department on the way. If everyone's finding CPR, then I can't, I'll hang up with you and, if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys upset?
I'm better. I know, I'm on the phone with the interviews. I know. So, Kelly, you gotta get off of me. Kelly, you gotta get off the hill.
You know if there's any alcohol or drugs involved?
I'm talking numbers about me, and I
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe you just have.
yeah, absolutely.
Okay, bleeding from the face. Now take the fluid flow.
If I could ask you.
Oh, sorry. I'm going to switch it to mine.
Okay.
Just so we can.
Yeah, the
go.
sound was really bad, guys. I could barely hear anything.
Yeah.
I could hear bits and pieces. I'll have to like try listen to it again or something.
Yeah.
But definitely find it very odd that she's not saying my friend John that I just talked to yesterday, or you know what I mean? Like there's an unresponsive man on the lawn. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
Yeah, she said like a guy or this man or something. I'll have to hear it again, but she definitely didn't indicate who it was. And it was very obvious.
All right.
Yes, you wrote it, Canton.
34 Fairview.
Yes, it is. I mean, I'm responsive, so.
Okay,
He's present here.
Okay, what's going on? Is he right now?
We just took him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that some girl?
This is girlfriend, yeah, so.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46, how long has he been outside?
I don't know, I don't know, he got out of the car and they could get a couple of hours. If he's Jerry, if he's, I don't know if he's breathing, but she was just trying to, it could be he's in there.
Okay, can you just try asking? I know it's tough, but we already have the 5 hour bill and they just give it.
Is he breathing, you guys? They don't think he's breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to test it?
Yes, he's got CPR. No, I guess he's gone.
Oh, okay. They don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we have to Connor and the police department on the way. If everyone's declining CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys upset?
I'm better. I know, I'm on the phone with the interview. I know. No, Kelly, you gotta get off of me. Kelly, you gotta get off of him.
You know if there's any alcohol or drugs involved?
I'm talking numbers about me, and
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe you just have.
yeah, absolutely.
Okay, bleeding from the face. Now take the fluid flow.
If I could ask you just to back that up about 10 or 15 seconds or so, once the siren outside comes out.
We're fine.
Okay, bleeding from the face. All right. Now take the fluid flow if there is any.
Something coming out of the one of the ones that is doing CPR.
Okay, one moment. It's doing CPR.
Yes, that's working like that.
All right, if you want CPR, and just let me, you give us a call back when he becomes responsive, right? But we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell.
I don't know. What did you hear in that, Jamie?
I couldn't understand any of it, to be honest with you. It's so
Yeah, I heard.
It's so loud.
maybe-
It's like distorted.
Right. Like I heard maybe he hit his head, maybe got hit by a car. I think I heard in there. And then
I
they were
heard her
talking
say,
about
"Get out of a car" for sure. I don't know, like I
Yeah,
couldn't
maybe
tell what the rest of the sentence was.
yeah.
And then I did hear her say like a man on the lawn or something like that. Like I wanted to hear that again because it sounds like she was just saying like a guy, a man, unresponsive.
Yeah. And I think Baker had it at normal speed, so I don't think it was sped up at all. I don't know. I mean, I did hear that they were talking about doing CPR, but
Yeah,
maybe we'll get a cleaned up version later.
yeah, may have to.
And so upon receiving that 911 call just after approximately 6:04 a.m., what, if anything, did you do with regard to dispatch?
So once it was connected to Holbrook, you could hear me. I ended up dispatching my own officers, my downtown cruisers to 34th Fairview, and then I had one other cruiser come back to the station so I could get down there.
And, so you yourself respond down there, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how much time elapsed from the time that you sort of transferred to Holbrook from the medical situation to the time that you travel down to Fairview Road?
I would guess it had to be less than 5 minutes.
And in addition to the patrol cars and yourself, who, if anyone else, did you notify in relation to that call when you...
So I phoned Lieutenant Gallagher and Detective Sergeant Lang.
Why that?
Just policy, the seriousness of the call. Lieutenant Gallagher was the off-going lieutenant the night prior, the shift prior, so that's what you usually do. And Detective Sergeant Lang is in charge of the detectives.
Now, when you left Canton Police Station to respond to Fairview, who, if anyone, assumed your role as far as manning the dispatch area in the 911?
That'd be Officer Dever.
And, may I approach?
Yes.
Sorry.
And for medical report, if you haven't already, I'm sorry, could you just spell Officer Dever's last name if you know?
Yes, it's going to be Dever.
So he had said earlier that they don't have civilian dispatchers, that every officer is trained to answer the calls. So that's why he happened to be the one that was on shift then.
Yep.
You're welcome.
I'll show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 14.
Sorry.
Okay. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That would be our roll call log, press log.
And as far as that particular log is concerned, is there any indication on there who sort of created that log?
Yes, that'd be Officer Dever.
And these are logs that you typically create when you're working that particular position as far as the dispatch desk, correct?
Yes, it's pretty much a running journal for our department.
And sort of how is that information gleaned and how is that sort of transmitted into that log?
It's as accurate as the officer that actually enters the information. So if it was busy in there and she's by herself, you're taking information down, you're writing it, then you have to physically enter it into a computer. So there would be a delay in time.
Thank you, sir. May I approach just to retrieve now?
Sure.
Yes.
I think he said sure.
Now, Sergeant Good, with respect to your response, Canton Police Station 234 Fairview Road, what was sort of the path of travel that you took?
So I pulled out of the police station at 1492 Washington Street, taking a right onto Washington, heading south.
And then where did you go?
And then I took a right onto Chapman Street. And then it would be your third right on Fairview.
And coming down Fairview, what, if anything, did you note as far as sort of the elevation of the roadway as you come from the Chapman side down to where 34 is?
Coming from Chapman, you're heading downhill towards the end of Fairview that meets Cedar Crest.
And so where is 34 in relation to sort of Cedar Crest?
It's the second house on the left before you reach the intersection of Cedar Crest at Fairview.
And as you're approaching, or as you're en route between the police department and Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe as far as road conditions, visibility, things like that?
It was terrible. Heavy snow, wind, visibility was awful.
And when you arrive on scene, what is sort of the
Give me a
first
break. We saw it. Calm down.
thing that you observe upon your arrival?
As I was coming down the hill, visibility was pretty bad. Obviously, I noticed the Canton fire engine. Ambulance was already on scene. Both my two officers, cruisers were also on scene.
Now, as far as the particular cruiser that you were in on that day, is there sort of a particular cruiser that is reserved for sort of the sergeant or lieutenant who's in charge of the?
Yes. So 682 is the primary patrol supervisor vehicle.
And that would sort of shift from shift to shift as far as whoever that particular sergeant is?
Yeah, he would take the same one. 682 is it's labeled on the side of the doors, patrol supervisor.
And so is that the vehicle or that the cruiser that you took to go from the police station to Fairview that morning?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to that cruiser and sort of other cruisers within the Canton Police Department, what, if any, recording system is available on those cruisers?
All marked units have it's called a WatchGuard camera system. It has front video camera, and then it also has in the prisoner passenger back seat has a camera there as well. They should be working audio in the back seat, and they're activated by, if you flip the lights on, the blue lights, it'll automatically click. You don't have to press record. The cruiser automatically starts recording. If you got in a car accident, the camera would start recording. Any kind of impact, the camera starts recording. It actually ends up being passively recording, even when it's not on.
You talked a little bit about the audio as far as the back of the cruiser, but as far as from the camera in the front of the cruiser, where is the audio recording in regard to that, if at all?
It would be on the mic. There's a mic stand that sits in a charger. It looks like almost a beeper. Should be there.
And so that's located within inside the cruiser, correct?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Sean?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a flashlight. You recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is the flash driver for the Canton Cruiser 682 streaming.
I'll call seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
Exhibit 41. All right, why don't we break now for lunch, Mr. Lally?
Thank you.
Let's leave them on your chairs. Follow me. All right.
All right, so Mr. Lally, you'll have Lieutenant Ray here in case we can get to him.
Yes, Your Honor, and just with reference, I do have a number of other witnesses who I had anticipated having this afternoon. Am I free to release anybody who's not Lieutenant Ray or Sergeant Lang?
So I think we'll have those two. We'll finish. You can step down, sir. So we'll finish with Sergeant Good, and then you've got Lieutenant Ray.
Yes.
And that'll probably get us till.
I think that'll get us sufficiently through the day. I don't want to release anybody unless the court
Well, that,
I really don't think we're going to get to anyone else.
okay, and then we'll do the voir dire. All right, so you can go ahead and release the civilian witnesses.
Okay.
Well,
Thank
if
you.
you
Thank
would
you.
hurry up, stop lollygagging. We could get through enough witnesses in the day. Jeez, oh, Pete's. You're muted.
Boomer. Oh, well, I still don't really understand what was said in that call.
No.
I guess the first call was Carrie
Roberts. I couldn't understand her at all. Her accent, it must have been her accent because it sounded real thick.
That was really thick.
And then Homegirl, I couldn't even understand that call because it was
Yeah,
just loud.
that audio was pretty terrible. Maybe somebody will clean it up and post it at some point, but yeah, I do think that Jen McCabe sounded very calm compared to Karen.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I mean, as much as this woman irritates me, I can totally understand, like, people are going to react differently because there's times when I'm like so like monotone about things, but
yeah,
I'm still, I mean, my perspective of it is it's just like she didn't even really like tell them who it was. Like, this is a person she knows, her friend.
Yeah.
And he's a police officer.
Right.
You know.
And did she say 46? I thought he was younger, but I could be wrong.
I think he is younger. Yeah, I got like two words out of that whole thing.
The closed captioning was pretty funny. It was so off.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so what? We're going to go through 2 witnesses today?
We're supposed to get Sergeant Link, and I didn't know Ray was here too, but
well,
it sounds like
they're
said
gonna
good and rank, or I heard Gallagher, Link, and then I'm like, okay, cool, and then now we can barely get through anybody. Well, and then Leonetti said we're not going to finish, or we're going to finish with him today or whatever.
Yeah. Nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then them focusing on that, on the parents during that. Give me a break.
No, don't do that. I hate that.
Let's not focus on the people crying. We get it. He's not chill.
Been focused on the witness. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely need somebody to translate some of those.
I mean, you know, I love a good Boston accent, but man, I couldn't understand that at all.
Yeah, I don't think I've heard one quite that thick so far, but that was pretty bad. Is there anything that we wanted to rewatch or rehear? We don't have Word Crack available because Baker's gone.
You know. I mean, any suggestions, people?
There's a question for you.
I don't know. What are you talking about? I think you said something earlier, but I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. On his setting Karen up, yeah.
Are you trying to be a jokester? Legendary.
All right. Do we want to re-listen to the call? I gotta find it. Tell us about your morning makeup routine. Pretty non-existent today.
Moisturizer?
Pretty much. He's friends with Dixie Normus. I don't know who that is either. Oh, geez. Dang it! You got me, you jerks. Ugh. Anyway, let's go listen to that again. Now I gotta find it. There it is.
Hi, my name is Karen. I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. We were at waterfall. And now she is calling me hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't touch anybody up by the name of John O'Keefe, did you?
John O'Keefe.
Yeah, he's about to cop and he'll be on foot, but.
No.
All right, so she said John O'Keefe. This is the Carrie Roberts one.
He probably another guy and has got his own house, I don't know, but.
Yeah, no, we didn't want anybody else or anything like that. And where does he live?
He lives on the downtown.
He lives on Meadow, Pleasant. Okay, and where, so like what we said.
That part I didn't get any of. Stop. I can't believe I fell for that
I
one.
almost died. I literally
almost died too.
I wasn't even paying attention.
But yeah, they were out having drinks, and then she left, and expected him to come home at some point, and he never did.
Yeah.
And so I said to her, you know, my husband had been out with her earlier in life, okay, he obviously came home, and he kept custody with me to the people that they're pastor.
Okay.
So she knows that we can have the mail to us to be home, but she's nervous because she never knew about it.
Yeah.
So she's like, I feel something happened, and I said, okay. Well, the top area hospital is really happening. I personally think he probably take him out to the pastor. I don't know.
Yeah, where did he drive last night?
No.
No. Okay. Yeah, I think, again,
I don't think I can slow it down.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, can you put it at like a speed? Or help?
I don't think that's in my. Oh yeah, I can. Duh. If you can play it on normal speed.
Yeah.
Should I try half speed?
Try like 0.75 and see if it sounds better.
Okay.
Oh.
She did probably that kind of like she's more freaking out. So I think that I called the other hospital and said, Canton, who needs to move to our
I don't think that's any better.
Yeah. Is a booster on right now?
It is.
Maybe turn that off. Maybe it'll help a little bit. I don't know.
Well, thank you.
Try going back normal now. With the volume different. Maybe it'll sound, I don't know.
bye-bye.
Now, Sergeant Good, what was?
He lives on Meadow, downtown.
He lives on Meadow, Pleasant. Okay, and wait, so my home, you said his girlfriend?
His girlfriend, yeah, they were out, they having drinks, and then she left. And expected him to come home at some point, and he never did.
Yeah.
And so,
I heard her say, like, she dropped him off and then she left, but then I didn't get the rest.
I'm having a hard time.
Hi, Nick Raiders.
Hi, guys.
I said to her, you know, my husband had been out with her earlier in life, but then she obviously became home. And he kept custody with me to the people that they're passionate.
Okay.
And so she knows that we can have to go there, open up to be home. But then she was nervous that she never knew how to.
Yeah.
So she said, I feel like everything happens. And I said, okay. Well, so the top of your hospital, you'll be having I personally think you probably take him out to the doctor. I don't know.
Yeah, wait, did he drive last night?
No.
No. Okay. Yeah, I think, again, it's more, it would be driven by you. You would have to, call in a couple of patients and talk to us, but I mean, as of right now, it's more, he didn't get home last night, and see this conference, sometimes we'll have a little.
No, that's why. That's what she didn't tell me. That's kind of why she's more freaking out. So I figured, I called the hospital, I said, call Canton, police, just move to our, they take a lot of different, not complete stuff, and anyone that's people, if anybody could take them out.
Yeah.
Take it off.
Okay.
Apparently, I was going to the time,
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, I wasn't there, I was stuck here. But we haven't made any calls, anything like that. Nobody was arrested or anything like that. All right.
all right, well, thank you.
All right, no problem. Good luck.
Thank you, bye-bye.
You know what I got from that? Okay, good luck.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I agree with Peter. There's definitely too much echo in the courtroom.
Yeah.
It's too bad we don't have like some kind of feed of that or copy of that that's not in the courtroom. But yeah,
That's a bummer.
it is. Should we try the other one, or do we think it's just this?
I think it's just the courtroom audio. Oops.
Yeah. Pretty terrible.
I know.
So what else have we learned today? I mean, we had snow, more snow blowers.
That was hilarious.
And a guy like just sitting there putting a snowblower.
Well, that he just was like, we use leaf blowers, like it was no big thing.
Yeah,
Like,
totally normal.
quit trying to get her to read chat because it's not happening. I knew Legendary was trying to be sneaky.
I'm not reading chat. I've given up.
Yeah. Unless it looks like a real name, I wouldn't even go there.
Yeah.
I know Ariel did it, but you started it.
Just there we go. Just blowing some snow around.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why? Schomburg, I will not bring up any of your chats. I'm not even looking at it. I trusted you, Ariel.
I think you're just being funny in chat. You just...
I like how I said it, and I was like, I don't get it. Why are you laughing?
Oh, I didn't even read it. I just heard you say it and I got it right off the bat.
I wasn't paying attention. Oh, yes, red Solo cups are totally safe, especially in what is it, Stop and Shop?
What is that all about? And then you're transferring evidence. You're just sitting it on the garage floor. And he
Oh,
did
we
say that
actually-
he broke that they broke that taillight. But then they turned around and said no, they didn't. They removed it or whatever. Did they not? Is that because that's what I heard.
All right. We just got some from Veilhammer. Just give me 1 second to pull it up here, because I'm not sure if it's going to. Oh yeah, it's just a YouTube. Oh wait.
Oh, is he talking about the one that Veilhammer did?
Yeah.
A while back?
I think so.
It is better. I mean, it was better than that one. But it's a recording, but you don't get to hear, you only get to hear what Jen's saying, which I guess that is fine. Because it's when Karen's phone was recording Jen on the 911 call. Because she was calling John as they pulled up to the house, and it went to John's voicemail. And then she jumped out of the car and her phone was sitting in the car. So it was recording her screaming. You could hear Jen talking on the phone. So yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess it might be helpful.
All right. Well, I'm just going to play this. I don't. Hey there.
Yeah. So, hi everybody. I was gonna explain this a little bit. There we go. Now we're on the right mic. Okay. Yeah. So this video, Karen Reed was calling John when she was pulling up to the Albert's house, and it went to voicemail on John's phone, and Karen just left her phone in the car when she found John on the side of the road. Right. So she leaves her car. It's still calling John O'Keefe's phone. John O'Keefe's voicemail picks up and records Jen McCabe's version of her side of this conversation. So it's not the actual 911 call. We don't get to hear the 911 dispatcher, but we do get to hear Jen McCabe fairly clearly in this.
Yeah, it's a lot better.
All right, I'll pull it up here.
Shout out Veilhammer Media. If you guys don't know who he is, go subscribe. He fixes all the audio issues. He's amazing.
Yes, I need someone to see 34 Fairview Road is written map. There's a man trapped out in the snow.
Oh, that's interesting. She actually says 34 Fairview Road.
Yeah, I heard
The
that.
cop said that, or wasn't the initial report supposed to be to 32 Fairview Road?
32 was on the report, yeah.
Yeah, so where did they miscommunicate that? Just enough to not have an Albert's residence on the report.
That's weird.
Isn't it? I didn't catch that the first time.
Yeah.
Where's the blanket? I don't see blanket, Terry. Yes, I need some.
I'm gonna get.
Can you guys hear it?
Yeah.
All right. Let me boost it. Just there's people saying they can't hear it.
It's hard to make anything out.
Yeah, I'm not really hearing it.
The original video or audio had the windshield wipers were going in the audio, so you couldn't hear anything. It was horrible, and this is about 1,000,000 times better than what it was.
Yeah.
I did throw Veilhammer's link in both chats. Y'all go check him out. He's awesome.
I know, I'm on the phone with Andrew. I know.
So I don't know how much that gave us, but you can very clearly hear how frantic and just out of control Karen Reed is in that situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really, now that I'm hearing it, like really she's all I could hear. She was like screaming for Carrie and stuff.
I was gonna say I couldn't tell if she was saying hurry or Carrie.
Well, I think there was a mix because it sounded like Carrie and sometimes it sounded like I could hear like hurry.
Right.
But
yeah, Jen McCabe doesn't sound at all concerned that there's a friend of hers lying unconscious in the front yard.
Yeah.
I put
I'm
the
trying to get-
the link to that in Discord if people want to listen to it at another time, whatever.
Cool.
See if they can make anything out.
Yeah, the sound in the courtroom picking up off of the player in the courtroom doesn't work. It doesn't work ever for us.
No. It's the worst.
I am getting a phone call that I have to take. Thank you. I heard we were struggling, so I had that and I figured I'd come up and share.
Thank you.
I try. Later, y'all. I'll be back.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we all kind of heard different things in there.
Yeah, I mean, that's what sucks about it, is because we're all going to hear what we want to hear. Like, if I think it's Carrie, I'm going to think it's Carrie, and you're going to think it's Hurry. Like, it all sounds the same, really.
And I don't think it really makes a difference one way or another which one she's saying. Like, I think it just sounds distraught and frantic.
Mm-hmm.
No matter which one she is saying.
Yeah. What time did they supposed to come back today?
I mean, they split probably right at 1-ish.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing probably 2. I'm hoping 2 because I'm hungry.
I know. I need to go run and make a phone call. I need to grab something. I need to charge my headphones because they're going dead.
Oh no.
That's why I hate not having word crack. So I need to charge my headphones. Maybe you can just like put on Cross of the guy earlier. Just to have something to rewatch until we get going.
Yep.
Because I gotta step away a second.
All right. Feel free.
All right. I'll be back.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let me just find where the cross is. There we go. All right, I'll put that up. I'm going to go grab some food. And Lefty, I'm not reading anything that you put up. I've learned my lesson. So no thank you. All right, we'll be back.
Don't care about the facts in the case, but the facts in the case are not one single.
Placed in Sergeant Lang's vehicle. He transported them to Camp Police Headquarters, transported it into the office, and logged them in as evidence. Yes.
Did you watch all that happen?
I did not.
You did not. So you're presuming those next steps after he was out of your view?
I know that because he told me so.
Well, that's hearsay. Move to strike, Your Honor.
All right, I'll strike the end of that.
Thank you. Not what he told you, what you observed.
I did not observe him place it in evidence, yes.
At what point did you lose sight of those solo cups?
When I got in my vehicle to leave the scene.
So once the solo cups were in his, you saw them go in the brown paper bag.
That's correct.
The evidence bag. Then you saw them go in the truck.
That's correct.
And at that point, you don't have any personal information about what happened to the solo cups. Personal observations.
Until I removed them from temporary evidence, I have no recollection. Correct.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about once you were inside the home. You've already indicated that you did not seek a search warrant. You did not seek consent to search the home, correct?
That's correct.
Did you look around the house for any sign of a struggle or a fight?
No.
Did you go to the basement at all?
No.
Had you ever been in the house before that morning at 9 a.m.?
Never.
Sorry?
Never.
Okay. Did you go to the backyard?
No.
Did you personally observe whether or not that house has a bulkhead door that services the basement?
I have no idea.
Did you photograph any portion of the house?
The front of the house.
Sorry, bad question. Good point. Inside the house, did you photograph any part of the house?
No.
Did you have a cell phone with you?
Yes.
Has a camera on it?
Yes.
You could have photographed it, you chose not to.
I would have needed permission or a warrant.
And you got neither.
That's correct.
You sought neither.
That's correct.
Did you photograph any of the individuals in the home for instance, for injuries or anything like that?
No.
Did you or Sergeant Lang separate the witnesses before they were interviewed?
There was only one witness he was interviewing.
Who was that?
Jen McCabe.
Where was everybody else in the house?
I believe they were all in the same area. The kitchen, I believe it was the kitchen.
Those individuals were not taken to a different part of the house.
Not that I'm aware, no.
They were allowed to communicate with and among one another.
Sure, yes.
And I think you already answered this, but I'm going to ask it just to make sure I'm clear. None of that interview of Jim McCabe was not recorded in any way. Audio or video recorded.
Correct.
How long were you inside the house for that interview?
10 minutes, maybe.
Other than Jim McCabe being interviewed, were any of the other witnesses inside that house asked any questions by Sergeant Lank or by you?
No, not that I believe so. Not that I recall.
Were you the person on February 1st who gave access to the Massachusetts State Police to the Sally Port?
I was probably one of them. The Sally Port doors can only be opened by dispatch.
Did you approve or authorize those doors to be opened for purposes of MSP coming in, Massachusetts State Police coming in and processing that vehicle?
I don't know if I specifically did it at that point, but I certainly would, yes.
You knew that the vehicle had been in that Sally Port since January 29th in the afternoon, correct?
I don't believe what point I knew it was in the Sally Port, but I did know it was there for days before, yes.
Okay. And if it had been there from January 29th to February 1st, that's 3 full days.
That's correct.
From the time that that SUV arrived and was situated in the Sally Port, how many people had access to that truck, that SUV?
How many people had access to the Sally Port, or is that one? Are you asking one?
I'm going to say
I would say the entire department.
dozens,
Yes, correct.
hundreds.
No, we're very small.
I don't know that. So
We're probably 45.
45. And just about every one of those 45 people would have access to that Sally Port and that SUV had they wanted to.
Had they wanted to, yes.
And that 45 doesn't include Brian Higgins.
It probably does, but he would have access as well.
Thank you. Those same individuals that would have access to the SUV inside the Sally Port, very obviously, would also have access to anything else that had been placed in the Sally Port along with the SUV, correct?
That is correct.
Did you photograph or cause to be photographed that SUV immediately upon its arrival into the Sally Port on January 29th?
I wasn't working, no.
Did anybody, to your knowledge, see to photograph the condition of that vehicle immediately when it arrived at the Sally Port?
I wasn't there, I can't say.
You've certainly never seen any photographs from January 29th immediately when that SUV was brought into the Sally Port, right?
Other than our evidence, I haven't seen any evidence in this case.
You indicated that Massachusetts State Police was having some difficulty removing the light. We saw a short snippet of the video, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Who made the decision to even remove the taillight? Was that Canton PD or was it Massachusetts State Police?
That would have been somebody within the state police.
Okay. And then you contacted Officer Wanless to actually facilitate the removal of that light, right?
I contacted dispatch to ask Officer Wanless to return.
And you knew at the time that Officer Wanless was a sworn Canton police officer.
That's correct.
But Lieutenant Gallagher, you told us just a few minutes ago that you and the chief, actually you and the chief agreed that the Canton Police Department was completely recused from this case and the investigation based on a conflict of interest, correct?
No, you're spinning it. What I said was from participating in investigative interviews.
So they could take part, Canton Police Department could take part in any other part of the investigation, according to you, with the exception of investigative interviews?
We can open doors, we can facilitate things, yes. If it is nothing, no, yeah, if it's an assist round peg, round hole, absolutely, yes.
Okay, so in other words, Canton Police Department, notwithstanding the conflict of interest, was still allowed to participate in the investigation of the Karen Reed matter.
There was no conflict of interest. I said appearance of conflict of interest, so we have to be careful. I didn't believe that there was a conflict. I honestly believe we could have investigated this case, but it wasn't the appearance of such a conflict.
You also didn't believe that there was probable cause to search the house even.
I know
That answer will step. It's stricken and so's the question.
Yeah.
So Canton Police Department was in fact, at your authority, given permission to manipulate that light in terms of pulling it out of the SUV, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why?
Canton Police Department was allowed to facilitate the removal of that light.
Yes.
And during the course of the removal of that light, that taillight was broken, correct?
That's correct.
And shattered.
Yes.
Was parts of it that were falling onto the ground.
I don't think there was anything falling on the ground at that point.
So now we do have evidence that that taillight, in some way, shape, form, or fashion, was broken or broken more once it was inside the Sally Port in Canton PD's custody.
You're gonna have to rephrase that. I don't understand the broken more part.
During the removal process, that light was broken even more.
No.
You just said so. No, this is the third cop on the stand.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Everyone is. I'm not
Just take a look at that photograph and tell me if you
a
recognize
lawyer
it.
like her, but even
I don't
can see
recognize
this
the
is
photograph.
stupid.
First time I've seen it.
Do you recognize what's depicted in the photograph?
It's a broken taillight.
Does that appear to be the taillight that was removed during the process that we saw in the video just a few minutes ago under direct examination?
I can only assume it is. I've never examined the light.
So you can't assume. So can you answer the question, Lieutenant?
No.
You don't recognize it?
No.
Okay, and were you, I didn't see you on the video, but it was a very dark video. Were you there?
Yes, I'm in the gray shirt.
Okay, were you there as Officer Wanless was actually removing the taillight from the vehicle?
Not sure. I'd have to watch the video again.
Okay.
You were
Do you
there.
recall if pieces and parts were being broken off and shattered while he was removing it?
Not at all.
May I approach?
Yes.
Let's watch the video again. Hey, little D, hope you're feeling better.
Were you
That's
the
her face.
person who actually recovered? I think you did answer this. You were not the person who knelt down and actually recovered the blood droplets.
Correct.
That was Sergeant Lang.
That's good.
When you gave the, sorry, let me rephrase that. Was it you or Sergeant Lang that put the solo cups into the evidence bag?
Sergeant Lang.
Was that in your presence? Yes. Okay.
All right, I have the link, so I'm going to try to play this one. Where is it? There we go. 1 second.
Now, working that sort of 911 dispatch area desk, at some point.
Is that really quiet for
just
everybody?
Before 5 a.m., what, if any, calls did you receive around that time?
I received a phone call from a woman, generally asking if we had locked up or transported a male party that evening. It's not uncommon that people call and say, "Hey, did you lock up so-and-so, or did you stop anybody?" She said some version of he was out with friends, he didn't come home tonight, and his girlfriend's worried about him.
At the time that you received that call, did you know who that person was on the other end?
No.
And fair to say at some point later, you had responded to Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And the person who had called just before 5 a.m., did you have occasion to speak with them when you were on scene on Fairview?
I did.
Who did you identify that first call to come in from?
First call was Miss Roberts.
That would be Carrie Roberts, is that
Yes.
correct? May I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you this. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That would be the 911 call from our station.
And that would be specifically from Ms. Roberts, is that correct?
Yes.
Tom will seek to introduce the minutes.
No objection.
Your Honor, with court's permission, I would ask to publish that call to the jury at this point.
Okay. Hold on 1 second, please. What number? Okay. Okay. All right, thank you. I thought that's what you said. All right. Go ahead.
Okay, please, sounds good. Hi, my name is Karen. I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. We were at waterfall. And now she is probably hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't touch anybody up by the name of John O'Keefe, did you? John O'Keefe. Yeah, he's about to come and will be on foot, so. No. He probably not arrived and tapped at someone's house, I don't know, but. Yeah, no, we didn't want anybody else or anything like that. And where does he live? He lives on Meadow, around 7. He lives on Meadow, off Pleasant? Okay, and where's the wife home? You said his girlfriend? With his girlfriend, yeah, they were out having drinks, and then she left, and expected him to come home at some point, and he never did. Yeah. And so, I said to her, my husband had been out with her earlier in the night, but then he came home, and he had custody with me to nephew from the parents passed away. Okay. And so she's home with the niece and nephew, and they're all enough to be home. And so she never said she never even probably. Yeah. So she was like, I feel like something happened, and I said, okay. Well, so probably you're in hospital, so nobody got paid. I personally think he probably, someone probably picked him up in the back. I don't know. Yeah, did he drive last night? No. No. Okay. I think, again, it's more, it would be driven by you. She would have to, call in a couple of patients and talk to us, but I mean, right now, it's more, he did get home last night, he's just calling sometimes, or have a little. No, that's why. That's what she did, he didn't tell me, that's kind of why she's more freaking out. So I think I called the other hospital, I said, call Canton police just to make sure, if they come up, because not police officers, anyone, that's people, if anybody could pick them up. Yeah. Pick it up. Okay. Apparently, they're having one at a time, yeah, no. Unfortunately, I wasn't there, I was stuck here, but we haven't get any calls, anything like that, nobody was arrested or anything like that, alrighty. All right, well, thank you. All right, no problem. Good luck. Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Now, Sergeant Good, what was played in there is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the 911 call that you had with Kelly Roberts around 5 a.m. Now, turning your attention to about an hour forward, approximately 6 a.m. on the 29th, what, if any, other phone calls did you receive, bless you, in regard to the same sort of parties?
At 6:04 a.m. on the 911 dispatch console, I received a call from a woman at 34 Fairview.
Now, in those intervening sort of hours, as you were stating on the 911 call, no one sort of physically came into the Canton police station and reported anything in regard to this, correct?
No.
And again, the party that you spoke to on the phone at approximately 6:04 a.m., did you know that person at that time?
No.
And again, you responded later on or shortly thereafter to Fairview and spoke with a number of different people, correct?
Correct.
From those conversations on scene, you now know who placed that 911 call at approximately 6:04.
Yes.
And who is that person?
That'd be Miss McCabe.
And that would be Jennifer McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, you talked about the weather when you first arrived to your shift. Around 6 a.m., what, if anything, had changed between the weather when you arrived and around 6 a.m.?
It was snowing heavily.
Now, may I approach again?
Yes.
So, Sean, you went over this. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That'd be the 911 call from Mrs. McCabe.
I'll seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish Exhibit 36 to the jury now as well.
Okay.
No, please, for my whatever to.
Yes, I need someone come to 34 years old, you can't have, there's gonna be a tap out in the snow.
You're in Canton, hold on, because you're in Canton, so you connected to know, okay?
Yeah, I know, right, yeah.
It's just an house, that's that line.
I think he's doing, like, you guys have your own computer.
That's that line, that's what it is.
Okay. I'm going. Where's the blanket? I don't think blanket carries.
911, emergency.
Someone to come immediately to start Sophia New Road, can't get that.
What's going on?
There's a guy on the truck in the snow.
In the snow, 34?
Yes, 34, the Albert resident, yes, I just pulled up the mountain.
Okay,
34 p.m. you can't have it, yes.
911, I'm reporting, where's emergency? Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry, can you come to 34, New Road in Canton?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay,
He's right there, here,
okay, what's going on, is he face down?
We just took him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background, is that someone related?
Is girlfriend, he has children.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46, how long has he been outside?
I don't know, I don't know, he got out of the car and it could have been a couple of hours. Is he, Jerry, is he? I don't know if he's breathing. There are two women trying to, it could be heat and that's all.
Okay, can you just try asking, I know it's tough, but we have the fire department going, they just get it.
Is he breathing, you guys? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR, do they want to test it?
Yes, you guys, yeah. No, I guess he's gone.
Oh, okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we have the fire department and the police coming all the way, if everyone's inclining CPR, then I can't, I'll hang up with you, and, if anything changes, you can give us a call back, where are you guys upset?
I'm there, I'm sorry. I know, I'm only the interview, I know. So Kelly, you gotta get off of me. Kelly, you gotta get off your head.
You know if there's any, alcohol or drugs involved?
I'm talking hours about me, and I
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything, maybe his head up?
yeah, possibly looking
Okay, bleeding from the face. Now, take the pill,
If I could ask you just to back that up about
Okay.
10 or 15 seconds or so, once the siren outside comes out.
We're fine.
Okay, bleeding from the face, all right. Now, take the pill, blood, if there is any.
something coming out of the building, one of the women is doing CPR.
Okay, one moment, is doing CPR?
Yes, that's working on her.
All right, if you want CPR, and just let me, you give us a call back, we become responsible, right, but we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cameron. And so, upon receiving that 911 call just after approximately 6:04 a.m., what, if anything, did you do with regard to dispatch?
So once it was connected to Holbrook, you could hear me. I ended up dispatching my own officers, my downtown cruisers to 34th Fairview, and then I had one other cruiser come back to the station so I could get down there.
Yeah. So I didn't see the part, or maybe I wasn't paying good enough attention, but how did Jen see his head was bleeding and that he hit his head, but the EMTs didn't? That's a great question. If she had said that, who knows? And I agree. I think she does. It is very suspicious that she starts whispering about the time frame. Maybe because she didn't want the other women to hear it. Planting that seed kind of early. Could you guys hear this one better? I mean, I definitely heard it better, but the closed captioning definitely helped quite a bit on this one. I agree. I think that this is just ugly. Doesn't look like we're back from court to court yet, but yeah, I think, how did she know either detail? What details are we speaking about? Like the time frame and how he hit his head? I'm not sure. Or that he hit his head. Ah, okay, Ariel, I see. The officer says, is there any bleeding or anything he hit his head on? And she says, absolutely. Ooh. And I don't know if he got out of a car. Well, I would assume Karen had told her that she dropped him off and he got out of the car. So she should know that much. Maybe she meant his face, but like, did Jen even get out of the vehicle before she called? I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, I would think so. I thought they all did. Oh, after the injury. I'm not sure. State Karen was in. She probably didn't want to yell into the phone. He passed away. Yeah, that's true. But whispering the time frame, and Karen was also screaming. I don't think she was hearing much of anything anybody was saying, but I mean, fair enough. Yeah. I think she was trying to fill in as many details as she could, or that she had. I mean, benefit of the doubt on that one. Didn't Jen stay in the car at first because that's how there was a recording of her 911 call through John's voicemail? I don't know. I'm really confused by how that recording happened. Like, did she merge the calls, or did she call from a different phone? Or was it that Karen was calling his phone and that picked it up? I don't think anybody got a pulse, but they couldn't declare him unalived until he was warm. So not until he got to the hospital. Ah, so it was Karen that had called John, and that was the voicemail. Got it. Yeah, I think there was lots of calls that went through from Karen to John. Even there's call logs that Jen McCabe called John several times. and kept getting his voicemail. She also deleted them, so who knows there. Yes, Flux, I'm sitting in for Baker as he's at a meeting. And we are waiting for court to come back. They checked his pupils with a flashlight and no response. Right, yeah, they got nothing on that, which is pretty telling from what I understand. I'm not a medical professional by any means. But no pulse, no breathing, minus, whatever CPR they did. But again, we don't know how long he was sitting there. I'm watching for court to come back on Law and Crime, and their chat is still saying that Karen's innocent, so. Wasn't she yes. So she is the one that asked that, and it was also how there's discrepancy on what time that happened, but from what I read, that there are 2 different times that she called or that she Googled how long to die in the cold and spelled it wrong. And I'm wondering if maybe the second time she did it, it just kind of automatically came up like that. It auto-filled, like, based on your last one. But one was at, like, 2:40 and one was at, like, 6 something. Which I'm guessing is one was before and one was after. So I looked into this, and there's like a whole calculator on time of death based on body temp, and it's so much fluctuates because it wasn't like room temperature, and based on like the wind chill and all of this stuff. When I put it in the calculator, it said 8 to 12 hours. I don't think that's nearly impossible, because 12 hours before even 5 a.m. or 6 a.m., that would be dinner time. They were all out to dinner. So I don't think that's right. We'll see what the medical examiner says. Whiskey, I don't even want to say your thing out loud, but thank you for spending your money for Baker. Yeah, I'm surprised that Bev got some things in. It's funny. I wonder if she is watching some of YouTube at night, like the replays, and see what people are saying. I know that's happened in past trials. It happened in the Maya Kowalski, like the lawyers watched it at night to see what other people were saying. Yeah, that's true. I think that's why. Sorry if you can hear my dogs. It was hyperthermic. That slows heartbeat. There he is. He's back.
Yeah, I was just with a meeting with my buddy, Dick. I don't know if you know him, Dick Enormous.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
Thank
one.
You. Welcome to YouTube.
Well, they definitely broke me in here.
That's good.
Are you replaying?
Nope.
Or is this?
This is live.
Okay. You have it on mute. That's why I was wondering.
Is it muted?
Yep.
Sorry.
Bye. Hey, Jamie.
Hi.
So
Sorry, that took longer than I thought.
no, it's okay. I was just talking with chat and we found a link to Court TV that had a really good feed and the closed captioning was really good
Oh,
on it.
really?
Yeah, so we got to see a little bit more of it. It looks like we're
Can you hear
back.
Court now?
No.
If I add it, can you hear
Helps if
Court?
you add it.
Look who's become the. Can you hear it?
Can you pause it just one?
Yes.
Good. Then I can eat.
Sergeant, if you could, as the video is playing along, if you could, just alert the jury to the portion of the video where you observe yourself sort of pulling on to the chair you wrote.
Yes.
And this moment, if you could, when the sergeant does that, if you could just pause it with that. Thank
Are we really going to ride with him all the way?
All right, we're coming up to Fairview right now. That's Spring, and next one up. That's Fairview right there on the right.
Pause it just then. Sergeant, good, if I could take you back just to the right that you took just before that. What street are you on right now?
That's Chapman Street.
And was that Washington Street that you would turn to get onto Chapman?
Correct.
Can I ask you, when you're turning from Washington Street onto Chapman, are there any sort of businesses or sort of landmarks on your right or your left as you're making that turn?
So on the right-hand side, as you're turning onto Chapman, that's going to be Cassie's Corner Store. And on the left at the intersection is, used to be called Temple Beth Abraham. I believe it's Temple Bin Bar something. I don't know the actual name, but.
So there's a Temple on your left and Cassie's on your right?
Correct.
And so at this point in the video here is about when you're about to turn on to Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Come in if you could.
Yeah, that's bright as, that is so bright. How do you not see it?
Come in if you could pause it right there. May I approach the window, Sean?
Yes.
It was.
So, sir, there's a pointer.
Oh, okay.
If I could, Sergeant, just ask you to, within this sort of still frame up here on the screen, do you recognize people that are depicted within this still frame of this video?
Yes.
And if, to whatever extent you do recognize people, if you could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention to whom you recognize.
All right. That's going to be myself. Right there is going to be firefighter McLaughlin. That's going to be Miss Reed. And if you played it another second, I believe that's going to be Miss McCabe, or if not, Miss Roberts.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Ms. Gilman. The gentleman you see sort of behind you in the frame, Sergeant, do you recognize who that is?
Yes, that's Officer Sarif.
My apologies, Ms. Gilman. You can run. You can take that down. Thank you very much. And so, Sergeant, you arrive on scene in that area. First of all, what's contained in that video is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the weather conditions outside that day?
Yes.
And when you arrive on scene, who, if anyone, is it that you speak to first?
Initially, I walked up to Officer Sarif. I said, probably some version of what's going on. Officer O'Keefe was already in the ambulance. And then I just began to try to talk to anybody and anybody.
And so the ambulance is still on scene when you arrive, is that correct?
Yes.
Officer O'Keefe is in the back of the ambulance, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point when you're speaking with Officer Sarif, does he direct your attention to where Officer O'Keefe was prior to being placed in the ambulance?
Yes.
Where did he direct your attention?
If you're looking at the house, it'd be left-hand side, slightly probably right in front of the flagpole.
And about how far off of the roadway would you estimate that was?
I would say 8 to 10 feet off the curb.
Speaking to other people without reference to necessarily what was said to you, following your conversation with Officer Sarif, who, if anyone, you speak to?
I believe the first person I could really get a statement from was Miss McCabe.
And when you say first person you could really get a statement from, what do you mean by that?
It was a chaotic scene. People were just kind of walking in and out. And so Miss McCabe was the first one that was able to give me a good statement of how they ended up here.
Following your conversation with Miss McCabe, who, if anyone, you speak to next?
Next was Miss Reed.
And just to be clear, when we speak about Miss Reed, you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just identify as to where she's seated or an article or clothing she's wearing.
She's sitting between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti.
I'll just ask the record reflect identification.
Okay.
Now, when you're on scene and you're speaking to these individuals, what if any impact did the weather have as far as your ability to sort of hear things that weren't direct conversations you were involved in?
You couldn't hear. It was oddly eerily quiet, but the wind was so howling that I had a tough time actually hearing people. So you had to speak very loud or get next to each other.
And as far as your conversation with the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if anything, did you ask her, or what, if any, response did she?
So I walked Ms. Reed to the back of 682. She was obviously cold. Got in the back of the car, put the heat on, asked her, how did she end up here? How did her boyfriend end up here? She says, I don't know.
Prior to placing her in the back of the cruiser, how would you describe her sort of demeanor outside?
Confused, hysterical, shock.
What, if anything, was she saying or asking in regards to Mr. O'Keefe prior to you putting her in the back of the cruiser?
She was yelling out, is he dead?
And is that something she said once, more than once, or something?
Numerous times.
About how loudly was she saying?
Oh, she was yelling it.
And so once back in the cruiser, You asked her some questions after she said, I don't know. What, if anything else, did you ask her that?
I asked her if she had driven there, and she said, I think so. And then right after that, she said, I don't remember. Because of her state, I decided to stop questioning there. She couldn't keep her train of thought.
Now, you had notified Detective Sergeant Lank and Lieutenant Gallagher prior to you going to the scene, is that correct?
Yes.
About what time was it that either or both of them arrived?
Detective Sergeant Lank probably got there at about 6:20, 6:25. I immediately briefed him what we had, what was going on so far. And
about what time did Lieutenant Gallagher?
I believe Lieutenant Gallagher probably came in right around 7 a.m.
Now, following your conversation with the defendant, who, if anyone else, did you speak to on?
Then I spoke to the other party, Miss Roberts.
If you know, about how long a period of conversation are we talking about with respect to Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts?
Each interview?
Yes.
Couple minutes.
And why was it only a couple minutes?
It was a pretty quick statement. It seemed like they were only in the car for a very short amount of time.
Move to strike.
All right, so we'll strike after. It was a pretty quick statement. Next question.
Now, with regard to Ms. Reed, after you had that brief conversation with her in the back of your cruiser, where did you go? Where did she go from there?
I believe she, at some point, we let her back outside of the car. We never closed the door on her because I stood in the door frame with my head in the back seat. She got out. She kind of just did her own thing, paced up and back between talking to either Miss Roberts or Miss McCabe, yelling out.
And at some point, did the ambulance and Miss Officer O'Keefe was in, did that leave the scene?
It did.
And following that, what, if anything, did you say or do with reference to the defendant?
Once the Officer O'Keefe was transported, Miss Reed just was not listening to any directions. We were trying to keep her in Miss Roberts' car to stay warm. She's going back and forth. I finally told Miss Roberts, we have everybody's information. She's not needed here anymore. Go home, get warm. We'll reach out if we have to.
But she said she hit him, remember?
And shortly after, and at that point, did Miss Roberts take Miss Reed?
She did.
And what, if anything, happened next on scene with regard to Miss Reed?
It was moments later. I got a radio transmission from our officer at the working dispatch that Mr. Reed, her father, was on the phone with Miss Reed, and she was making suicidal threats to take her own life.
And based on that information that you received, what, if anything, did you do in regard to?
Well, once our officer Deborah, who didn't even know that we had Miss Reed at the scene, she radioed to us to confirm that did we have a Karen party on scene. I said we did. She explained that her father was frantic on the phone, and Miss Reed was stating that she wanted to end her life, and he, in quotes, said he wanted her to be in protective custody. So at that time, I knew that we'd be able to get a hold of her because I had all the information. I believe I just called Miss Roberts' phone, told her to bring her back to the scene.
And about how long was it after you spoke to Miss Roberts that they returned to the scene?
They couldn't have gotten very far, especially in the road conditions.
And based on those statements that were reported to you from the dispatch from the defendant's father, what, if anything, did you do with regard to Miss Reed?
I told Officer Mullaney, who was on scene, most of our patrolmen have, it's called the Section 12 paperwork inside of all of our cruisers, just for that reason. I advised him to fill out the proper paperwork, and we were going to section Miss Reed to the hospital for mental evaluation.
And what is the Section 12 from your perspective?
It's a tool for police officers when you come on scene with someone that's having either a mental breakdown, claiming that they want to hurt themselves, anything like that. We have the power as police officers to fill out the proper paperwork. We're not medical professionals. Let a doctor determine if she does need medical help. And if she doesn't want to go, or him, that paperwork allows us to actually physically put her on a stretcher and send her to the hospital. Once she gets to the hospital, it's up to the doctors there to do their due diligence, and if they deem that she's not mentally unstable, then she's released, but at least it's off of us.
Now, the time that Ms. Reed returns to the scene, the fire department, being the ambulance and the engine, have already left. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And then going to apparatus from the fire department come back in reference to the section as well.
Correct. So I believe this group was from Station 2, which is the other fire station in the town of Canton. They arrived on scene.
And during that time in between, who arrives first, the fire department or Ms. Roberts with Ms. Reed?
Ms. Roberts.
And during that time, after Ms. Roberts arrives with Ms. Reed and prior to the fire department arriving, what, if any, interaction did you have with Ms. Reed during that time?
None.
And then once.
Uh-oh.
Come on. Come on. Come on. So another one confirming that McLaughlin didn't tell the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Stop it. I'm just going to pull it up again. See if it's better.
I mean, all this, I hit him, and nobody's like, maybe we should take her to the station and question her some more.
No, and he stated, or that chick stated that he was called down to talk to them because she told her, I hit him.
Confession. She made a confession.
Yeah.
And at that point, did Ms. Roberts take Ms. Reed?
She did.
And
exactly, Patty. Exactly.
Off of us.
Now, the time that Ms. Reed returns to the scene, the fire department, being the ambulance and the engine, have already left. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And then going to apparatus from the fire department come back in reference to the section as well.
Correct. So I believe this group was from Station 2, which is the other fire station in the town of Canton. They arrived on scene.
And during that time in between, who arrives first, the fire department or Ms. Roberts with Ms. Reed?
Miss Roberts.
And during that time, after Ms. Roberts arrives with Ms. Reed and prior to the fire department arriving, what, if any, interaction did you have with Ms. Reed during that time?
None.
And then once on scene, what, if any, do you direct them to with regard to Ms. Reed and with regard to the paperwork you had Officer Mulaney fill out?
Officer Mulaney and Officer Sarif, and looks like in the video, escort Miss Reed to the ambulance, and she's safely transported to the hospital. Our officer back at dispatch called back Mr. Reed, advised her that his daughter was safe.
And then turning back to the scene, following Detective Sergeant Lang's arrival, what, if any, where, if anywhere, did you and Detective Sergeant Lang go on scene following?
So when we were waiting for the fire truck to arrive, we noticed that the lights went on at 34 Fairview. We needed to obviously speak to the homeowners. I told Sergeant Lank at the time, I believe he was on the phone with CPAC for the state police. I said, the lights just went on the front door. Let's go speak to the homeowners. And we both walked in.
You actually physically walked into the house, is that correct?
Yes.
With respect to prior to you seeing sort of the house lights go on at 34 Fairview, had you seen anybody go into or out of that residence while you were there?
Yes. At some point, either myself or Sergeant Lank told Ms. McCabe that she needs to wake up the homeowners. We need to speak to them.
And why did you say that?
You told her to go in there. Okay.
We have no idea why John O'Keefe is laying on the front lawn of a house. We have no idea. The statements from the three people, we need to figure out what happened that night.
And so I guess my question is more, why Ms. McCabe versus somebody else?
Miss McCabe is the sister-in-law of the homeowner, so she would be a friendly face to knock at the door at 6 o'clock in the morning in a blizzard.
Now, beyond anybody at 34 Fairview Road, again, before you observe those lights go on in residence, from the other houses sort of on the street.
Yes, in court. I don't think they've said it was the dad before, but it's in the records.
Street up and down, who, if anyone, did you observe come out of any of those houses?
Nobody.
And was that something that about the time that you were on scene?
Correct.
So how long were you on scene for in total?
Looking at the log, we were there for almost exactly 2 hours.
So during those 2 hours, no one from any of the houses on the street came outside?
No, I mean, every emergency truck that showed up
They're probably
at
staring
6
out the
o'clock in the morning
windows.
during a blizzard, there's no other cars on the road, so you're not coming down with sirens blaring, waking up an entire street, a neighborhood. There's no need for it. So it was just lights and flashing, and to be honest with you, you couldn't see very far.
You could see just fine. It was not
So
that
you and
bad.
Detective Sergeant Lang go into the home at 34 Fairview, and who, if anyone, did you speak to?
Mr. Albert, Mrs. Albert, Brian, and Nicole.
And who, if anyone else, was present in the home when you spoke with them?
When I was in there, I know Jen was in there, but we didn't speak to her because we already spoke to her, but we just spoke to Brian and Nicole right in the front room.
Now, you heard over the course of the 911 call from Ms. McCabe that she references that 34 Fairview is the Albert residence, correct?
Yes.
And did you know Brian Albert, or were you aware of who he was prior to going to the house that day?
I know of Brian Albert, yes.
And how did you know?
He's a brother of a coworker that I've worked with for 18 years.
And co-worker that you worked with for 18 years?
Detective Albert.
What's his first name?
Kevin.
And had you ever been to that house before?
No.
You ever been inside that house before?
No.
And when you go inside that day, it's Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Ms. McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
And during the time that you were in there, do you recall seeing, or who, if anyone else, do you recall seeing in there besides those three people, yourself and Detective Sergeant?
Nobody. Detective Lang took the lead on speaking to Brian and Nicole Albert, and I kind of just moseyed in the front of the house, looked in the dining room, and listened to what they said, what happened. They seemed like they were generally in shock that there was a
objection.
So, sustain. Next question, please.
What, if anything, did you observe about their demeanor when you spoke?
They looked like they just got woken up at 6 o'clock in the morning.
And as far as you indicating that you're sort of looking or poking around the front area near the front door, correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, of note did you observe inside the house when you did?
Nothing. Everything to be in order. It seemed like a normal house.
And following, if you know, about how long was that?
You were in one area.
I would say 20, 25 minutes.
And following that conversation, where did you and Detective Sergeant Lang go?
At that time, we both left the residence, came outside, and at that time, Lieutenant Gallagher was arriving. We had like a little bit of a powwow, figured out what was going on, and I believe that's when we saw Jen McCabe's husband show up and walked in.
And again, you didn't know Jennifer McCabe prior to that day, correct?
No.
Did you know her husband prior to that day? So after you saw her husband, who you now know to be your husband, walk in, what, if anything, did you and Detective Sergeant Lang?
Sergeant Lang ran back inside to get a statement from Mr. McCabe as well.
Did you go with him as well?
I did not.
And after you have sort of the conversation between yourself, Detective Sergeant Lang, and Lieutenant Gallagher, what, if anything, did the three of you do from there?
Lieutenant Gallagher immediately said we need to seal off the area of where Officer Keith was located. We grabbed some crime scene tape, put around. He wanted to photograph the area as well.
And who, if anyone, grabbed the crime scene tape?
Myself.
And what, if anything, did you do with it?
I wrapped it around probably the flagpole, tree, and cruiser. It was hard to keep up just because the wind was blowing at such a good rate.
And then what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with respect to the area that was identified?
You probably
to as
didn't
where
secure
Mr.
it very
was
well
on-
anyway.
satisfied?
Lieutenant Gallagher noticed that the snow was coming down at such a good clip. We we couldn't keep it clear, and made the idea of anybody have a leaf blower.
They like
and
wrapped
I
it up
did.
and like,
So
oh,
I
it blew away.
told
Oh,
them I'm not too far away from
guess
the,
we can't
the house,
investigate.
so I shot back to my residence and grabbed my own.
And about how long a period of time was it between the time that you sort of left to go get the leaf blower and the time that you arrived back?
No more than 5-7 minutes.
And once you arrived back at back in the area of 34 Fairview Road, what if anything happened?
I started it up for Lieutenant Gallagher. He took it over, and it worked great.
Now, with respect to that sort of implementation of the leaf blower, what if anything did you or other officers do to sort of memorialize?
You forgot the upper part of
So
his ear,
as
too.
Lieutenant Gallagher was using the piece of equipment, I used my iPhone, videotaped it, and took 2 still photos.
May I approach?
Yes.
I actually don't need to.
Thank you so much, Nick. And I'm not sure how he did it. And Betsy, thank you so much for the 3 corner kisses. Yeah, he had a leaf blower at home. Crime scenes.
Yeah, let me just go grab my leaf
exhibit
blower.
number 33 up on the screen.
This is gonna work the great. This is gonna work great.
Oh, watching the same pictures again?
Just the first one.
Are we watching this again, really? Oh yeah, blow that evidence all over the place.
Sergeant Good, have you seen what's up on the screen as exhibit 33 before? Yes. And what do you recognize as?
That's Lieutenant Gallagher.
And what, if anything, does Lieutenant Gallagher have in his hand at the time in this particular case?
The leaf blower?
We already
And,
saw this. Why are we watching
What's
it?
depicted on the screen, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you memorialized on scene that day with respect to the leaf blower?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run just this one video.
Destroying all the evidence.
Yeah. Which officer puts his finger in the evidence?
Goody. Or Officer Good or whatever his name is.
Look at that man.
Oh my
Now,
God,
with
they're such
respect
great
to
investigators.
using that leaf blower on scene, Sergeant, what, if anything, did you observe in the snow when that was used to blow away for the layer?
It exposed the blood and small drinking glass broken.
And do you see those items in what's frozen up on the screen right now?
I do.
If you could, using that laser point, direct the jury's attention to where you observe each of those items.
And you didn't think,
So that's the glass right there. And then all the blood droplings.
All the blood droplings.
Thank
so
you, Ms.
let's
Gilman.
blow the glass around. So you didn't think, hey, did this glass come from your house?
Now, prior to using the leaf blower, what, if anything, did Lieutenant Gallagher instruct you and any other officers to do with regard to your cruisers that were parked on scene?
We needed to move them out of the way. He wanted to be able to get a good shot of the area, so we kind of closed off the road. And
Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 41 back up again. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward on this to about 40 minutes and 30 seconds in.
Yeah, I used to watch Ernest back in the day. They were funny movies.
Good pause it right there.
This would be Ernest Becomes a
Now,
Cop.
Sergeant Good, what's up on the screen? Is that the point that you are referencing now as far as about to move your cruiser for that purpose?
this was early when we moved out of the way of the ambulance, I believe.
Fine.
Oh, no, could be right.
regardless, you recognize this
Yes, sorry, if you just play forward, I'll know.
I'm sorry.
Just play forward, I guess.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, I'd like to play this through. So about 41 minutes and 12 seconds or so. But if you could just pause it real quick.
He was good.
Sergeant, at some point when you move this cruiser, what if anything you're able to see in this footage of the front lawn area of 34 Fairview?
So my cruiser camera pans the front yard of 34 Fairview, and it shows the snow undisturbed. No footprints, any tracks, anything like that leading anywhere.
And if you could just speak up when we get to that point, and Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it on that area.
What are we looking for?
When they move the vehicles, you can see there's no one had walked up across the front lawn. But she didn't walk up across the front lawn. She walked up near the curb.
Closet right there. Now, the
So
area that you were speaking
just
about
to say, no
before
one from the
is
house
from a portion of the video.
carried him out.
Yes.
And using the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to the portion of the yard that you were talking about in the indication of no footprints or anything that you observed.
Right here.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could just let it run through for a couple more. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And Ms. Gilman, you can take it down. Now, Sergeant Good, you had spoke about as well some photographs that were taken to memorialize the area of where Mr.
We have seen those photographs. They don't show
Yes.
anything.
Hey, Approach
Yep.
on.
Yes.
Yes, Nick, this is the big question. Why did the people only wake up when all the first responders left the scene inside the house? It doesn't make sense. Oh, he arrived at, what time was it? Before they removed John, I believe.
Yeah, they'd already removed John by the time he got there.
Oh, he was there when John was still there.
To show you what's been marked.
No, but I think he was in the back. They put him on the
First
stretcher
district, you
back
recognize.
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is
Yeah, she
34 Fairview.
She walked along the curb. She didn't walk on the lawn.
Ms. Gilman, if
No
I
one
could
said
have
that.
Exhibit 8 up on the screen.
No, that was the
What's
first
up on the
responder
screen? Is
leaving
that a
the
fair
scene.
and accurate portrayal of what you observed on scene that day?
Yes.
If I could ask you to flip forward in that book before you to exhibit number 10.
No, that was on Saraf's cam. We saw her
Yeah.
go up there. He arrived
But
later.
he wasn't there yet. Yeah.
No, he wasn't there when she was at the house the first time. But they are wanting to try and trick the jury to believe no one went to the house because there's no tracks across the lawn. But that's not what the video shows. The video shows her walking along the curb, up the driveway, and up to the front of the house. So maybe it's to say, well, no one could have carried him out of the house. So
He very easily could have.
yeah, and the last officer said it had snowed; it could cover the tracks. And I think Grant smells because the guy who sat to the right of him left.
Do they not think that they could
And
have
then
carried him like down the driveway and over the by the like they don't have to be walking across the lawn to drag
It's
a body
because there is a theory they went out through the backyard and flew him there
yeah.
and went in that way because there was an access to the basement, I believe.
If we we could have exhibit
But
10.
not necessarily.
Yeah, that's later, Peter. Peter, she's at the house twice. Once when no one notices it, and then when she's told to go to the house.
Sergeant, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you with exhibit 10?
Yes.
And similarly, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is a scene where our officers and the witnesses found Officer O'Keefe.
And if you could, using that laser pointing you have
2
before you
times.
direct the jury's
Twice.
attention where
Does.
directed to where Mr. O'Keefe is found.
Objection, hearsay.
No, I'll allow it.
How? It's hearsay. He wasn't there.
Now, sir, if I could ask you to flip forward in that book just a little bit more to what's been marked as Exhibit 20A.
Yep.
Okay.
Gentlemen, if I could have that exhibit on the screen as well.
You could no. She was in the house until they went in there.
And you recognize
as
what's
I
up on the
understood
screen
him.
as Exhibit 20.
Yes, that's the curbing.
And as far as the curbing is concerned, how is it sort of cleared off in this particular area?
We had to kick it off with our shoe to clear it off so we could actually see it, make a mark of it.
And again, that area that you were directed to as far as where Mr. O'Keefe.
Try looking at this area, Jamie. I don't know if it's this area where they found him, but there's not that much snow on top of the ground.
No.
There's a lot of snow around the curb because, yeah, it's been plowed, but the snowfall wasn't that heavy.
Ms. Canton, you observed that in this
I
photograph.
don't know how you
Exhibit 28 as
can't,
well.
how you'd miss
Yes.
taillight.
You could, using
on
the
that.
laser pointer before you direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph that is.
Oh, let's speed
May I
up.
approach just to
Yes.
No, the flag wasn't at half mast. American flag is at full mast, and then there's a marine flag at half.
Why are we putting in all the same evidence?
lastly, I'm just
Like
going to.
Gallagher already did.
This exhibit
Come on.
27. Sergeant, do you recognize that?
I do.
Ms. Gilman, if we could have 27 on the screen.
According to
Sergeant,
the
what's
state,
up on the screen? And before you as
6
exhibit
hours.
27. Sorry. What's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as exhibit 27?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in this.
So we have the blood, and then right here is the broken drinking glass that was located.
I can see that's the glass.
You're welcome.
I may approach just to retreat.
Yes.
But if the state's timeline fits, he was outside at around 12:30, 12:45, and they found him just around 6 in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, this is an iPhone. That's why you don't use Apple products.
Can I have just a moment, Ron?
Yes.
Could you have 2 minutes and then stop talking? And we're going to have Sergeant Lang, and there's an hour and 15 minutes till court closes. So, and we have to do
Following your
Wadir.
time on scene that morning, sir, where did you go?
We have to do cross.
Once we
Wadir
clear
on
34th
Lake.
Fairview, I return to the Camp Police Department.
And the items that you were talking about as far as the blood, which believed to be blood droplets in snow and the piece of a cocktail glass, what, if anything, did you or other officers do with regards to that?
Overruled.
Go ahead.
Detective Sergeant Lang transported those back to the police department.
Again, just one moment, Sean.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Winston Pluthrow, for the little cat, the super sticker.
I have nothing further for this witness, Sean.
All right. Scanetti?
Black
Thank you.
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Afternoon.
Sir, you and I have never met, correct?
No.
We've never spoken.
No.
Sergeant Good, you grew up in Canton.
I did.
You attended Canton Public Schools.
I did.
You graduated from Canton High School.
I did.
That would have been in 1998.
Yes.
Is it true that in your graduating class was somebody named Courtney Proctor?
Yes.
you knew Courtney Proctor?
Yes.
You knew her to be Michael Proctor's sister, correct?
Yes.
Also in your graduating class was somebody named Jill Daniels, correct?
Yes.
You knew her, or you now know her, to be Christopher Albert's sister-in-law, correct?
Yes.
Christopher Albert is married to Jill Daniels' sister, correct?
Yes.
And you know Christopher Albert as Brian Albert's brother, correct?
Yes.
So it is fair to say that you graduated high school with Michael Proctor's sister and Christopher Albert's sister-in-law, correct?
Yes.
And, you know, growing up in Canton and, you know, working for 18 years as a Canton police officer, you're well familiar with the Albert family of Canton, correct?
I work with one of them.
You know that the Albert family is a well-known family in Canton, correct?
Sure.
The Albert family is well connected to the town of Canton, correct?
I don't know what you mean by connected. They live in Canton. Yes.
Christopher Albert is a Canton town selectman, is he not?
Yes.
And you've already established that Kevin Albert is a Canton police officer, correct?
Yes.
And you already testified that you knew Brian Albert as well, and you knew that he was a Boston police officer who lived in Canton, correct?
Yes.
In fact, he and his family lived at 34 Fairview in Canton, correct?
Yes.
You also knew that his family had been there for years. Before Brian Albert owned the house, his parents owned it, correct?
Yes.
Now, as of January 28th of 2022, who among the Albert family did you know either personally or professionally?
Professionally is Kevin Albert.
Okay. And what about personally?
I knew Chris.
And you know that Christopher Albert, in addition to being a town selectman, also owns a pizza place in Canton, correct?
Yes, he does.
What's the name of that pizza place?
That'd be D&E.
And have you eaten there before?
Yes.
You've seen Christopher Albert there before?
I have.
Now, on January 29th of 2022, you learned at approximately 6 a.m. that John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
And as of January 29th of 2022, you knew that Brian Albert at that time, of course, was the brother of your fellow Canton police officer, Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
And how long have you known Kevin Albert for?
As long as I worked at the Canton Police Department.
And that is approximately 18 years?
Coming up on 18 years, yes.
And is Kevin Albert older or younger than you or around the same age?
He's older than me.
By how many years, if you know?
I don't. Probably
Approximately?
5 years?
Have you ever shared a patrol car with Kevin Albert?
No.
Have you ever worked on an investigation or a case with Kevin Albert?
I probably have. Yeah.
In addition to being a colleague, would you also consider Kevin Albert to be a friend?
Yeah. We've socially hung out after work.
And because he is a fellow Canton police officer, you'd expect that he would have your back in a crisis, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'll let him have it.
I hope he would defend me while working. Yes, he's a police officer.
You would certainly protect him in a crisis, correct?
At work, when we're police officers, yes.
Sure. Well, even out of work, if he was in a crisis, you'd probably help, correct?
I don't know what you're asking.
Well, there is the teamwork that is part and parcel of being a police officer with your fellow officers, correct?
Sure.
It's a dangerous job.
Sure.
You need to have each other's back.
Sure.
You need to depend on your fellow officers, correct?
Sure.
And it's been said there's a brotherhood among police officers, correct?
To a fact.
And, you know, when you meet another police officer, he or she will tell you that they're, quote, on the job, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
What? Why couldn't he ask that?
And in terms of, you know, depending on your fellow officers, you're taught all this beginning in the police academy, correct?
Objection.
No, he can have that.
What am I taught?
Well, I'm asking you. With regards to the teamwork and, you know, having each other's backs and, you know, working together and depending on each other, you're taught that starting in.
Sure.
And it's reinforced over the years by superior officers and your colleagues, correct?
Sure.
Now, you were assigned as the primary investigator in the reconstruction analysis for this case, correct?
Assigned as the what?
You were assigned as the primary investigator in the reconstruction analysis for this case.
I don't know reconstruction analysis. No, I was the patrol supervisor that day.
That's
Let me
interesting.
just have a moment, Ron.
Okay.
Did Janetti get that wrong? I hope not. Limo.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, because she says overruled with the defense. It's a weird way she says it.
Now, I'm going to show you what is, not sure how many pages, but there are quite a few.
Okay.
It's a,
You know, if you could not describe what he's showing to the witness and
Yeah,
just
just
show
go
it
ahead
to
and
him.
show it to him.
sure. I'm going to directly, I'm taking out the first 4 pages and directly just the 5th page.
Okay.
And specifically the second paragraph, and it's numbered number 2.
Okay.
And I will ask you if you've seen that before.
Okay.
And I'll take it back from you.
Okay.
Sure. Thank you. Do you recognize what this is?
Looks like some state police form.
Oh, is it a
Why don't you not ask him? He just answered what he thought it was.
are you familiar with a collision analysis and reconstruction section, the CARS report?
I know the state police has a car section that handles motor vehicle homicide.
Does this appear to be a CARS report?
I've never seen one. There's you showed me one. I'm not in the state police.
But you did see that your name is listed in the paragraph that I pointed out to you?
Sure.
And you're listed as Sergeant Sean Good, that's you, correct?
Mhm.
Of the Canton Police. You were assigned as the primary investigator in this reconstruction.
Because I wrote the offense report from that day.
Well, I'm just asking you. I'm dealing with a state police report that lists you as the primary investigator with regard to the reconstruction.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sustained. Sure, why don't you welcome up a minute? Bring that.
No, why?
You can't sustain that because he's asking a piece of paper if he has in his hands.
That's written in a
Oh,
report.
Grant is spitting it out there. This cop got.
Look at him.
Zanetti
He's
has
writing
nothing
his
to
deep
say.
thoughts.
Yeah. Man, that unicorn that danced in front of us 5 minutes ago, it was a beautiful creature. Yeah, I had a lunch break, if you know what I mean.
No, Grant, I don't. Please tell me your deep thoughts.
Yeah, but I can't check it. I saw another one offering me 25, offering to buy him, that I would buy him prime drinks if he unblocked me. Grant is my favorite civilian journalist. I don't know why he has a press pass, because he was fired from the newspaper he worked for free. Always with Danny T, who...
Sergeant Good, what was your understanding on February 1st of 2022 regarding the Canton Police Department's role in this homicide investigation?
I believe at some point on the 29th, we recused ourselves and we weren't part of the investigation.
Oh, so you did know as of the day that John O'Keefe was found on Brian Albert's front lawn that the Canton Police had recused themselves from the case, correct?
At some point, I was notified after I finished all my paperwork, yeah.
And what was your understanding of the recusal decision in terms of what the Canton Police was either allowed to do or not?
Well, he had passed away, so now no matter what, it's state police investigation. It's a homicide. We do not investigate homicides.
Well, you've been a Canton police officer for 18 years, correct?
Yes.
During those 18 years, do you know how many homicide investigations have occurred in Canton?
None.
None?
Homicides? No. And I was involved in? None.
That the department was involved.
I can't think off the top of my head, no.
So in the 18 years, this is the first homicide that your department's been involved in, to your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that although the state police have primary jurisdiction, they work hand in hand with local departments, usually, unless there's a conflict of interest?
Yes.
So in this case, you learned that there was a conflict of interest. And my question to you is, what did that mean in terms of your potential involvement in the investigation once that conflict was determined?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Were you the primary investigator for the Canton Police Department as of February 1st?
No.
Did you participate with the state police in any part of the reconstruction?
No.
Now, Sergeant Good, who is Brian Higgins?
He is a ATF agent that has a satellite office out of the Canton Police Department.
And when did you come to meet him?
I have no idea when he started. It's been years.
Years, over a decade?
I don't think so, but maybe.
Between 5 and 10 years?
Sure.
And how often would you see him at the Canton Police Station?
I worked midnights, so during that time, but I mean, 3 times a week I would see him. I mean, but we don't have the same work schedule. I don't know when he works. He doesn't know when I do.
Okay. And when you say you work midnights, that means you come in at midnight?
Yes.
At 8 a.m.?
Correct.
And he works in the same building as you in terms of the fact that he has an office there, correct?
Yes.
Are there any other ATF agents that have offices at the Canton?
There could be. They don't check in with us.
Do you know of any ATF agents that have offices at the Canton Police Department?
Not that I know of, no.
But you know,
What about officers from other local departments, surrounding towns? Do they have any offices at the Canton Police Department?
No.
And you're not sure exactly how long he's had that office for, but it's been years.
Correct.
He has his own key card to enter the building?
Yes.
And you say you've seen him 2 or 3 times a week in the time that he's had an office there?
Sure.
You're aware that Brian Higgins is a close friend of the former Canton Police Chief, Kenneth Berkowitz?
Sure.
You know that Chief Berkowitz was the reason that he was allowed to maintain an office at the Canton Police Department.
I didn't know that.
Well, his close friend, Chief Berkowitz, was your boss on January 29th of 2022, correct?
His close friend?
Yeah, Brian Higgins' close friend, Chief Berkowitz, was your boss on January 29th of 2022.
Okay.
And does okay mean yes?
Yes.
And you worked the midnight shift that day as well?
No.
What was your shift?
I took it off.
Were you assigned to dispatch that day?
The night of the incident?
Yes.
No, I stayed inside. I was inside.
Inside where?
The dispatch. I handle all the calls, send the guys everywhere.
All right, that was my question. I'm sorry if I'm not being clear, but you were on duty, correct?
Yes.
What was your shift?
My shift was I stayed inside.
I'm sorry, what was the timing of your shift?
12 to 8.
Thank you. And when you say you stayed inside, that meant you were handling dispatch, correct?
Correct.
And when you're handling dispatch, you're not expected to leave the station and physically respond to calls that come in, correct?
It depends on the call. Anything within reason that a supervisor should go, I'm leaving the station.
Okay, but
normal car accidents, stuff like that patrol can handle, no.
Okay, so unless it's something unusual, you're going to stay at dispatch, correct?
Correct.
And just after 1:30 a.m. while you were working dispatch, that's when you saw Brian Higgins enter the Canton Police Station at 1:30 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
Come into the dispatch area.
I said that earlier. I don't remember him coming in, or just did I see him on the cameras walking down the hallway? We have I think we have 7 or 8 monitors in front of me that I'm able to watch people around our building.
So it could be that you just saw him on a screen, or it could be that he was in your room.
Correct.
But you don't remember which, correct?
Correct.
And before he showed up there at 1:30, you hadn't called him to ask him to come in, correct?
No.
You hadn't asked him for any help with any investigation at 1:30, correct?
No.
When you first saw him there at 1:30, did you have any idea why he was showing up?
No.
And when you first saw him, do you remember?
That's so weird going to his job at 1:30
what
on a
entrance
Friday
he
night.
used to come into the Canton Police Station?
I don't. It was from the back parking lot. I don't know if he was on the left back rear or right back rear.
And you would agree with me that 1:30 in the morning was hours before John O'Keefe was found unresponsive on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
You had no information at 1:30 in the morning that John O'Keefe was out on Brian Albert's front lawn at that time, correct?
Correct.
And when Brian Higgins entered the department, that was the first time you had seen him on either the 28th or the 29th, correct?
Correct.
And this is again at 1:30 in the morning.
Mhm.
And
Yes.
you have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you. You didn't know where he was coming from?
No.
You didn't know what he had done that night?
Absolutely not.
You didn't know who he had been with that night?
No.
This was a Friday night into early Saturday morning with a major blizzard forecast.
Correct.
It already started snowing.
Yes.
It was supposed to get worse.
Yes.
Was it unusual to see Brian Higgins come into the station at 1:30 a.m. on a weekend?
No.
And you don't recall how close you got to him?
No.
Are you able to tell this jury anything about his demeanor?
No. He just walked in. It's not unusual. We wouldn't have made pleasantries or say hello to each other. It's not uncommon.
And you don't recall whether or not you got close enough to him to smell his breath or to smell what he smelled like, correct?
No.
At any point, did he tell you why he was there?
No.
How long did he remain at the station for?
No idea. I only saw him come in. Never saw him leave or anything like that.
Did you ever see him do any paperwork at the station?
That night?
Yes.
No.
Did you ever
They
see
have a
him
key
do
card.
any administrative work at the station?
I can't leave the dispatch room. His office is out on the second floor.
For those of you who don't know who Brian Higgins is and why they're asking these questions, he had a fling thing with Karen Reed, maybe, perhaps. He went to the station. I believe it's 1:32. He arrived at the police station after being out drinking. He was at the house at the Albert's residence. He claimed first that he had to go move his car because of the blizzard. Which is kind of weird at 1:30 in the night to think, well, I'm going to move my car. And then he claimed, I had to finish some work. At 1:30, after you've been out drinking, I can't wait for him to take the stand and talk about why he felt like going to work on a Saturday morning at 1:30.
Well,
So let's skip ahead a few hours later. You're still working dispatch when a call came in that a man was found unresponsive on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
yes.
It's just after 6 a.m.
Yes.
You yourself took that call?
I did.
And with regard to who is responsible for entering the information that came in on a call to dispatch, who is that?
The person that's working the desk.
So at 6 a.m.,
The
you
coke
were
was too strong
responsible
that
for
night.
taking down the information and entering it into your system, correct?
It's being recorded through the 911 dispatch, correct? But I didn't enter it into our IMC program, which is our daily log.
Okay, who enters that into your daily log?
That'd be the person that's working the desk.
And you had previously testified that location is important, correct?
Correct.
You would discuss the fact that if a call comes in on a cell phone as opposed to a landline, you want to know where that cell phone is, correct?
Yes.
And you have ways of pinging the cell phone such that you can actually see the location on a map, correct?
Sure. Yes.
And you would agree with me that ultimately when the location was entered into your system, the location was entered as 32 Fairview, correct?
No, it was 34. At least we put it out as 34.
34 was the actual address, but 32 is what made it into the police report, sir, did it not?
No, my police
Yes.
report says 34 Fairview.
Nope. We have the call sheet. Yeah, he's getting a little flustered, Money G. Ghost Free, that's the problem. We don't really know that. Because if he was moving the car, who drove him there?
Now,
Where's
when
Blizzard?
that call came in after 6 a.m., you decided that you would personally go out, correct?
Yes.
Come on, show the call log. No, you have it.
Okay. I actually have the front page of your police report. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Lally.
We're almost through the
I'd
police
ask you to
officers, and this is
read
what
that
they have.
silently to yourself. Take a good look at it. And look up at me when you're done.
No, he stated whatever the patrols could do, he didn't go to. But if it was something special, he left.
You've had enough time to review it?
Yes.
Getting back to the location, which you said was important, what is the location listed in your very police report?
On the face sheet, it says 32, but in my narrative is 34.
Okay. The face sheet is important, is it not?
Yes.
People see the face sheet before they get to the narrative, correct?
Sure.
Is accuracy important?
Yes.
And the very first thing that's entered with regard to the location is inaccurate, right?
Say it again.
The very first entry with regard to the location on your police report on the face sheet is inaccurate. Would you agree with that?
I guess so, yes.
And with regard to the name down the bottom of that report, I left the report in front of you so you could look at it again. Would you read that silently to yourself and look up at me?
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory as to what name is listed?
Yes.
What name is that?
John O'Keefe?
No. I can have that back for a minute. Okay. Now, you decided that you wanted to go to the call, or you decided it would be a good thing for you to go to the call personally, correct?
Yes.
So you called Officer Kelly Deaver into dispatch?
I did.
And you did that because you wanted her to cover the desk for you so that you could personally respond to the call, correct?
Correct.
Responding to the call wasn't your duty assignment, but you made it your duty assignment, correct?
Correct.
And if you were going to leave, somebody had to cover.
Correct.
After that, you personally called two of your other colleagues who were not on duty that night to respond with you to Brian Albert's house, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you previously testified, I believe, that Sergeant Michael Lank was one of those officers, and he arrived at 6:25 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And then Lieutenant Paul Gallagher was the other officer, and he arrived closer to 7 a.m., correct?
Yes.
When you responded to 34 Fairview on January 29th, did you know that residence?
Yes.
And what did you know that residence to be?
I knew that to be Brian Albert's house.
You and Sergeant Lank had both been to that residence before, correct?
No.
Together.
Actually, we have. We were there for a police report years ago.
And so when you decided to respond to the scene on January 29th, that residence of 34 Fairview, you knew exactly where you were going.
Yes.
And when you got there, you knew you were outside the home of Boston Officer Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
And this was a memorable event. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Before January 29th of 2022, you had never responded to a call where the body of one police officer was found on the front lawn of another police officer's house, correct?
Yes.
And at some point after you arrived, you saw both Sergeant Lank and Detective Gallagher arrive, correct?
Yes.
It was Sergeant Lank who first entered the home and made initial contact with Brian Albert and his family?
No, I was right next to him.
So is it your testimony that the first time the police went in the house, you were there with Sergeant Lang?
Yes.
All right. And when you went in, can I have Exhibit 8 on the screen, please? Oh, terrific. You're able to see Exhibit 8?
Yes.
Is that a fair depiction of what the house looked like when you entered it?
Yes.
Did you see the front door?
Yes.
Is that the door that you entered?
Yes.
And you had testified that you looked around the immediate area where you were while Sergeant Lank was asking questions. You noticed that when you entered that front door, you come into a foyer area, and directly in front of you on the left, you can almost reach out and touch. There's a door that goes down to the cellar, is there not?
I don't know. I don't remember a door there. I remember the stairs going up to the second floor.
I see. So you don't remember that as you step into the house, you can go down a cellar door right away?
Objection. No, I don't know where his cellar is.
The objection sustained.
You don't know where the cellar is, and that's in part because you did not go down to the cellar, correct?
Correct.
You never examined it?
No.
You never saw what condition it was in?
No.
Saw whether there was any signs of struggle down there?
No.
You never saw if anything was tipped over?
No.
You never saw whether there was any blood or other trace evidence down there?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. You've made your point. Can we turn the
And
lights
so
back
is
on?
Lally.
Do you need this, Mr. Giannetti?
I do not.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, you don't have to ask 15 times if you didn't search your house. We know you didn't search.
Okay, now going back to when you first arrived, Sergeant, you were alone in your cruiser, correct?
Yes.
You weren't driving with a partner that morning?
No.
You were the second officer on scene?
No. Third.
Who got there before you did?
Officer Saraf and Officer Mulaney.
Okay, so Mulaney actually beat you there?
Yes.
But only within a matter of minutes, correct?
Sure.
You arrived in your
Yes.
marked cruiser, correct?
Yes.
You had your overhead emergency lights on, correct?
Correct.
You pulled up right in the front of the house, facing in the wrong direction in terms of the lane that you were in?
Correct.
You were parked on Fairview, adjacent to the Albert residence, and you were facing towards Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
When you parked, you left your motor running, correct?
Yes.
And when you got out of your cruiser, one prominent sound that you heard was Karen Reed screaming at the top of her lungs, correct?
Yes.
She appeared to be in distress.
Correct.
She appeared to be crying.
I did not see her crying.
She was hysterical.
Yes.
She was very loud.
Yes.
And you could hear her yelling throughout that morning, could you not?
Correct.
After you got there, other emergency vehicles showed up?
No.
Did you see any other cruisers show up?
If you want to call it an unmarked detective pickup truck, a cruiser, sure.
Okay, so there was one additional police vehicle that showed up?
Sergeant Lang arrived in that, and then Lieutenant Paul Gallagher arrived in his unmarked cruiser.
Okay, so two additional vehicles. And also Officer Saraf's vehicle was there?
And Mulaney's, correct.
And Mulaney. So we're now up to 4 police vehicles on scene?
Yes.
They all have their lights on?
No. Detective Sergeant Langs does not have any lights in it, and neither did Paul Gallagher's lights were not activated, I believe.
I see. So you and Saraf and Mulaney had your lights on?
Correct.
And I actually miscounted. That would be 5 police vehicles, correct?
Sure.
All right. 3 with their lights on. What about ambulances?
There were 2 ambulances that showed up, one for the first transport of Officer O'Keefe and second for Miss Reed, but they were never there at the same time.
All right. When you first got there, was the first ambulance there?
It was.
And that ambulance also had its lights on?
Yes.
How many fire trucks were there when you were there?
Just one.
And that also had its lights on as well?
Correct.
And engine running?
Yes.
And everyone was essentially parked around and in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And all the while, the first responders are talking over the noise of the storm, correct?
Yes.
And they're also talking over the screaming by Karen Reed, correct?
Sure.
At one point, Kerry Roberts even yelled at Karen, and I apologize for the language, but she yelled at her to shut the fuck up, correct?
I have no idea. I don't recall that.
The scene was very chaotic. Would you agree?
Yes.
All right. Could I have Exhibit 16 on the screen, please? Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. Okay. Now, this has previously been admitted as sort of a side-to-side comparison between your cruiser dash cam and Officer Saraf's dash cam.
Okay.
And they've been synchronized.
Okay.
If we could start at 9 minutes in, please.
So, Ms. Giannetti, this is not yet in evidence.
It is.
I had
It
it
is.
as Exhibit 16, am I
Right.
correct?
Right. So it's not in yet.
It is. We saw that
With regard to
with Sharaf.
your dash cam, sir, do you recognize the bottom
It's his that isn't in evidence.
video here as
We saw this split
depicting
screen.
your view as you
Not good though. Him.
were driving the
Oh.
top one.
Sure.
And that appears to be a fair and accurate representation of what was shown to you on direct examination with regard to your dash cam?
Yes.
Her dad called the officers, said she was making suicidal threats, and that's why they sent first responders out there.
Yeah.
Continue.
Oh, it's to lay foundation for Officer Good's dash cam. Thank you so much, Jamie. I made it dumb.
No, you're fine. It
Thank you.
took me a minute too,
Thank you.
because I remember the top one, but I was like, wait.
The one on top.
What are they trying to show? Am I missing it?
That Jennifer McCabe walks up the road in a bit.
Okay, we can pause it there. Would you agree with me, Sergeant Good, that you're arriving on scene at approximately 6:16 a.m. on January 29th?
Yes.
And I'd ask you to review and compare your dash cam video with the top dash cam video for the next 30 seconds or a minute, please. And I'll ask you some questions after that.
Sure.
No, that's not where she walks up to the house, is it?
You can pause it.
Because she's right there.
Well, Sergeant Good, does it appear as though the top dash cam shows the exact same thing as the bottom dash cam, just from a different vantage point?
Yes.
Play it for another 20, 30 seconds.
What is this? Was it this? Was it this?
Were you able to see when people are moving, or when somebody's moving in the top version, they're also moving in the bottom version, just again from different vantage points?
Yes.
So do these both appear to be fair and accurate representations of the dash cams that were going on at that time?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay, I'd like to see Councilor Ziba for just 1 second on this.
What? What?
I don't know.
I thought it was the going to the house video, but that's not the going to the house video because Kay Robertson and Jennifer McCabe is standing on the other side of the car.
Yeah, because the fur hat is Carrie and the other one's Jen.
Yeah, and she was taking snow off her car.
Oh my god.
Well, I don't know if that was winning because I didn't understand where he was going. She's probably yelling at them because those 30 minutes has gone way more than 30 minutes.
So this will now become Exhibit 16.
Thank you.
We had it as a placeholder from before.
The people.
It was 379, and on Friday, we said that it would stay as 16, assuming it was put in evidence. That's what you have, Tori and Jim? Great.
Okay, we can take that off the screen. Thank you. Now, Sergeant Good, you've testified that you got there at about 6:16 a.m. and relying on Exhibit 16 that I placed before you, correct?
Okay, yes.
You stayed on scene for over an hour and 40 minutes. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
You left maybe around 7:50 a.m. or so?
correct.
And during the beginning part of the 1 hour and 40 minutes that you were on scene, with all the vehicles that we've just seen at around 6:16 a.m. and for the first 10, 15 minutes with all those lights flashing, you never saw Brian Albert come out of his house, correct?
Correct.
And did you see first responders working on John O'Keefe when you were there?
No,
He had already been loaded into the ambulance at that time?
correct.
So you didn't see him actually being scooped up and put on a stretcher, correct?
I don't recall, no, Houston.
And with regard to the remainder of the time that you were on scene, up until all the way through 7:50 in the morning, did you ever see Brian Albert come out of his home?
No,
Did you ever see anyone come out of the Albert residence?
other than Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe, no.
Were you aware when you entered the
Did you say
were you
Jen
aware
and
when
Matt?
you entered the Albert residence that morning
That's a
that John
When was
O'Keefe
Matt-
was
Matt
found
there?
on
I came
his
to pick
front
up.
lawn wearing only one shoe, black in color?
I was not aware of him missing a shoe, no.
While you were there, you were listening to the questions that Sergeant Lank was asking Brian Albert.
Yes,
Did you ever hear Sergeant Lank ask Brian Albert that morning if he knew where the other shoe was that was black in color?
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah, that would be hearsay. Couldn't it?
While you were there, ever hear Sergeant Lank ask Brian Albert when he learned that John O'Keefe was lying on his front lawn?
Objection.
Sustained.
Come on, you're an
You
idiot.
knew that Brian Albert, as a Boston police officer, is a first responder, correct?
yes,
All police officers are first responders, correct?
yes,
You know from your training that all police officers have to receive CPR and other necessary training to be first responders, correct?
yes.
At any point in time, did you ask Brian Albert why he didn't come out of his house?
No,
Did Sergeant Lank, in your presence, ask him why he didn't come out of his house?
Objection.
Sustained.
After clearing the scene at 7:50 in the morning, did you go back to the station?
I did.
Do you know whether or not Kevin Albert was working that day?
I don't.
Did you see Kevin Albert that day?
I don't recall seeing him.
Did you speak with Kevin Albert that day?
No,
Now, since that day, it's been almost 2.5 years. You've continued working on the same police force as Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
At some point in time, you and Kevin Albert discussed the fact that you were one of the first responding officers to his brother's home for this tragic incident, correct?
Yes.
It's a very unique situation, correct?
Yes.
Many officers in the department were interested to know what you saw and heard that day, correct?
Sure.
At what point in time after January 29th did Kevin Albert broach the topic with you as to what had happened on January 29th?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Of course.
Sure. I don't recall ever immediately talking to Kevin Albert about the incident. No.
Right. Well, you had said that you
It's
don't
the
recall
witness.
talking to him that day, but certainly within a couple of weeks, the two of you caught up, correct?
I can't remember. No.
I'm sorry?
I can't recall that. No.
Within a couple of months, you talked about it?
Sure.
And when you say sure, sir, I take that as you're saying, well, if you really want to go there, I'll give you the sure answer. You have to answer yes or no.
Okay. Yes.
So you answer yes or no if you
Yeah.
can, and if you can't, you can't. So
Yeah, but he can't
ask the
answer
question
sure, you're
again,
stupid.
or
You
just
can
move
just
on,
say
please.
sure.
Do you recall where you were when you and Kevin Albert discussed what had happened on January 29th?
No.
Do you recall who else was present?
No.
Do you recall whether it was in person or over the phone?
I don't recall. No.
You certainly told him what you observed and heard that day, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived, you were on scene not only to assist with, first aid and secure the scene, but as a first responder, your job is to assess the situation and also make an initial determination about gathering evidence. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You'd be on the lookout for any physical evidence, correct?
Yes.
And you'd certainly be on high alert for any individual who made any statement about what may have occurred, correct?
Correct.
That's important not only for treatment purposes of somebody who apparently is hurt, but also for investigative purposes, correct?
Correct.
And again, you were the third officer on the scene by minutes in terms of the other two officers arriving before you, correct?
Yes.
And while you were on scene for over an hour and 40 minutes, and by the way, when I say on scene, it's clear to you that I'm asking you about 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
There was no scene at the Canton Police Department, correct?
No, I'm talking about 34 Fairview.
Of course. A scene is where something happened, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
So Proctor was at the scene.
While you were on scene at 34
Look at his
Fairview for an
face
hour
because
and
he's
40
not
minutes,
sure where this is going.
did you ever once hear Karen Reed say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I did not.
And you wrote a report regarding this, correct?
I did.
You are trained over your 18 years that you include every important detail in that report, correct?
Correct.
Certainly a statement by Karen Reed screaming out, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, would have been an important detail that you would have included in your report, correct?
Yes.
You do not intentionally omit, I should say, any important details from your report, correct?
Correct.
Did not include that language, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in your report, correct?
Correct.
And the reason you didn't include it is that you never heard those words come out of Karen Reed's mouth, correct?
Correct.
Katie McLaughlin said the officer who stood next to her when she said it called Goody down so he to explain it to him. And then she went into the ambulance.
Okay, now getting back to potential physical evidence, if you're at a potential crime scene, you want to find what you can, correct?
Correct.
You want to properly secure any physical evidence, right?
Correct.
In order to assist the investigation, you're prepared to conduct a thorough search for evidence that may shed light on what had happened, correct?
Correct.
And you did participate in a thorough search in this case, did you not?
The best we could in the elements that we were dealing with. Yes.
you had previously, and I'm sorry, if I don't mean to cut you off
Nope.
if I did. You had previously testified, and I think I'm quoting you, the leaf blower work rate, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that with that leaf blower, your department was able to actually get down to the bare ground, correct?
Yes.
And you were directed to the precise area where John O'Keefe had been laying, correct?
Yes.
And so you knew the area that needed to be searched, correct?
Yes.
You certainly want to properly search around that area, correct?
Correct.
And after John O'Keefe was in the ambulance and transported to the hospital, that was the very area that you were eyeballing, correct?
Yes.
And you visually searched that area as best you could in the conditions, correct?
Yes.
And you tried to be as careful as you could be.
Yes.
You did not want to miss anything.
Correct.
You took the job very seriously.
Yes.
In addition to scouring the area with your eyes, did you use your hands to search in the snow?
I don't remember doing that. I was recording it.
I'm sorry.
I don't remember it that way. I was recording the scene.
I see. Okay. Did you see other officers using their hands to search the scene?
I don't recall it that.
Do you recall officers using their feet to clear some areas?
Yes.
And you were the one that actually got your leaf blower, correct?
I did.
First time you ever used that in an investigation, fair to say?
Yes.
And your search was thorough enough, and when I say your search, I mean your department search in addition to your observations. It was thorough enough that you actually did recover small droplets of blood, correct?
We did.
Who was it that collected those blood droplets?
That was Lieutenant Gallagher and Sergeant Lang.
In addition to the blood droplets, you were looking for anything else that might be out of place there?
Sure.
Small items?
Of course.
Large items?
Anything.
And as you were on scene, it was starting to get lighter as the morning progressed, correct?
Yes.
And again, you didn't clear the scene until almost 8 a.m.
Correct.
And you searched and were keeping alert to what was around you for the time that you were on scene, correct?
Yes.
During that 1 hour, I should say, and 40 minutes, you did not find 45 pieces of red and black and clear taillight pieces at 34th Fair, correct?
No.
How many pieces of taillight did you find on or around that property?
That morning, none.
Funny. That's so
Did you
Weird.
find a
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
men's hat, black in color?
No.
Did you find a size 12 men's shoe, black in color?
No.
Now, you would agree that it's important to preserve and secure a crime scene?
Yes.
Why is that?
You don't want the crime scene to be contaminated.
And you also do not want, and you'd like to prevent a crime scene from also being manipulated. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And what steps were taken, either by you or in your presence, to close off and secure the crime scene at 34th Fairview?
We had crime scene tape up while we were there, and then we also had Officer Mulaney. On the
You
road.
never put it up. You
And
never
you say
put
you
it
had
up.
Officer Mulaney on the road, you mean blocking off
Yeah.
the road?
Correct.
Are you aware of something called a crime scene log?
No.
They did find his hat. They did find his other shoe. They found them 11 hours later.
Along
After it
with
had
45
snowed
pieces
more.
of and then taillight.
Well, they didn't find 45 pieces of tail light at that
No,
moment.
it was
but they found-
throughout. It was like
Yeah.
throughout.
But all of this evidence wasn't found at the initial search, and you saw how light it was out. You've seen the pictures. Nothing was found, but they found it 11 hours later when it was dark out.
You recall being trained in the academy that when there is a crime scene that needs to be preserved, It is advisable to set up a log so that all personnel are required to sign in and sign out. Again, to prevent contamination and to prevent manipulation. Do you not recall that training?
I don't recall that, no.
With regard to the fact that it was actively snowing at the time, did you consider putting a tent around the area to prevent and minimize the environmental intrusions like the snow?
It would have been useless.
Did you utilize any heaters
Oh,
to
but
assist in melting?
the leaf blower was
in that
useful.
area?
No.
And before you cleared the scene, or I should say when you cleared the scene,
Just hope
did you
Julie
post
thinks
an
the same as you,
officer
Patty
to
B.
guard the scene so that nobody could get in or out?
No.
How long was the road closed off for?
While we were there, so those 2 hours.
All right. And then after the 2 hours, there was nobody guarding the scene. Would you agree?
Yes, correct.
The road was not closed off.
No,
That crime scene was open to the public.
correct.
So with regard to, a crime scene log, a tent, heaters, keeping an officer there to make sure nobody got in or out of that crime scene, you would agree none of those protocols were followed, correct?
I don't believe there is a protocol for a tent in our policy.
Okay. So I guess leave the tent out of it. None
Okay.
of those other protocols were followed, correct?
Correct.
And certainly a tent was not put up either.
No.
Correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to your police report, going back to that, your report clearly listed persons involved in the case, correct?
Correct.
And that police report is generated by computer software, correct? That's particular to police reports?
Correct.
And that's one of the categories that you can fill in, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree with me that with regard to all of the persons involved listed in your police report, everybody's first name and last name was completely spelled out except for one? Would you agree with that?
I don't. I believe those names were entered by Detective Sergeant Lang.
Okay, but certainly the report has your name on it, correct?
Correct.
So you would review the report before submitting it in your name, correct?
Correct.
So regardless of who entered or didn't enter, my question remains, which is that with regard to the persons involved listed in that report, everybody's name, first and last, is spelled out except for one, correct?
Correct.
Whose name was not spelled out completely?
I don't know.
May I approach?
Okay.
But you said
Page 2,
correct, so you had to
And
know
I'm
that that was
looking
true.
silently,
How does that?
and then look up at me when you're done.
I think he's one of those smart-ass cops who thought I can handle him. I know where he's going.
Well, he said correct, and then
Thank you,
he's
sir.
like, "Well, I
Yeah.
don't know which one it is." I'm like, okay.
Having reviewed that report, does that refresh your memory as to whose name was not completely spelled out?
Correct.
Who was that?
Brian Albert.
I know.
Why?
Did you omit Brian Albert's first name to mask the fact that he was involved?
No. No.
I love that they just keep asking this kind
Do
of
you know
stuff.
who
Even though
Colin
it
Albert
really...
is?
I know that he is Chris Albert's son.
And so therefore he'd be Brian Albert's nephew?
Yes.
Anywhere in your report, do you mention that Colin Albert was present at 34 Fairview the night of January 28th going into January 29th?
No.
Now, would you agree with me that this report also lists home addresses for everyone in the persons involved section except for one person?
Can I see the sheet again, please? Thank you.
This is the same, if I may approach.
Yes.
This is the same sheet that I sent you last time.
Thank you.
Take your time with it, sir.
All of this, is it evidence of anything? No. But it's enough to put that little bean of doubt in the mind of the jury. Why didn't you mention him by name?
Yeah,
And
that's what they're trying
Sergeant,
to
do you know
do.
what I'm talking about?
Yes.
What am I talking about?
Brian Higgins.
Okay. So with regard to Brian Higgins, his home address was not listed on there, correct?
Correct.
And what address was listed for Brian Higgins?
1492 Washington Street.
And what is significant about that address?
It's the town of Canton.
It's the town of Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Now, Brian Higgins was not an involved person because he was an investigator on the case, correct?
Correct.
He was not involved in this case in an official capacity, correct?
Correct.
You were, right?
Yes.
So listing the Canton Police Department as Sergeant Sean Good's address would be appropriate. Would you agree?
Yes.
Why was Brian Higgins' address listed as the Canton Police Department?
I don't know.
But that is something that you kept in your report, correct?
Correct.
Oh, it's going to be fun when Lang has to tell us why he wrote the report like that.
I can't wait for Sergeant Link.
Now, I also want to ask you something else about your police report. And I want to focus on whether it was altered after it was first submitted, okay? If I can...
Hold on. Do you have your report with you?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have a copy for him, Mr. Yannetti? Yes, sure. Go ahead. No, that's okay.
I've placed a document before you. Feel free to familiarize yourself with it. And please look up at me when you're done.
No. I knew we weren't going to get to Link today.
Just 30 minutes.
Well, they said they had to voir dire him, so that's going to be a hot minute.
Does that appear to be your police report, sir?
Yes.
Now, and with the court's permission, I'd actually like the officer to have the report in front of him when I ask him these questions.
Okay, but nothing's going up on the screen, right?
Not yet.
Okay, so approach before it does.
I will, I promise.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm directing your attention to the first page.
Okay.
You will agree with me that this report is submitted with regard to incident number 22-87-OF?
Correct.
And this is call number 22-449, correct?
Correct.
The date and time reported is listed as January 29th.
Brian Higgins is the ATF agent who apparently goes to work at 1:30 in the morning on a Saturday after been out drinking all night. He apparently got a kiss by Karen Reed in somewhere, and she visited his house, and that was it. Allegedly, he texted Karen at the waterfall bar, well, question mark, 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 on the 28th before they went to the house of Brian Albert.
Apparently John, too.
2022 at 06:08, correct?
Correct.
Which would be in military time, 6:08 a.m.
Correct.
The report date and time is listed as January 29th of 2022.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so why don't we come to sidebar now? And
I didn't have to have that big. Well, then we could speed it up doing the sidebar. But he's one of the three people they want to point a finger at. Him, Colin Albert, and Brian Albert is who they kind of want to point the finger at as third-party culprits.
Yeah.
But
But like Higgins and Albert like destroyed their phones. Like there's a lot of stuff that happened.
yeah,
That's kind of why he's relevant, very relevant.
yeah, he destroyed his phone, went to an Air Force base, and discarded it.
Yeah.
But actually today, even though it's been a slog, it's been good questioning by the defense.
Yeah, I think
They had really, in my opinion, got some good haymakers in. Enough to sow that doubt in the jury.
especially on that investigation and the leaf blower and oh Lord.
Especially it's his personal leaf blower.
It
But
was,
they got they got the solo cups from an officer across the road.
and they're sanitary because they opened the package, Baker. So
Yeah, because yes, Higgins is still an ATF agent. Yeah. Everyone in the public only fails upwards.
yeah, they're still. I think Brian Albert's retired, right? But I mean, Higgins is still working. All
Yeah,
of
and
them.
the police chief.
Oh yeah, Higgins is definitely on the witness list. Beth, don't you worry.
Yeah. Higgins is on both lists, I believe.
Yeah.
Do you know how many beer-covered hands have probably reached into that cup bag? Well, he opened it, he said.
He said he opened it. It was brand spanking new. You know, I think I have one in my cupboard right now that I still close, like properly. So who knows?
But again, it's not that sanitary.
No.
And it's absolutely not clean to the degree of where
Collecting DNA and blood, yeah.
oh
No way. And for them to just and then put it in a shop and save bag or something. Like where did you did you get that from the police
Shop and
station?
Stop.
Okay.
Shop and Stop. Wasn't that
Yeah.
and they had it standing on the floor in an open garage, and that was when we gave them the evidence. Why did they do it in a garage?
Trying to do this inside right now. Okay, so same three cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case.
Because it's
if you happen to
it's
see,
4 o'clock.
hear, or read anything about this case, please
It's not
It's
though.
a
It's
stop.
still like 10 minutes.
Tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning's a half day.
Sir, if you would fold and close your notebooks, leaving them on the chair and taking all your belongings.
Andy,
All be all right.
I know.
Smile at Karen.
I know. It's such a she wastes so much time.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was like quite a few officers there, but Lally said, "Do you want me to let him go?" And she basically was like, "Oh yeah, if you're not going to
Remember to push the button on the phone. We can hear you whisper.
Yeah, they still have to aud your link.
All right, so someone needs to get Sergeant Lank for you.
So we're going to watch it.
Okay, so
We get to see it?
the voir dire, I thought that we would have finished this earlier and I'd be able to give you more time, but I suggested 10, 15 minutes. Mr. Jackson tells me that's fine for him and the Commonwealth as well. So what I'd like to do is 10 to 15, 10 minutes would be great from each of you, and then I'll hear argument because it means now I'm keeping the staff longer than necessary. So, all
Who
right.
cares? This is a criminal trial, ma'am.
He is. They were getting him.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Like, well, it's their job, man. Come on.
Yeah, she could just tell stop being an idiot.
All right, please.
Where is she going? Come on.
Are we going to hear it?
Yeah, she just walked off the bench. That's why they're, because remember, they're not supposed to tape. She's not on the bench.
I want to hear him. I want to hear what Jackson is going to attack him with because,
Oh, we will. Are you caught up?
yeah.
You're online.
Well, almost.
N-K.
Oh, sorry.
Michael, common spelling?
Oh,
Yes,
oh, it's
I'll start over.
Sure.
Do you know who Tim Albert is?
I do.
And do you know who Chris Albert is?
I do.
And do you know who Brian Albert is?
I do.
How do you know Tim Albert?
I know Tim Albert to be one of the younger brothers of the Albert family
How long have you known Tim?
since childhood.
What about Chris Albert?
Yes, I know Chris
How long have you known Chris?
since childhood.
And how would you describe your relationship with Chris Albert?
Chris and I were pretty good friends growing up, right into our 20s. Still friendly when I see him.
Still socialize with him?
No.
When did you last socialize with Chris Albert?
I couldn't tell you the last time I personally socialized with him. I've seen him at events.
Lally haven't asked him question. It
But
depends who
Chris and
was
I
asking
don't
first.
make arrangements to go out together.
What about Brian Albert?
No.
How would you describe your relationship with him?
Who is this guy? This guy is Sergeant Lang. He knows the entire Alberts family. He has, according to the defense, at one point inserted himself into a bar fight, even though he wasn't on duty, where one of the Chris Albert was in trouble. It ended up in a case that kind of got settled outside of court, and the two people who was in the fight with the Alberts sued the city, and I think they won three lawsuits against them.
Mhm.
But he's the guy who went inside the house. He's the guy who knows everyone, and he's a little rascal. He's the guy who didn't put Brian Higgins' address on the report and didn't mention Colin Albert in the report.
Civil.
Friendly?
Exchange pleasantries when I see him. Hello.
But you're closer to Chris.
Yes.
Have you ever described yourself as being a longtime, quote unquote, drinking buddy with Chris?
No.
Would you describe yourself previously, in years past, as being a drinking buddy of Chris?
No.
Have you ever gone out for drinks with Chris?
Not in years.
Ever?
Yes.
So you've socialized with him in circumstances in which y'all are drinking and imbibing?
It's been many years, but yes.
Your relationship with Chris certainly goes all the way back to 2002.
Again, we were friendlier back then, yes.
Right. Back in 2002 in August, while you were off duty, were you out either drinking with Chris or in some way at a restaurant or a bar with Chris?
No.
Were you close in proximity to Chris when he was out drinking and at a bar?
No.
Was he at a restaurant?
I don't know where he was.
Were you at a bar?
I was.
At some point, did you realize that Chris was getting into some sort of a physical altercation with somebody else in a parking lot?
Yes.
Did you jump into a fist fight in order to protect Chris Albert?
Chris actually approached my vehicle and started to describe an altercation that had been in previously in the night.
When you say your vehicle, your personal vehicle?
Because this is what we could get into now. In 2002, he steps out of a car and starts beating up people. And I think he pulls his badge and maybe his gun on some people Chris Albert was in a fight with. So this is probably they can go into this doing the cross-examination and say, Well, you had a long standing. Shouldn't you have been conflicted out of this? Why were you at
Yeah.
the scene? So that's why you have a voir dire now, so Judge Bev knows what they're going to ask him. And he
Yeah,
might
because they want to
even,
bring in those one guys that they're on
yeah,
the
they want
list.
the Lapitos.
Yes. But she said if it isn't relevant or if it isn't relevant, then yeah, they can't bring it in. So that's why they're doing it.
Yeah, and again, he knows everyone. Everyone knows everyone, but it was totally a coincidence that he was called to go to the house.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so you were off duty, is that right?
Yes.
You've been drinking.
Yes.
Nothing wrong with that, but just
Yes.
so happens that you've been drinking that afternoon.
Yes.
Tim Albert was with Chris, correct?
Not when I saw him, no.
Ultimately, when you realized that Chris Albert was in some sort of fracas, some sort of fight or altercation, you activated yourself as a police officer at the time.
He wasn't in a fracas when he approached my vehicle. He approached my vehicle and stated that he had been in an altercation earlier in the night with one of the Lapalato brothers, and that during that altercation, threats were made against him and his family, and he was seeking advice because he knew I was a police officer as to how he should go forward. And
So
as
was
I
his
was
brother.
telling him what to do, that's when a group of men started to walk down Washington Street towards Chris, and he said, "Oh no, here they come."
So that would be Mark Lapalato, correct?
Yes,
And his brother Alfred.
yes, Alfredo.
Alfredo, sorry. You got out of your car and approached the other men.
Yes.
You also called for a Canton police backup.
I brought my attention to the restaurant owner and a bartender who had walked out into the street, and I yelled for them to call the Canton police.
Canton police did in fact arrive, correct?
They did.
Isn't it true that after you got involved and Canton police arrived, you then instructed some of your colleague police officers to handcuff Alfredo?
I can't recall.
Isn't it true that after Alfredo was handcuffed and for all intents and purposes physically incapacitated, you then approached Mark Lapalato?
No.
You got into a fight with Mark Lapalato, though?
Yes.
You punched him in the face?
At one point after he had struck me, yes.
So your story is he struck you first, and then you punched him.
Yes.
His story, of course, is you punched him first.
I don't know what his story is.
Well, you were sued in federal court, and he told you his story in that lawsuit, correct?
So I actually have a question. The criminal case was adjudicated. The civil case, I did sign a non-disclosure, so I'm not sure if I can speak on that.
I will never ask you what the nature of any settlement within that case was. Just the fact that you were sued in a public document, which a federal lawsuit is a public document. You were sued in federal court over this incident that I'm talking about, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately it was settled. I'll never ask you what the terms of the settlement are.
It was settled, yes.
Okay. Ultimately, you said that the criminal case was adjudicated. We'll get to that in just a second. Did you testify at that criminal case?
I did.
All right. I want to sort of tailor this a little bit because we're on a little bit of a time crunch, and I want to be sensitive to the court's time and your time. The allegation that Mark Lapalato made against you is that you punched him, took him to the ground, continued to beat him, and bit him to the point of drawing blood, correct?
Ooh.
I believe that was his allegation, yes.
Then indicated that once the police officers that were there pulled you off of him, you then turned and walked over to Alfredo while he was still incapacitated, meaning physically handcuffed, and spat in his face.
I believe that was his allegation, yes.
Ultimately, both men, after this altercation, were allowed to leave the location, correct?
I believe one fled and the other one was allowed to leave, yes.
Okay.
Oh, fled.
You're telling me now that Mark Lapalato punched you first, a police officer, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of any circumstance in which an individual would be able to punch a police officer on duty or off duty in the presence of other police officers and just be released? That wouldn't happen, would it?
I don't believe the other police officers were on scene when the fight initiated.
Did you tell him that you got punched?
You would have told them,
I don't
right?
recall.
You just
They
said
certainly
so.
let Mark go, correct?
Mark fled.
Okay. And then
Alfredo was released.
So the next day, Mark and Alfredo showed up at Canton PD to file a complaint against you and some of the other police officers that were involved, correct?
That's what I was told. I wasn't there.
You didn't file a report for assault, battery, or anything like that, correct?
I spoke with my sergeant that night, and he said that I could do the report when I came back in on my next day of work.
My question is, on that night, did you file a report?
No,
The next day, did you file a report?
I don't recall if it was 1 or 2 days later.
3 days
That's
later.
3 days later, wasn't it?
I'm not sure.
Yes, it was.
Sound like it, that's in the time frame, it probably was about 3 days later?
I honestly couldn't tell you. It's 22 years ago. I'm not really sure.
But between the time this fight happened and you filed a report, Mark Lopolito and his brother Alfredo came into Canton PD and asked to swear out a complaint against you and fellow officers, correct?
I believe so.
And they were told to go away on that day.
I couldn't speak to that.
By the time they came back to file the complaint, then police reports had been written, right?
I don't know.
It's
Once
just
those
a way to
police
show
reports were written after they
Canton
indicated
rules.
that they wanted to file a complaint, ultimately charges were brought against them, correct?
Again, ultimately charges were brought. I don't know the exact timeline.
After charges had been brought, and both brothers ended up having to go to court and defend themselves, you ran into both brothers at a mobile gas station.
Yes.
You confronted both brothers, correct?
What happened?
No.
You approached both brothers.
No.
Isn't it true that you walked up and said, "How you doing?" to the two guys? And one of them responded, "Not so good. You attacked me and now I've got to go to court."
No,
Conversation?
I believe they initiated the conversation with me.
Did you say, "How are you doing?"
Something to that nature.
And did they respond? Something to the effect of, "I'm not doing so good because you attacked me and now I've got to defend myself in court."
I don't recall exactly what they said in response.
And then, based on that interaction, you arrested them for witness intimidation, correct?
Well, there was further interaction. It wasn't just the response to "how are you doing?" They made threats and they were ultimately arrested, yes.
So your claim now is that they made threats against you, a sitting police officer at the time, a working police officer?
Yes.
Okay. And you reported that threat to the DA's office?
Yes.
And charges were brought against them? I'm sorry. A report was brought against them for that witness intimidation, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, with regard to the assault charges for which they were arrested and tried, they were found not guilty in a public adjudication, criminal case, correct?
Correct.
And the DA's office threw out the witness intimidation charges because they were meritless. Isn't that right?
The charges were thrown out.
And all of this history that we've just talked about came on the heels of you assisting Chris and Tim Albert in a fight they said they'd been in earlier in the evening. Is that right?
No.
You just told us that the reason you got involved in this melee, this fight to begin with, was because Chris Albert approached you and said, "I was in a fight with some guys earlier tonight, and here they come."
Yes, and you just said that he was with Tim Albert. I never saw Tim Albert that night.
My mistake. Let's just leave it at Chris.
He was with his fiance.
Okay. So all of this situation emanated from you coming to the aid of Chris Albert, your friend, longtime childhood friend, correct?
It had nothing to do with it being Chris Albert.
What?
Isn't it true that it had everything to do with it being Chris Albert?
No.
So just a regular random guy off the street, you would have conducted yourself the exact same way.
Absolutely.
Go fuck yourself.
Okay.
Isn't it true that what you actually did, Sergeant Blank, in that particular circumstance, was you came to the aid of a friend and you used your position as a police officer to further that assistance and that protection?
No.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor. whatever happened between Christopher Albert and these brothers on that particular evening, you weren't present for that?
No.
And your testimony that Tim Albert wasn't present at any point in time when you were there either, correct?
No.
Now, with regard to Tim Albert, what, if any, other involvement have you had with him as far as through your official duties as a police officer?
I was involved in an investigation where we had to take out charges against Tim Albert.
So you've been involved in an investigation where charges were actually taken out against a member of the Albert family, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall roundabout when that was?
I believe it was 2012.
Do you recall who, if anyone, from your department was working with you on that investigation?
It would have been Officer Good at the time.
That's now Sergeant Sean Good, is that correct?
That's correct.
Same Sean Good involved in this case, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the federal suit that was brought, that was settled, correct?
That's correct.
There was no disposition on it, no finding of liability or anything of the like.
Correct.
Now, with respect to Brian, how would you describe your relationship with him?
Again, civil.
The two of you friends?
Could you repeat that, please?
Are the two of you friends?
No.
You socialize with Brian Albert, have you at any point?
I've been at events where Brian is at, and we will say hello, but that's pretty much the extent of it.
Why did
Have
you
you
stop
ever
being
socialized
friends
with
with
Brian
him?
Albert, just the two of you?
No.
You ever been to his house or inside his house?
No.
Now, with regard to, other than that day of January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
You and Brian Albert, do you get along?
We'll say that again?
I said, he and Brian Albert, do they get along?
We have had some disagreements, I'd say, in the past, but we're civil. We get along enough to say hello.
Anything to do with your response, your interviews, or anything to do with January 29, 2022, have anything to do with the Albert family or Brian Albert or Christopher Albert or anything to do with the Alberts whatsoever?
No.
That didn't change what you were doing, how you were doing it, or how you conducted yourself in this investigation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Okay.
I have one slight area to cover with the court's permission.
Okay.
Concerning Tim Albert, and this issue, or the investigation where charges were brought against Tim Albert, that was a circumstance in which Tim Albert, in broad daylight, slammed into a parked car belonging to a woman and then fled the scene, correct?
No.
Didn't you follow a trail of transmission fluid or something to find where he had gone?
I did.
And he fled directly to 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
He didn't live there. He went to his brother's house. Brian,
No, that's not correct.
he lived there at the time?
Yes.
Okay, so you follow the trail of whatever it is, fluid trail, all the way to where Tim Albert had fled to, and you basically had no choice. He had just slammed into the back of a car and then fled the scene. Isn't that right?
I concluded my investigation by locating the vehicle that had heavy damage.
Right, the vehicle that he hit.
His vehicle.
His vehicle had heavy damage, but so did the vehicle that he hit, correct?
So what you had said a minute ago that he hit a parked car. That's incorrect.
Oh, he hit a moving car.
It was a vehicle that was, I believe it was stopped at a light. It wasn't a parked car. It was a vehicle that was stopped.
Okay. Irrespective of whether the engine was running or parked or not, he hit a car
Yes.
with a woman in it, fled the scene, then you find him trying to hide out at 34 Fairview, correct?
He had parked the car at 34 Fairview.
And you didn't have much choice. I mean, there you have it. The evidence is right in front of you. You can't really cover that one up, right?
I would say I did my job.
Your Honor, move to strike.
So this is voir dire. Could you answer the question, please?
I would say I did my job.
Okay. Did you engage in any kind of a DUI investigation?
We spoke with him.
Did you give him FSTs?
I don't recall if I did. I know I didn't. I don't recall if Officer Good did.
Did you give him a breathalyzer?
I did not.
Did you ask him for a blood test?
I did not.
So no DUI investigation was really undertaken, correct?
Again, I can't recall what Officer Good did, but I was there.
But you didn't do it. You didn't
They
do what I
can't,
just suggested,
they can't
full-blown
object to
DUI
him what here.
even though he hit another car and then fled the scene.
We spoke with him and he gave an explanation.
And that explanation coming from Tim Albert was, I'm really sorry I panicked, right?
It was something to that nature.
And he turned around, well, I'll just cut to the chase. Y'all ended up charging him with a misdemeanor, correct?
I believe so.
And he was given diversion,
I don't know.
and his record was wiped clean.
I don't know.
That's all I have.
All right.
I participated
You
in
can
an
step down, sir.
investigation against Tim Albert. Yeah, you did. Fuck all.
I'll hear you, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be very brief. I spoke about the Aguiar case a couple of days ago, and I think it's still attendant to our conversation today or discussion today. That case stands for the proposition that it doesn't matter if the evidence reveals something other than something that's otherwise inadmissible, as long as the material elaborates on or establishes that there could be some sort of bias or prejudice. There doesn't have to be a bias or prejudice. I don't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt or to clear and convincing evidence that there's a bias or prejudice. But if the evidence suggests that there could be bias or prejudice, that is proper fodder for the jury to consider, and that's what we're asking. In this case, Sergeant Lang's willingness to activate himself as an officer, get involved with Chris Albert, although it was in 2002, and I know that that's something that Mr. Lowley's going to say, and he's going to harp on, this was so long ago, that actually cuts against the Commonwealth case. That shows how long these folks have been involved with each other and how deep their relationships run. For him to sort of deputize himself in that situation in order to help out his longtime friend, whom he socializes with, drinks with, grew up with, establishes a bias and a prejudice, in this case against Miss Reed, and in favor of the Alberts. And it's not like he had a tangential part to play in this, a role to play in this investigation. He was the very first officer to walk in that front door. He absolutely knew what he was going to find when he walked in the front door, which was the homeowners and possibly other witnesses. He engaged in a interview or a series of interviews that were not recorded. I have no idea what was said. The jurors are never going to find out exactly what was said other than to take his word for it. The jurors have to be able to weigh and balance his credibility against an officer that, for instance, even like Sergeant Good, for instance.
Yeah, that's the Rule 44 thing, that previous inadmissible can be brought in to show a potential bias.
He seems to come across far more unbiased, just sort of a straight shooter. Sergeant Lang is not that person. He never should have walked in that front door. He should have said to his supervisors, I have a relationship with the Albert family. I've known these folks for too long. I grew up with his brother or brothers. I've known them my whole life. I'm probably not the right person to make the decisions about this investigation. And unless and until the jurors know that and can weigh and balance it, they can toss it out if they want to.
If she lets it in,
Or they can adopt
I
it if
believe
they want
that
to.
story
They need to be
about
able to hear the evidence.
she's
So I
watching
have
the
a question
internet.
for you. So the part about the complaint at the station
Yes.
and being turned away, who are you going to get that in from other than the Lapolito brothers, which puts us a little far afield? So he didn't adopt it or said, I don't know, or that's what I've heard.
So the Lapolito brothers, I think.
I know, but that's so far removed now.
I disagree. I think they're the ones that are closest to the situation. So we would ask
How is
who's
that
better
far?
to tell the jurors that they walked in. I can get their police report. I can tell the court when it's dated. It's dated September 2nd or September 3rd, and the Lapolitos walked in on August 31st to make a complaint.
No, I understand because you've outlined it or as little outlined it, which is very helpful. I don't disagree that some of this is admissible. I just have to figure out how you intend to get it in because I have to be concerned about if it's a mini trial within a trial, and we're trying to avoid that. If he were to testify as he did, that's what I understand. And the Commonwealth didn't object to that. That seems admissible to me.
I would probably seek to do it with the court's permission through two pieces of evidence. One would be Mark or Alfredo, and I don't think I would use both of them.
You would not.
I would not. Okay, fair enough. I would seek to ask Mark to join us. He would testify to the altercation. He would testify to the complaint, and then I would seek to either get a stipulation to the date of the police reports. I don't even need the police reports in. If I can't get a stipulation, then I probably would just ask the court to be able to establish that the police report is a business record.
So I would like to see those police reports tonight before I leave. Okay.
If I have them.
We'd have to get them.
Right. I will do my best to get them to the court. I can't get them to the court tonight. We don't have them.
Okay.
So I'll start working on that immediately.
All right. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Lally.
Your Honor, I would submit that defendant has a minutes burn. There is no actual relevancy to any of this, and it is essentially a trial within a trial at this point.
It's very
Bringing
relevant.
in other civilian witnesses to talk about an incident which happened 22 years ago to
So
involving.
let's forget about bringing in the civilian witnesses. How about what we heard as to what Sergeant Lang would testify to?
As to what Sergeant Lang would testify to is a single incident in which he did not witness anything to do with the Albert brothers. Christopher Albert was never at 34 Fairview Road on January 28th or until much, much later in the day of January 29th, and certainly not at the same time that Sergeant Lang was. I think counsel far overestimates what Sergeant Lang's involvement in this particular investigation was. He shows up on scene, he assists with the other officers, Lieutenant Gallagher and Sergeant Good that you've already heard from.
And he introduced them.
And with respect to, he takes a couple of initial statements. Who all those witnesses then subsequently talked to troopers from the state police, testified grand jury, multiple grand juries, and will we all be testifying as witnesses in this case. So any purported bias from an incident from 22 years ago involving a brother who wasn't even present at the home on the night in question does nothing but confuse the jury as to
Yes,
what
he
the issues
was.
are, and creating this sort of bias out of thin cloth that has no basis whatsoever in the facts of this case.
Okay, so I disagree with you. I don't know
They
yet. I
were.
want to see those police reports. I don't know yet what I'm going to allow in, but I disagree that
She has she's been watching the news over the weekend.
She's going to allow some of it in. She disagrees what? What is she going to say?
That it has absolutely no value. She has been watching. She feels the pressure.
it
No,
has
she
nothing
just
to do. If it weren't involving the Alberts, then under the grand jury case, the decision by Justice Gantz, Chief Justice Gantz at the time, it wouldn't come in, but it does. So it comes in for different purposes, so different reasons. So I'd like those reports tonight, or certainly by tomorrow morning before we come out.
We'll do our best.
Okay. All right. So we'll figure this out tomorrow morning. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor. Court, all rise, please.
That's good. If she
Very
starts to
good.
feel the heat now,
Yeah, because she
that's
said, I like that. If it didn't involve the Alberts, yes, it wouldn't be relevant, obviously, but it does. And that's very relevant. It's very relevant that he's doing, he lost. They sued him and he lost. Like, it's very relevant.
yeah, and
It's not just some random allegations that never went anywhere.
me and Valhalla is probably those with least viewers. We have a combined 206. Please tell all your friends about us. We're good people. I don't know because I haven't been able to watch EDB. How many is EDB watching? 20,000, 30,000. Court TV, I watched earlier, had 28,000 viewers. Court TV is heavily leaning against not guilty. The entire weekend, we did a 2-hour stream Sunday with great numbers. Thank you all so much for showing up. The Glarer, LTL, TB, Melanie Little, the Young Jerks. I even think Yellow Cottage Tail, but that's like talking to Grant.
Yeah.
I would guess right around now, watching live on all combined Boston, all of that, there's probably 100,000 people watching this trial.
Yeah.
And she found out. I think she found out there's so many people. Yeah, the Young Jerks are good. Yeah, Yellow Cottage Tail, not so much. He has a new theory. So,
He does?
Yeah.
What is it now?
I can't remember. It's stupid.
You can't remember.
Well, his new theory is murder in the second degree. Prosecutor Lally asked the jurors to pay special attention to the center console on their trip to view the crime scene. What on that console? Second degree murder. Karen's Lexus is equipped with an advanced safety system that includes automatic braking. If the car senses another vehicle, a bicyclist, or a pedestrian in front or behind it, the brakes will automatically apply. My understanding is that the only way to easily turn it off is through an override button, which is on the console. Let's first examine the driveway collision. Blah, 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 blah. See it? You can even see her pressing the button. That's the override button. Ever since this video emerged last summer, I was on the fence about whether she struck the traverse on purpose to create an alternative explanation for the damage. It seems hard to believe she'd be that clever. Well, I've just moved off the fence. I'll make a video that zooms in on the interior, but you can see it in the original video here. She's hitting the override, punching it repeatedly, so the auto braking system doesn't stop her from backing into John's car. Do you understand the ramifications? The only
Wait.
reason to do this is she already understood the tail light was broken at 5 a.m.
When was she hitting the button? Where do we have video that she's slamming that button down?
As
What?
I wrote, from a guy batting as low as you, maybe don't try and invent another theory just because the last 1,000 you had fall apart. But I actually think something got to Bev. She thought she could do this good old small town style. That's Plevin from Yellow Cottage Tale. I think they said notice the center console because it was torn out. Yeah, I'm probably subestimating. Well, I don't follow and I know yesterday I didn't know those criminal TU or whatever they were called. I sent you to. That was the first time I watched them yesterday. Brandy Churchwell is covering it. Legal Vices does some coverage of it. Ronkel covers it. Sean. There's so many people out there. That's when she backs in the morning. Oh, jeepers. It gets so loud when you take your earbuds out.
Sorry. It's because I smacked it down on the thingy.
Yeah, so she planned it perfectly to hit her tail light on Jan's vehicle while she was also extremely drunk and happened to hit the same spot that he had hit Jan with. Yes, and punching that override button.
Well, when does she do that?
When she backs out of the garage, Jamie, you've seen the video. You can clearly see her sitting there to override. She looks like Michael J. Fox.
Oh, Jesus. I'm like, where this?
Or it could just be a crazy guy making another crazy theory. His last theory was, I believe, was it him who brought up that Karen's dad was the CIA, so they helped her cover it up.
Yeah, like a Fed or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Thanks for the comments, Jacob.
Russian bot, I guess.
What's the plan for when you're in Tennessee? The plan is Jamie will yell just as much as Marissa as she does at me. So that's the plan, isn't it?
Yeah.
Will you tweet
No,
her?
I just heard something fall over in my living room, and I don't. My dogs are in here, so I don't know what's going on.
It's the cat.
I don't know.
Coverage will continue. I will try to drop by now and again. I just have to be very careful because I end streams when I'm on my phone.
I know.
So, but no, we will keep. There will be the full coverage. Marissa have been kind enough to offer to come on. Hospice just might stop by if work permits it, and promised me that she will turn it into a makeup tutorial channel.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
No, we will keep covering, and when I come back, we'll pick it up. But Jamie, to recap the day for the people still here, two witnesses that would take roughly 30 minutes. But actually, again, they were good for the defense.
Yeah.
Sergeant Goody absolutely crushed that church lady. Because he wasn't called down there to listen to her saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. He said, I'll have to look at my notes. What was it she said to him? I have so many notes from today. What the hell? Well, now I can't find it. Oh, that was Gallagher.
What are you looking at?
Where the hell do I goody? Is he dead? Not I hit him, like McLaughlin said.
Oh yeah, he never heard that. He testified that. Thank God.
Yeah, I need notes because I'm gonna do a recap video in the morning. So yeah. He stopped questioning him, but never. And McLaughlin said the other officer who heard her say, "I hit him," called Goody down there to listen to it.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
No.
I don't
Didn't
think she needs to
happen.
take the stand because her defense isn't. I don't know what you think her defense is. Her defense isn't. It was self-defense.
Yeah.
I didn't do it. She could go to the stand and said, "Yeah, we had a rough relationship, like any relationship. Yeah, we've been out drinking. Yeah, I saw him walk to the house and I drove off." That's
Oh.
what she can testify to. And then I found him in the morning. Yeah, I might have forgotten where he was because je suis un peu.
There
Doesn't
is
mean anything.
absolutely no reason. As far as we are in this trial, there is no reason she needs to be taking the stand. They're
Absolutely no
clearly
reason.
getting in everything we need to know
Yeah.
by the
And
witnesses and testimony. So
am I just punch drunk because I didn't sleep last night, or have Bev changed her tone completely? She's still an annoying B word, but she allowed so much more from the defense today.
she's doing a little bit better, I will say.
I think she did way better. She still sighs like an idiot, but
Yeah. Well, I
but
mean, I'm
I
surprised she
felt
didn't
like they
shut
got a
that whole
fair
thing
shake
down.
today.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, she did that little break thing in the morning, but the rest of the day, and she laughed at Jackson's where he said, "Well, I will bring either or no one of them." Yeah, okay, I'll bring. It's normally she gets really pissy when AJ is on.
Yeah, she does. She
So
doesn't like him.
no, I think the morning she started out a B with the photographs, but I think she saw all those photos during the weekend as well.
No, that's not how it works, Great Success.
Absolutely not. Because if you take the stand, you open yourself up for cross-examination, where you have to answer all those stupid theories about how you were jealous and you were so jealous and you had yelled at him and those phone messages, you hated him. Didn't you do that? You don't do that. In a case like this, no thank you.
Yeah, this is not a case where she needs to be doing that at all.
No, I actually think because the way I might have to go back and see how she handled that
Yeah.
with the photos in the morning, because she said we'll take it later, but she didn't just overturn it like she did on Friday.
Yeah, she did. Oh yeah, I forgot about that already.
Yeah.
She said we'll talk about it later.
Thank you, Wells lady. Yeah, Marissa and Jamie are great.
Because they said that was funny today. Oh my God, Marissa, I heart you.
Yeah.
I could
My
have fell
body-
for it easily. So
My body takes enormous likes you too. She should
like
troll us.
reading
when she-
it, I wouldn't have caught it unless I said it out loud. But she said it out loud, so I was like, oh God.
Yeah, she said it might be cumulative, but again, this shows a timeline that clearly alters what the lady said, and then they can bring her back, and then they can toss out a lot of her evidence and show, oh, she's a lying liar who lies.
Well, they
Thank you
want
for being
to.
a member for 6 months, Danny T.
Danny T. No, you're not fired. It means you got clipped. That's like a big deal in the YouTube world. It means
Yeah.
you're a big deal now.
Yeah, and Marissa, the one thing you did good, you laughed at yourself and you kept going
Exactly.
because you must never take it personally. Oh, and
Well,
yes,
see,
everyone should send a little love to Jamie. She has a cash app. She does this every day, and she's so nice, and she laughs.
I love it. No, it was funny because Legendary put that stupid question there twice, and I was felt like something fishy was going on.
Yeah, but you've been doing this for almost 2 years now.
No, but I still get caught in it.
Every time I see Brandon's name, I read the text before I pull it up, and then I
No,
forget
not
to read the last
always. We
line.
get you sometimes.
Yeah, but it's because the first 3 lines is okay, and then I'm gonna blow a donkey. What? Imagine if Karen did though. She testifies and destroy Lally on cross. One can dream, can't one? You can, but the problem is, if she comes off a little,
Exactly,
see you
Dan.
next Tuesday.
hmm
If she comes off arrogant, if she comes out off as one of them big city girls who just came down here to hang out with one of my good old boys, it'll cost her more than it will win her. It is not cumulative, as has not been clearly established to the jury that she lied about her friendship, but they may disagree. Exactly, Mass. But still, there's a lot of pictures out there now, and he probably sent them, all of them. But I think the baby shower picture is the killer because there's a clear date on that one.
Well, yeah, and if you remember, a lot of her testimony was they're old, it's high school, they're old. You know, making it seem like it happened one time in high school and that was over. But they wanted to get it in because well, I don't think it's going to happen now, but according to Lally, what did you say? Kate and Albert is middle of this week?
I got just when Jamie started laughing. Oh, you got it just when Jamie started laughing. Yeah, but Jamie is correct because when you sit here, what all you people don't see is you have 200 people chatting. Well, not all of you. We appreciate all of you who chat because it helps with the interaction of the streams and the likes and all that. But you're sitting here reading that the entire time. Then you're watching the trial, and you're kind of looking if anything has to happen, and things just you get so blind. And
You
again,
do.
we have gone for almost 8 hours, so now is the time if Brandon sent in a tuber chat, I would read something real stupid.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's the big problem is we knew that if anyone had any pictures, and again, she seemed like the ugly duckling in the cool girls club. I bet you there's some ladies out there who hate her gut, and they know who to send it to, so everyone will see it. Mr. Aiden Kearney. Lots of love, Marissa. Yeah, she did great. I think she jumped in here with 200 people watching. It's intimidating. Loved all the court's approach like a crackhead. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that was a Smith show. Well, thank you, Flux. I thought we had a pretty good day today, but
I thought it
apparently
was pretty
Flux.
good too.
Yeah, Flux
No,
thinks it's a Smith show.
well, she thinks she knows it's the investigation.
She has high standards. So, but Jamie, 8:50 tomorrow. I hope I have jury duty in the morning, but it should be a short one. So I hope I'm back, or else Marissa probably can start it.
Yeah, she can start.
Yeah, it's a scientifically established fact that girls will hold a grudge forever. That girl
It's a scientific.
who said, "Hey, you look like a white shark when you're backstroking," and she then proceeded to steal her boyfriend. She'll bring all of those pictures forward.
Well, then tell us all your thoughts, Flux. I feel like I've missed you so much on this trial to
It's 10:30.
like yell at. I know. You go.
Y'all just talk.
Well, we have a very, we almost have the most thoughts in common with stuff like this. Yeah, you can't argue with science. I know, it's crazy. And the more we get into it, the more they keep digging up, this defense keeps digging up some stuff that I'm blown away by. It's like the craziest, I don't know. I guess I never thought this would be real life. Like, this seems like a movie. Baker, come back. To kick his butt.
Just in my feed now is 21,000 people still watching people covering this.
I know. I
So,
know, red
it's
solo
the Streisand
cups
effect.
and a leaf blower. I'm still blown away by the leaf blower.
Yeah,
He
and the
said it so casually.
solo cups in the garage.
But the
in a
solo
Stop and
cups
Shop.
in the Stop and Shop bag. I thought he was talking about an actual police like evidence bag, but he said, but it's a Stop and Shop bag. And they just set them on the freaking garage floor. Take some pictures.
Yeah, it was when we gave it to the state police. No, you idiot.
And he
Can I
couldn't, they
find the
could not
picture
be
just to make-
bothered to go to the station and get like some kind of sanitized little cups or something. And then to like fight that too, like, well, the cups were sealed at the guy's house, so what's the big deal?
Flux. This is the evidence bag they had. A Stop and Shop bag.
Yeah, where'd they get that?
And
No wonder.
these are the solo cups they had the evidence in.
Yeah.
That's how you do it, right?
Yeah. They're like, do you think it's they're good and sterilized? Well, I got them out of the package. They were a brand new package. Opened it up. Like, come on.
Yeah, and of course you have it sitting on the floor in the garage,
Mm-hmm.
right next to the victim's car, because that you couldn't absolutely spill 5 drops of blood and find DNA later in that way.
I know.
It's right next to her car.
Take a piece of taillight and dip it in there. Dip, dip, dip.
Yeah, put it back in the tail light housing.
Yeah. Why not?
Just sharing Andrea Burkhardt's word. The interesting thing is that the defense is the one providing all the details of the case. Yeah, that's what I said.
Exactly.
41 minutes spent about weather, Aruba, and relationships, and 4 minutes about the facts in the state's opening. Yeah, this is the best
The photograph?
collection of evidence anyone have ever seen. A Stop and Shop bag with red
Stop and
solo
Shop.
cups.
They closed the bag up too, so I mean it helped.
Yeah, that's this is totally cromulent. Yeah, we put it in one of our brown evidence bags so no one could sneeze into it. I think they could sneeze into this bag.
Yeah, it's like when we had it shut, no one can sneeze into them. Okay.
Where's the evidence here? Well, they didn't formally put it into evidence. The state picked it up 3 days later and took hold of the evidence. It was just sitting in an evidence locker without being entered into the evidence report or log. Don't tell me this is a totally normal investigation, Jamie. There's nothing wrong.
Yeah. Everybody gets their personal leaf blower and brings it to a crime scene to find
9 out of 10
evidence.
cases we cover, they run around on the crime scene, blowing air at it. Oh, and no, don't go too long. You need to get off of here, get some sleep. But one of the most important things I thought today was the 2 detectives who ran around like the Three Stooges with a leaf blower, testified, no shoe, no hat, no tail light.
That can't, for me, that's a huge one. They were there. We saw them blowing the snow, and it was light out. There was not
Yeah.
that much snow on the ground. And you're trying to tell me that you didn't see all that taillight that was found over the next 2 weeks?
Yeah, well, yeah, and totally
Not
not
even
about
one, not even one. Like I could, like not even one sliver.
especially if I haven't seen any pictures, because there's no pictures of when they find the evidence. But that piece Berkovich finds supposedly is quite a large piece.
Mm-hmm.
But he just drove down there because it was a hot day and it had been raining.
Yeah, and they keep trying to say, "Oh, the snow melted," so all of a sudden, all this taillight appeared. No, I don't.
Flux, you really need to get the recaps of the. You will have to visit your dispensary twice.
Yeah.
This is a crazy case. Yeah,
And
but
then all of a sudden, somebody shows up, and here's all this taillight. There's a shoe. There's a hat. Or no, the hat never got found, right? It's the shoe. Just
no,
the
the hat. No, I don't think the hat was ever found.
Because isn't it the hat and the belt that are like gone forever?
Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, and one of his he had 2 sweatshirts on, and only one of them was found.
Yeah. So when you get hit by a car, you lose pieces of your clothing. They disintegrate into thin air. Apparently, that's a thing too.
Yeah.
That's so funny. It just is.
Because it's. Oh.
That was a good one.
I'm not sure Dick's Enormous will be here tomorrow.
Stop saying it so casually. Today was the best.
Yeah. Well, Jamester, tomorrow.
Sorry, Bakester.
I don't know why. I don't know why I called you Jamester. If he does come back, I'll mod him. Who?
I hope so.
What?
Somebody make that name.
Well, I'll probably get not demonetized, but it'll be I'll turn yellow 5 minutes after the stream ends, like I do every time I stream about any cases. Don't be mean to Marissa; she's just young. Exactly. But we'll be back 8:50 tomorrow. Hopefully, I will be out of court. Or else Jamie will run it and
Yeah. You'll
and
need
do a great
Marissa
job.
'cause I'll be working.
And thank you all so much for watching me and the lovely Valhalla. If you haven't done it already, go over there, click his lickety-lick button. He likes it and he giggles like a schoolgirl if you do it. So please do that on your way out. And thank you all so much for watching. Tell your friends about us. Where else can you get a laugh like that and a crazy accent like mine?
Here in Danish town, where whispers softly flow. grand tweets now in silence, asleep. Grand beloved raising with so bright, your tweets are missed day and night. Oh, grand my dear, tweets I cannot see. Lost from your words, from your humor fade. From afar, in my silent embrace, I miss your tweets. Thank you.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No,
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
no,
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
probably did. Everybody has.
So that-
Everybody has.
The judge is like, the hell did